it. So it's definitely just as I said, it's just a different era today.
No doubt about it. Now, Buckeye Nation, do they feel cheated after the semifinal, and you think about what looks like a fumble and it's not a fumble, or do you just move on?
No. I called the game, and I made my feelings pretty clear. Not so much on the targeting call, because we can sit here and argue all we want about whether we agree with the new rule or not. According to the new rule, once a defensive player lowers his head and uses the crown of his helmet, it doesn't matter if he makes helmet-to-helmet contact. He could hit him in the thigh. It doesn't matter. It's the crown of the helmet. Once that happened, and they were able to see that on video. So based on the rule, again, we don't have to agree with it, he should have been removed from the game. And, boy, that changed the momentum quickly. Because Ohio State, it felt like almost a Mike Tyson fight. Ohio State came out swinging, and 3 times they were in the red zone in that first half. So they got 3 field goals, or there was a chance that game could have gotten out of reach for Clemson. Ohio State outplayed them the entire game. But the one that I think was the big controversy was the fumble, scoop and score, touchdown Ohio State. They review it, and they decide that it was an incomplete pass. And I even said on the air, well, he took 4 steps. If that's not a football move, I really don't know what is. But they decided to overturn that one. That was the one to me that was the only controversial call of the entire game.
Yeah, the guy had both hands firmly on the ball. I've watched football my whole life. I don't know how that could have been an incomplete pass. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. All right, I know you got to run. Just one more quick question, and it's another Buckeye in Chase Young. And if it wasn't for Burrow, this guy might be the number 1 overall pick. And is he Nick Bosa? Is he better than Nick Bosa? Is he a different type of cat? What do you think?
It's hard to say if he's better. I think Nick Bosa's, he's a unique talent. I think he's closer his physical skills to his brother Joey because of his length. He's 6'5", 260 pounds, but he's twitchy. He has the quickness of a safety with that size. And Larry Johnson, a defensive line coach, who I would argue is as good as there is in the college game, he's really taking these guys who have incredible physical talent, and then he teaches them the craft. So you're using your hands, you're using, leverage, you're understanding, not just this move, I'm going to be quick to the outside. It's, he's overcommitting in his set. Boom, I go back inside. And there's just a move, counter move. And I think they would all quickly credit Larry Johnson for all that they learned. And so, I think he's a mix of Joey and Nick. And if he stays healthy, he will have a monster NFL career.
Well, we're going to have a monster game tonight. The Bayou Bengals playing a home game down there in New Orleans, and versus a quarterback that's never lost a college game. LSU Clemson should be good. And remember, Kirk is going to be representing Extra Yard for Teachers with Eckrich, which gives away money to teachers. They'll all be there from every state trying to make a throw as well. Kirk, thanks for your time and your insights. Best of luck with the old throwing arm, and enjoy the game.
Yes, sir. Great. Good talking to you. Always enjoy it.
All right. Good stuff. I'm Rick Tuttle. We'll take a quick break, and we will come on back on Sports Spot.
The big stuff. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna get my love. Now because you wear all those fancy clothes. Oh, yeah. And have a big fine car. Oh, yes, you do now.
Attention to anyone that's written a book or wants to write a book. The process is not that complicated. Take a first step. Even if you write a page a day, you'll build momentum and your book will become a reality. The hard part is getting it published. That's when you need to call Page Publishing. They've got hundreds and hundreds of thank yous from different new authors, just like you. They make the process of publishing your new book and getting it sold online a simple process. You can learn how simple it is right now by calling for your free Page Publishing New Author Submission Kit. One quick 3-minute phone call, that's all it takes to get free information and learn how you can get your book published. Pick up your phone right now and call us 24 hours a day at this number. 800-603-0885. 800-603-0885. 800-603-0885. That's 800-603-0885.
Imagine this is your money and someone wants to take it from you. Who is it? The IRS. They want your money, and guess what? They can legally take it, all of it if they want. Remember, they sent you that letter that said, hey, you owe us a bunch of cash and we're going to take it from you. So what do? Fight back by letting our team of experts at the Tax Helpline work it out with the IRS so you can keep your money. And we're good at what we do. When you hire us, you get a team of guys on your side that know the IRS laws and will fight to save your money. So, if you owe the IRS a ton of cash and you want to keep it, call right now and learn for free how we can help you put it back in your pocket.
800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. That's 800-932-1749.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145.
Oh, I would love that. And then maybe afterwards we can go field herping. That's when you go out and you look for reptiles.
Rick Tittle once threw a tennis ball at a donkey.
Over, but you can hear my voice. Oh, there we are. Okay. Thank you for that, Dominic. 1-800-878-PLAY. 1-800-878-7529. Get heard. We'll break down the national championship. When I say we, I mean me. We'll do that coming up. Back on Twitch now, finally, and some people might say, that's what you wore to work, and I'd be like, yeah. You can't even see the Adidas sweats that I'm wearing. But this hoodie, people are like, why are you wearing a Bodega Bay hoodie? Well, this is one of these situations where when you have a little cash, you can, let's just say, fix things. What does that mean? Well, what it means is you go to Bodega Bay in the summer a couple years ago and you're wearing shorts and a T-shirt and you get down on the beach and you realize that it's frickin' freezing and you don't have anything in your car, but you want to go back home. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I have no idea what you just said. Oh, I'm sorry. Dominic just told me that the news has come down from Houston. By the way, the Bodega Bay story, I bought a hoodie because I was cold. I know everybody wanted to get to the bottom of that. Jeff Luhnow and A.J. Hinch have been suspended for 1 full year. That is the general manager and the manager of the Houston Astros in, what do you call it, Videogate? Because Spygate is already taken. It already has a gate on it. So we were wondering what it was going to be. that means someone else has to be the manager of the Astros this year. Would they rather have had a draft pick taken away? If I'm a fan, I wouldn't. But that is pretty huge news, and we'll talk about that as we get to the other side. And that's why Dominic broke in, because it is huge news. And I'm going to say it's probably a little bit more important than me telling you how I got my Bodega Bay hoodie. All right, we will take a quick break, and we will come back with another hour of y'alls and your calls on Sports Byline.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for January the 13th, 2020. I'm Mike Clifford. Defense Secretary Mark Esper Sunday would not provide intelligence to back up President Trump's claim that Iran's top military general was planning an attack on 4 embassies in the Middle East before he was killed by U.S. forces. That from multiple sources, including CNN. The president never said there was specific intelligence to 4 different embassies, Esper told CNN's Jake Tapper on State of the Union, but Esper said he shared the president's belief that the embassies were threatened by Soleimani. In a separate interview that aired Sunday morning, Esper said he didn't see a specific threat against 4 embassies in any intelligence. Just over the past few years, the U.S. Senate has confirmed 185 of President Donald Trump's judicial nominees, the majority of whom have a conservative track record.
Along with 2 Supreme Court justices, senators have confirmed 50 circuit court and 133 district court judges. According to State's newsroom reporter Allison Stevens, who has covered politics for nearly a decade, the sheer number of conservative confirmations amounts to what some are calling a repeal of progressive reforms that harken back to the New Deal.
And what President Trump is doing and Mitch McConnell is supporting and doing in the Senate is supporting hundreds of conservative judges who oppose a lot of progressive reforms throughout the country.
The Senate recently confirmed University of North Carolina law professor Richard Myers II as federal judge for North Carolina's Eastern District, which includes Fayetteville, Greenville, Raleigh, and Wilmington. I'm Nadia Ramlagan.
According to the American Constitution Society, more than 70 vacancies on district and circuit courts have yet to be filled. And homeless service providers in the state of New Mexico say it is a solvable problem, but only if lawmakers step up funding for 2 evidence-based intervention programs.
Ahead of the 2020 legislative session that starts on January 21st, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness has prepared a report to show how much it would cost to end homelessness. Hank Hughes leads the coalition and is encouraging lawmakers to make a one-time $48 million investment to build permanent supportive housing and $61 million over 2 years on programs to address homelessness directly.
One being permanent supportive housing for people with disabilities. The other thing we want them to fund is rapid rehousing, which is short-term rental assistance for people who just need a hand up for a short period of time to get out of homelessness.
I'm Roz Brown.
A recent study by the University of New Mexico showed a 31% decrease in service utilization costs when a group of chronically homeless people in Albuquerque were housed for a 1-year period. 15,000 to 20,000 New Mexicans experience homelessness each year. This is PNS. In Pennsylvania, Andrea Sears reports Allegheny County was once again among the 5 worst counties in the entire nation for air quality over the Christmas holidays. Area residents are demanding action.
From December 21st to 26th, the weather system trapped pollution over the region, forcing people to breathe some of the worst air in the country. And it wasn't the first time. Violations of air quality standards frequently make the county out of compliance with the Federal Clean Air Act. According to Matthew Mahalik, who heads the Breathe Project, Poor air quality is a chronic problem that has plagued Allegheny County for decades.
We have large industrial facilities that leak because they're old and not well maintained and result in emissions occurring all the time.
Residents and environmentalists held a news conference Friday to demand that the Allegheny Health Department update emission regulations and hold U.S. Steel accountable. I'm Andrea Sears reporting.
On Friday, that county's health department said it would take up new coke oven regulations, as well as exploring instituting a weather-related response plan. And from the Department of Not Exactly Welcome news, tax season officially starts in a few weeks. On the bright side, hundreds of volunteers are finalizing their training so they can help folks in states like Michigan prepare their returns. Peter Elliott heads up the group's Michigan Tax Aid team, and he says roughly 800 counselors will be available in that state at 150 different sites.
All of our counselors, in addition to the training, they have to pass 3 competency tests that the IRS provides. If they don't pass that, then they're not allowed to do returns. So everybody is trained and certified.
AARP tax prep services are free to folks of all ages. If you'd like to find one near you, check out aarpfoundation.org/taxhelp. Finally, Eric Gladys reports Sunday marked 25 years since wolves were reintroduced in Yellowstone National Park and central Idaho. Wildlife advocates are hoping Colorado voters will consider program successes when deciding on Initiative 107 that happens on the November ballot.
The measure would direct Colorado Parks and Wildlife to create a plan to reintroduce wolves by December 2023. Jonathan Proctor with Defenders of Wildlife says the work in Yellowstone offers a blueprint for bringing the predator back to its historic habitat.
We have 25 years of experience and data and facts to understand the benefits of wolf restoration to the Northern Rockies. We can use those lessons learned and finish the job here in the Southern Rockies.
Some hunters oppose the measure, citing concerns about the potential loss of elk. Proctor says after wolves returned to Wyoming, elk populations actually increased and hunters had higher success rates.
A recent survey showed about 2/3 of Colorado voters support reintroducing the wolves. I'm Mike Clifford from Public News Service. We are member and listener supported, and we're online at publicnewsservice.org.
Fries it up in a pan, and then he eats it. Ricky T in the hizzle for shizzle, biznatch.
All right, we got a lot going on with the national championship. We got the last 4 in the NFL. Some surprising participants. I just wonder if Mike Fiers is doing okay right now. Because blabbermouth, well, if he's just telling the truth, what do you want? The fact of the matter is that this breaking news that the Houston Astros, remember I said it's better than giving up a pick? Well, I didn't get the full gist of it. According to Mark Feisan on MLB.com, Houston forfeits its first and second round picks this year and next year, and a $5 million fine, the highest allowable under the Major League Constitution. You ever heard of the Major League Constitution? This is all in regard of Houston's sign stealing allegations. In addition, the former Astros GM, Brandon Taubman, who was dismissed by the club in October after he made offensive and insensitive comments directed at a group of female reporters. He has been suspended for 1 year. Right now, he's not been hired by anyone. So the suspensions for Luno, Taubman, and Hinch will end the day after the World Series. Now, I got a lot more to talk about and the official statement from Major League Baseball, and we'll be okay on that, but I just wonder if Mike Fiers, what kind of reception he'll get when he gets back to Houston this year. You might think, well, Rick, as an Ace fan, are you happy? No, I'm not happy. This is an ugly thing to happen to baseball, and whoever's going to be their manager or GM, it's not like this talent is going to go away. In fact, they probably might even be more on a mission now to get back, but we'll see if these can be appealed or will be. Anyway, we'll talk about that on the other side. you can participate as well. 1-800-878-PLAY. Big shout out to the troops listening on American Forces Radio Network as well. You're doing a great job. Stay safe. Come home soon. Once again, 1-800-878-PLAY. Come on back.
Booking.com wants to help you travel more in 2020. Book by January 5th on Booking.com, and you'll get a free Google Nest Mini to help you with stuff like this. Hey Google, how do you say pina colada in Spanish?
In Spanish, pina colada is pina colada.
Gracias. Download the Booking.com app, book your stay, and get your free Google Nest Mini.
Google Nest is a registered trademark of Google LLC. Complete stay by April 30th. $150 minimum accommodation spend. U.S. residents 18 years and older. For complete terms, visit Booking.com/Google Nest. While supplies last at Booking.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more on at least 2 federal student loans? Then you may qualify for new programs offered by the Department of Education. These programs can reduce your interest, lower your payments, and possibly qualify you for loan forgiveness. If you have $10,000 or more and at least 2 federal student loans and currently not in school, you may qualify for one of these programs. Call now to check your eligibility. Student loan advisors are standing by to help you determine if you qualify for these new programs. They can help you reduce your interest, lower your payment, and even forgive a portion of your student loan debt. Take control of your financial future. Make this free 5-minute free call now to Nationwide Student Loans and learn how you can reduce your student loan debt.
800-439-7851, 800-439-7851, 800-439-7851, 800-439-7851.
Want to fly somewhere? Looking for cheap flights or cheap tickets? Then call. That's right. Call the low-cost airline travel hotline now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. Low-cost airlines has all kinds of cheap travel deals. Fly domestically and save up to 75%. You can even fly internationally and save even more. Yes, fly anywhere in the world and save a lot of money on your plane tickets. We'll even save you money with cheap travel deals on hotels, rental cars, even complete travel packages. So don't book your tickets until you call us first for the absolute cheapest prices on U.S. and international airline tickets and hotels. Call right now for prices so low they can't be published. Travel experts are here 24/7 to help. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. That's 800-754-4531.
Welcome back to SportsView. Next topic. Is it really all about power? Makes me think of Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Gives you the power to find options based on your budget. Let's go to Chuck for an irrelevant analogy.
Man, back in the day, people didn't ask how many oranges are in the crate. They just took the oranges. They didn't say, are there 6, 7, 12, 15, whatever. It was just oranges. You get me?
We get you, Chuck. In a word, oranges.
Give it to us straight with the Progressive Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. Rick Tittle is a genius, the best show ever. He's so wonderful, genius, the best show ever. He's so wonderful. Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. Rick Tittle he's so handsome, he's a genius.
All right, thank you. And welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you, 1-800-878-PLAY. Unprecedented, well, I shouldn't say unprecedented punishment when you think about the Black Sox and the creation of a commissioner. We didn't have one until then, and they got Judge Landis, named after a very famous battle, Kennesaw Mountain. And he came in and said, yeah, I know you were all found innocent in a court of law, but I ain't taking my chances. You're all suspended for life. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I thought you just said we were all suspended for life. Yeah, I did. That's it. That's it, huh? All right, well, thanks for nothing, Danny Noonan. Yeah, it can happen that way sometimes. But let me get to, and we'll get to the national championship as well. By the way, there's some show in my ear right now. I know there's nothing you can do about it, but it's aggravating. And you know what a spoiled brat I am. Man, when things go wrong, Rick really loses his S. I don't. Darling sweetheart, that's why Time Magazine called me a triumph of bad radio. 1-800-878-PLAY, alibi, all that good stuff. So, this comes from Commissioner Rob Manfred on MLB.com, about as official as you can get. Quote, I find that the conduct of the Astros and its senior baseball operations executives merits significant discipline. I base this finding on the fact that the club's senior baseball operations executives were given express notice in September 2017 that I would hold them accountable for violations of our policies covering sign stealing. And those individuals took no action to ensure that the club's players and staff complied with those policies during the 2017 postseason and the 2018 regular season. The conduct described herein has caused fans, players, executives, and other MLB clubs and members of the media to raise questions about the integrity of games in which the Astros participated. And while it is impossible to determine whether the conduct actually impacted the results on the field, the perception of some is that it did cause significant harm to our game. Now, I think he means expressed notice, not express like it was delivered that way, but maybe this was written down wrong. So, as part of the suspension now, Luhnow and Hinch are prohibited performing any service or business on behalf of the Astros or any other baseball club. They will not be allowed in any major league, minor league, or spring training facility, including all stadiums. They may not travel with or on behalf of the Astros. Now, if Luhnow or Hinch if they are ever engaging in any future material violations, as it's called, they will be placed on the permanently ineligible list, speaking of Pete Rose. So during the suspension, the commissioner's office will discuss with Luhnow an appropriate program of management/leadership training to ensure that no incidents of the type described in the report will happen in the future. As for Taubman, the report stated that due to his inappropriate conduct in the clubhouse on October 19, 2019, he will be ineligible to perform services on behalf of any major league club, either as an employee or independent contractor through the end of the 2020 World Series. So, according to the ruling, the investigation revealed absolutely no evidence that Astros owner Jim Crane was aware of the team's conduct. Manfred said, Crane is extraordinarily troubled and upset by the conduct of members of his organization, fully supported my investigation, and provided unfettered access to any and all information requested. This is from Manfred. Now, as I've said before, and I can't really brag about these things because he's the only one, he's the only sports owner that I've ever hung out with, sat at a game with for a few innings, and then had a drink with him at a friend's wedding one time. He is a guy who built himself up from the bottom. He was a great pitcher from Missouri State in the College World Series. The Mules blew out his arm, but still he was a self-made man. And it would be hard for me to think that this guy would be a cheater. But the report says the illegal sign stealing was mostly player-driven. And though it states that former bench coach Alex Cora, who of course won the World Series as manager of the Red Sox, was involved in setting it up, Cora was not disciplined, but reports state that he could still face penalties at the conclusion of the ongoing investigation on illegal sign stealing by the Red Sox during that same year, and they won the World Series. And I know Cody Bellinger said something like, the Dodgers, we didn't win the World Series, but at least we did things the right way. I mean, they literally could go back and give these titles to L.A. the way this is going right now. But this also makes Alex Cora look like one of the linchpins of this, because he was with the Astros and they did it, and then he's with the Red Sox and they allegedly did it. So this whole investigation began just a couple months ago when Mike Fiers, the A's pitcher, who was a member of the Astros in 2017, he said that they had a camera positioned in the outfield to detect signs. They were relayed by somebody by banging on a trash can, so they knew which pitches were coming. And so this is right now. You don't want to get mad at the tattletale for telling the truth, for exposing cheaters, but still, when you have a situation where a team gets not the death penalty, but an unprecedented punishment like this, people are going to, I just wonder what happens when Mike Fiers takes the bump at Minute Maid Field this year. Especially if he has his ridiculous facial hair going. Manfred said the allegations in the article this is the article from The Athletic about Mike Fiers, created significant concern amongst many of our fans and other MLB clubs regarding the adherence to our rules by all those participating in our games and the principles of sportsmanship and fair competition. As I have previously stated, I treat these allegations with the utmost seriousness, and I instructed our Department of Investigations to conduct a thorough investigation. I believe in transparency with our fans and our clubs regarding what occurred is extremely important, and this report is my attempt to achieve that objective, end quote. Now, the Astros apparently have been fully cooperative, not just with Crane. They interviewed 60 witnesses, which were MLB players, coaches, field staff, front office personnel, basically anyone who had anything to do with the Astros in 2017. The league has also combed through emails and text messages, more than 70,000 of them. See if there's an electronic or paper trail, if you like. So now the MLB opened this new investigation last week that the Red Sox were using a video replay room during the 2017 as well, which is another thing. See, this is the thing. When Manfred comes out, and he says, look, I have a strict edict at Nantes and this was in 2016, that you cannot steal signs. We had this thing that Ariel Prieto had an iWatch, but it wasn't turned on. Look, no sign stealing. And I think that's why he's come down so hard, because you can't call into question the integrity of the game. You just can't. If people think it's a fait accompli or somebody's cheating, it's just not going to happen. So your thoughts on this unprecedented fine? Is it too harsh? Is it not enough? Is it just about right? You can tell me what porridge you like Goldilocks on the other side. Come on back.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
855-325-1780. 855-325-1780. That's 855-325-1780. It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
You're so ugly you could be a modern art masterpiece.
I'm 33% sure Rick Tittle is the father of my child, but I'm 100% sure Rick Tittle is a jackass.
Oh, that hurts my feelings. Why did I write that about myself? Welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you on Twitch.tv as well. My voice is going. I went to a Black Flag concert on Friday and had to kind of shout a little bit. When it's time to change. What would it take for LSU to win tonight? Well, just keep doing what you've been doing all year. They haven't had a dream season. No offense has been like this. By the way, the Tigers will win tonight. That's a guarantee. I will bet any amount of money that the Tigers will win. And I'll bet any amount of money that the Tigers will lose. Hold that tiger, hold that tiger. But they're playing a home game, as I was talking with Herbie earlier. They're playing in Nolens, the Bayou Bengals in the Bayou. Orange and Purple Nation, man. And they've won, if you, sorry, my voice is already going out. But does it outweigh the home field advantage that the Clemson Tigers have won 2 out of the last 3? But it's just, you got to stay with high-octane offense. That has been the most important story for them all year, and it got their Heisman-winning quarterback the biggest disparity between first and second place ever. And that's the thing about LSU. So many times this year they could have drained out the clock, and they just can't stop passing. Tempo, tempo, tempo. Hitman Victors were Oscar Mike. LSU has consistently stayed on brand, as the kids would say. I mean, if you think about this 61-yard catch and run from Burrow to Justin Jefferson on 3rd and 17 with two minutes left in that Texas game, and that took LSU's lead up 45-31. It's just that attitude. Finish it off. They can't go back to the old school ball control roots that they used to have in Death Valley. It has to dictate who they are. Do not let up for a minute. Not even when common sense says it is, like the Atlanta Falcons should have done in the Super Bowl against the New England Patriots. But here's the thing. Ed Orgeron, Edo, Coach O, the thing about Orgeron is that he drinks 10 monster drinks a day, or rock stars, guy like that. But he's fully committed to resetting the LSU 2.0 offense. They averaged 49 points a game, and they averaged 564 yards a game. Led the nation in both categories. And Coach said, quote, I never dreamed that we would shatter all those records, but it just goes to show you that from a pro-style offense into a spread, we have pro-style guys. That's the reason. You can't score enough points, in our opinion, in the pro game and the pro-style offense. So we went to the spread, and look what happened. Well, they have to ensure that DBU lives up to its moniker, because LSU's defense really kind of struggled earlier in the season. As mentioned, all the points that Texas put up. But if you think about, DBU, it's where the defensive backs come from. Safety, Grant Delpit took the Jim Thorpe award home. Derek Stingley Jr., Derek Stingley. Remember what happened to Derek Stingley Sr., but he won SEC Freshman of the Year at corner. 6 interceptions. Kerry Vincent had 4 picks. Christian Fulton put together a phenomenal season in his final year in Baton Rouge. Now, it hasn't been all sunshine and lollipops for them. They're 105th in the nation in passing yards allowed. But, Trevor Lawrence is probably thinking, man, T. Higgins, Justin Ross, this is going to be the toughest test all year for those DBs. I mean, Higgins is averaging 20 yards a catch. Ross is averaging 13 yards a catch. You look at Travis Etienne, the tailback. He was 3rd on the team in receptions. So LSU's defensive backs are going to have to win a lot of those one-on-one matchups. Because I saw in person what Alabama tried to do last year. And a freshman with long hair and long arms, Trevor Lawrence, picked him apart. So they're going to have to try to marginalize some of these stars. And if you think about Isaiah Simmons, Clemson's linebacker, the linebacker, who's lined up at every position this year, basically. 6'4", 230, 95 tackles, 3 picks, 14 tackles for loss, 6 sacks on the second best defense in the country. So the first thing Burrow does when he lines up is finds him and then acts accordingly on a pre-snap read. And Burrow said, quote, I think what he does best is when they just let him roam the field in the middle and read my eyes, get all the different throws through the middle of the field. I think he's really, really good at that. He's really fast, super explosive, good tackler. He's super tough to defend when he's running that middle of the field. End quote. Key words there are super and really. So if LSU gets beat by Simmons, it's not because they don't know about him. They can't let Simmons beat him. Now, here's another thing I saw which is interesting about the punt return game, because even though it's expected to be a high-scoring track meet, field position is always important, and this is where LSU can do some damage because they average over 12 yards per punt return. And Clemson is a special teams that has allowed 7 punt returns all season, just allowed them even to get returned. So if LSU can sneak in more than a first down's worth of yardage before Burrow even gets on the field, that's going to put more pressure on Clemson's defense, of course. But the concern is, like Clemson, LSU has also allowed just 7 punt returns this season. So Clemson is far less likely to break off the big return because it averages less than 6 points this season on 31 chances. And then one other key, finally. Get a big game from your coach. And Dabo Swinney is no stranger to this big stage. Orgeron is the man in charge, is the new dude on the block, right? And even though it's his backyard, every national championship game in recent memory has included a big play that made an enormous impact. You might remember Nick Saban's perfect onside kick in that first title game matchup against Clemson. After the 2015 season. Jimbo Fisher at Florida State called a fake punt in the second quarter to keep the momentum going in that 2014 BCS championship game. And remember, Saban, perhaps in desperation mode, called that ill-fated fake field goal with a backup quarterback running behind a kicker into Clemson's base defense last season. As I said, I watched that. That was boneheaded, and it just plain didn't work. But some decisions will succeed as well. Every coach has a moment or two on this stage where he's going to live dangerously. Swinney has a grasp on what buttons to push, when to push them, and you could say Orgeron has no concept. Well, he does have a concept. And will he make the right calls in critical moments? Maybe he'll make the right call, and it's just not executed. That's another thing to keep in mind, is it's one thing to, say, I've got this, we've been waiting all week, we've been deking it, we've been setting this up. If they line up like this, we know this is going to work, and they line up and they're like, oh, the guy fumbled it. What are you going to do? The guy fumbled it. Speaking of LSU, by the way, and this is just a side note because I don't know how good this kid is going to be. LSU got a verbal commitment from the number one running back in the country because the Bulldogs released their 5-star running back, Zachary Evans, from his letter of intent. And it's always funny to get these guys on their letter of intent, and they make a big deal out of it, but you can always go. But Evans has been released from his NLI with the Bulldogs with full release, no restrictions. And it said that Georgia and Evans were trending apart. I don't know. But he played in the Under Armour All-American game, and he said he couldn't answer where he's going to go. But apparently LSU is the team. Why wouldn't you want to go? Why did Najee Harris go to Alabama when he grew up in Cal and Stanford's backyard? Because those schools are more interested in academics, and nobody goes to those games. Rick, I go every week. All right, you go every week. But he is basically the number one prospect, and he's out there now. 5 stars. Top running back in the nation, number 14 player overall. And just the extra little news is LSU gets ready to play in the national championship. This kid, what's his name? Zachary Evans. Zachary Evans is going to go. And one other little thing, I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Robinson from Salesian High School, who led us to our first ever state title. He was named San Francisco Chronicle East Bay Player of the Year, which is almost unheard of because it's always a De La Salle player. So it didn't hurt that the De La Salle player was player of the Bay Area, and so that opened up the East Bay slot. But a little shout out to the Chieftains, or the Pride as they're known now. We'll take a look on the other side at how Clemson can win this game. Come on back.
Watching sports? Well, how would you like to be able to take your favorite sports with you and watch them anywhere? In your house, on your computer, even on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Here's a great way to save money on your prescription medications. If you take Viagra or Cialis, we can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men and women to improve their sexual performance. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get nearly 100. There's no need to pay expensive prices for Viagra or Cialis. Call now with your prescription and pay as little as $2 a pill. We offer 24/7 service and always free delivery and confidential packaging. Change your life for the better and have fun. Call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
800-709-4409. 800-709-4409. 800-709-4409. That's 800-709-4409.
Football and basketball seasons are in full swing. So get into the game with our exclusive sports betting partners, betonline.ag. Sign up today to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit to start betting college or professional sports. Every spread, every total, every winner or loser. Straight bet, parlay, or tease your way through the season. You can even bet on wild proposition bets like who will win the NBA MVP. Get the fastest to market odds, updates, and payouts with our new sportsbook partners, betonline.ag. Head over to the website today or use your mobile device to join and use promo code COACH55. That's COACH55 to receive your 50% welcome bonus. betonline.ag, your online sportsbook experts.
Are you saying that I put an abnormal brain into a 7.5-foot long, 54-inch wide gorilla? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm about to have a nervous breakdown. My head really hurts. If I don't find a way out of here, I'm gonna go berserk. I'm crazy and I'm hurt. Head on my shoulders. It's going berserk.
This is the only sports talk show that features a Rhodes Scholar, but he ain't here today. Now, back to Rick Tittle.
Oh, a little Black Flag from back in the day. As I said, I saw him Friday in Berkeley, and not that great. I mean, Greg Ginn, he still rocks, but they didn't play that song. They didn't play My War. They didn't play I Love You, any of that, but it's still fun. But anyway, 1-800-878-PLAY. Looking from looking at the plethora of success that they have enjoyed in recent years. It's crazy that they are a 6.5-point underdog, but they love it. This is a team that's won 29 games in a row, and they're the underdog. So Brent Venables must have something special for LSU. And he is, the central question is really what his defensive play calling genius can call to slow down Joe Burrow. Few have. But this is the number one scoring offense against the number one scoring defense. How cool is that? The best offense against the best defense. And he succeeded in confusing Justin Fields at Ohio State. He threw 2 picks in the Fiesta Bowl. Clemson came back from 16 points down. He threw all sorts of look at the Buckeyes. Sometimes he rushed 2. Who's going to rush 2 and drop 9 into coverage? Venables will. That's who'll do it. He also had stand-up rushers. He had the radar defense. If the radar defense, it's a package of blitzes. That's what he likes to call it. It's just like you go. Who's getting the ping here? But you're talking about slowing down a Heisman Trophy winner who has the second most touchdown passes ever in a season with 55. So I guess the conclusion is that Venables can slow down Burrow and company, but can you win? Because the worst day that Burrow had this year was against Auburn. Remember we were talking earlier in the show about Auburn having a good day against them, but he still threw for 321 yards at 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and LSU won by 3, 23-20. So Trevor Lawrence has to step up again. I think it was funny last year. They're like, sit out the next 2 years and be number one overall. What are you talking about? I mean, if it's possible, he's been upstaged by Burrow in the run-up to the game, and it's hard to believe that Lawrence, who's 25-0 as a starter, who has not lost since he was in high school, he said, I lost the spring game. People are forgetting about that. It's like no one cares about the spring game. At least who wins? And there's the same people that care that Jimmy Garoppolo threw 5 interceptions on 5 passes at camp. Lost the spring game. But someone has to take second place when you're talking about the Heisman Trophy winner and the number 1 overall pick to Cincinnati. They're on the clock, but they're done on the clock. Now, after leading the ACC in interceptions through September, Lawrence finished the season with 22 touchdowns and no picks in his final 7 games. His legs kind of became the X factor for him. Remember Ohio State? Why is Trevor Lawrence running? Why did he run for a touchdown? Why has he run for 107 yards? Think about adding that. Now, he's not Lamar Jackson, but he can be effective that way. So the other thing is you got to avoid being consumed by this home field disadvantage. And they're playing, LSU's playing the 4th championship game in the BCS era, 70 miles southeast of campus. And Dabo Swinney said, we're the only one that took a plane here. This is definitely a road game. And the last one was a road game in the Fiesta Bowl. We could have just played it in Columbus, Ohio and made it a lot easier on everyone. It's almost like we're in another country. We always do like Rocky comparisons, Rocky versus Drago. I guess we're in Russia. Now, I know Dabo Swinney last year got some criticism from South Bay people when he said, oh, it's great being here and wherever we are. And people got offended by that. Look, you can fly into San Jose, Oakland, or San Francisco, wherever they flew into. And then you're going to drive down Highway 101. Every town changes. Highway 101 has nothing to tell you what new town you're in. It's just El Camino Real on your right when you go south, and it's the Bay on your left. Every town looks exactly the same. So what is he supposed to know? Oh, no, you're no longer in Redwood City. That's no, but I like that. We're in Russia. But remember, for Swinney, he's in the same city. He won a national championship with Alabama in 1992 when he was a player. He said, 27 years ago, I stayed in this same hotel. It'd be nice to get the same result. Well, how are they going to do that? Well, as I said, be yourself. But defensively, I mean, you could make Travis Etienne a priority. He's quietly coming off his worst rushing performance since he was a freshman. This is the ACC Player of the Year. Not Lawrence, Etienne. 36 yards on 10 carries. That's ignoring the fact that Clemson nicely adjusted as Etienne had 98 yards receiving, including the game-winning touchdown. But still, it's doubtful Clemson can get by another opponent of this caliber without him running the ball at all. So, use whatever you can as additional motivation. You say, well, these are kids, so they need a little bit more. Well, I mean, look, it's real, it's spectacular. A win over LSU would give them 30 wins in a row. The last loss was right there in New Orleans more than 2 years ago in the Sugar Bowl semifinal against the Crimson Tide. 30 in a row would make it the longest streak since USC pulled out 34 in a row, 03, 04, 05. Only 13 teams have ever won 30 in a row. Only 7 schools would have won it more consecutive games ever. Oklahoma, Yale, and Penn. Yale and Penn don't count. I am sorry. They play in the Ivy League. So your win streak in the Ivy League is cool, but it doesn't count. Rick, it counts. Not really. So Swinney said, regardless of what happens Monday night, this has been historic. This team, and certainly our program, is not going to be defined by a scoreboard Monday night. No, it won't be defined, but you might lose. And as Swinney hinted, all of this is not going to end anytime likely. 80 of the players on the roster are freshmen or sophomores. 15 members of the incoming recruiting class are early enrollees. You know, that's something that we didn't do when I was growing up. But now, if you're a top recruit, when you get to Christmas, your senior year in high school, you just take a GED and then you enter that college for the spring semester. It's nuts, but why not? High school, first of all, college, you're not missing anything. High school, you're really not missing anything. Just a lot of psychobabble mind games is what you get out of high school. Rick, are you against? I'm not against high school. I'm just saying, y'all. So Swinney said, I think we got a good chance to be better next year. Well, yeah, you'll have Trevor Lawrence, but let's do this one right now. LSU and their fans are riding at an all-time high. And if you think about what it must feel to be like Alabama, because remember when they came in, Dabo Swinney came in and said, maybe you can be the Alabama of the ACC, and he goes, no, I want them to be the Clemson of the SEC. I like that. But Alabama used to blow everyone away and play for a national championship every year. That's what LSU is this year. And that's what Clemson was last couple of years. So don't make any Alabama comparisons outside to LSU fans because they don't like it. Because obviously it's another SEC school. And LSU has been great and then mediocre and then in turmoil and then back on tap. But never like this. Favored, flourishing, home game to win it all. Award-wise and perhaps in reality, these Tigers have their best coach and their best player that they've ever had. So I don't know if they're going to want to be Alabama or not, but it's funny. There's I saw a story on CBS. There's a guy named Taylor Marty. He's the bar manager at Phil's Oyster Bar and Seafood Restaurant. And he said, I would never want to feel like Alabama. I definitely love feeling like a champion. Well, I think you would like to feel like Alabama. By the way, the restaurant near campus. Boiling down, I just remember as a kid, I read a story about an LSU fan who painted his whole house purple and gold, and LSU lost, and he killed himself. And they're like, that's how serious they take it down there in the bayou. I go, no, that guy has mental illness. That's not a good fan. Horrible. But it used to be that LSU won the tailgate, which a lot of Raider fans, I'd rather win on the field, but they always say, we have the best tailgate. And people are saying that, it's a no-brainer. If you're an LSU fan, you got to go. But they asked one guy who ran a pizza company on campus, and I asked him how much you paid for a ticket, and he said, I paid face value. Do you know what his face value upper deck ticket is, Dominic? Face value. Take a guess. $775. $775. When I went to Super Bowl 15 was $40. This national championship, $775 face. That's insane. It really is. Now, remember the Super Bowl 15 ticket was $40, and I thought, ooh, that's a lot, because our Raider season tickets were $14.50. We thought, wow, this is more than double. It's crazy. Now, LSU Alumni Association say, we don't travel, we take over. But do they do that anymore? I mean, they do now. But with Clemson, I mean, geez. Look, you know one thing about Dabo Swinney? He's one of those guys that dominates the conversation without you hating him. Have you ever seen him ever interviewed, or anyone ever? He's like, blah, 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 and you're like, oh, he's still likable, even though he just interrupted me. But you think about all the plays they had to make to win that first national championship. Deshaun Watson and Carlos Watkins and Hunter Renfrow. And then you think about Taj Boyd, Jarrett Grady, Vic Beasley, and the players right now. And I mean, when Clemson won the ACC championship back in 2011, that was its first conference title in 20 years. I remember when Cal played Clemson in the Blue Bonnet Bowl or whatever it was, and Mike Pulaski and Russell White, and Sean Dawkins. They crushed Clemson, and Clemson had the Raiders' first-round pick, the late, great Chester McLaughlin, who had a horrible game, and Al Davis drafted him anyway. So, look, they can, as I said, right now it's just about a touchdown favorite. But I'm kind of pulling for Clemson, just a little bit. It'd be kind of fun to see them win 30 in a row. Nothing against LSU. Rick, how can you say that about my Tigers? Go Tigers, either G-O or G-E-A-U-X. Come on back.
Who's watching me? I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Something isn't just a dream. Oh, when I come home at night, I roll the door.
We are the Debt Destroyer Network. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt, call now for free information that helps you destroy your debt. It's great advice. Plus, when you make this free call now, we have Debt Destroyer experts ready to help. They can show you how to destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help slash your debt. Call the Debt Destroyer now for free information. Call now.
877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. That's 877-360-0402.
At 28, I had struggled with opiate and meth addiction for 12 years. I did and said things that the sober me never would have done. One day I realized I was not invincible. I was not exempt. And that's when a friend told me about Elite Rehab Placement. They gave me the tools I needed to get sober, and all it took was the one phone call.
Elite Rehab can help you start to break your addiction problem and get sober in as little as 7 days. And we'll work with your insurance provider to help cover the costs. Plus, we have travel assistance programs to get you here by plane or train. Make this free call right now to learn more. 800-403-5912. 800-403-5912. 800-403-5912. That's 800-403-5912.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
Del. Why did you kiss my ear?
Why are you holding my hand?
Where's your other hand?
Between two pillows.
Those aren't pillows.
Rick Tittle ain't the man, but Rick Tittle know who the man is. and he slapped his white fanny.
All right, a couple minutes left. I mentioned that Cody Bellinger was saying, like, we did it right. I just want to get you the exact quote, which came from ESPN. He said, honestly, this was before the punishment, but he said, quote, honestly, we're curious to see what happens. It sucks, man. We were close, but we did it the right way. We could have won it if things could have gone our way, but it is what it is, man. You can't really look back on it anymore. We'll see what happens. What Manfred wants to do, we'll see. Well, in 2017, the Astros beat the Dodgers in 7, and of course the Red Sox the next year beat the Dodgers in 5. Last year, the Dodgers had a 106-win seasons, and they couldn't get past the Nationals, who ended up winning it all. But remember when the Red Sox were found using those Apple Watches to steal signs? That was an undisclosed fine, and that's when the edict came down. No more cheating, no more sign stealing. By the way, Bellinger, $11.5 million next year in his first year of ARB. That's the record ever for a first year of ARB. Of course, the guy is worth $40 million. That's a bargain. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. pack time. I'll have a little sales sport. We'll have Kevin Nealon as well. Come on back.
Yeah, man, I hope we don't have brain damage.
Great way to...
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
In Florida in December were an act of terrorism.
This was an act of terrorism. The evidence shows that the shooter was motivated by jihadist ideology.
The Attorney General continues.
After al-Shamrani entered the building and cased the facility, he proceeded to walk around, shooting down his unarmed victims in cold blood.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is honoring the North Texas church security team leader who killed a murderer. Abbott called Jack Wilson a hero while giving him the Medal of Courage outside the Texas Capitol.
When faced with an evil that few of us can ever comprehend, Jack Wilson responded with strength, with bravery, and with love for those in the church that day.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm loving my Balance of Nature. Since I started, I have not gotten one cold. I kind of fight everything. I get a little tickle, but it goes away.
It's just amazing the difference I felt. I want you to know how much I appreciate the counseling and so forth and your attention to your people. I have been a pretty big advocate for the Balance of Nature. I don't know how many truck drivers have asked me, how in the heck do you keep going at 88, 89 years old? I said, Balance of Nature. If they want to really enjoy some good health, get on Balance of Nature.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. For a limited time, you can receive a 30% discount and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
The man accused of attacking people with a machete as they celebrated Hanukkah in Rockland County, New York, is pleading not guilty to federal hate crimes during a court appearance on Monday. Grafton Thomas is pleading not guilty to 5 counts of attempting to kill victims based on their religion and 5 counts of obstructing the free exercise of religious beliefs by attempting to kill with a weapon. A famous Mustang has sold for big bucks. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes.
It's the 1968 Mustang that was driven by actor Steve McQueen in the movie Bullet, believed to have been the best car chase ever filmed. Sean Kiernan putting it on the auction block in Florida Sunday. The car had sat in Kiernan's family garage for 40 years and then spent 2 years touring the world. The car sold at auction to an anonymous buyer for $3.4 million.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
With a recession ending, if you've been putting off building your business, now is the time to act. General Steel will meet or beat any price on a pre-engineered steel building of the same size and specifications. Act now, before steel prices go up. So call us today for free information.
Call 800-965-1290. 800-965-1290, 800-965-1290.
On Tuesday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be discussing the next steps on impeachment with House Democrats. The expectation is a vote to send impeachment articles and name impeachment managers sometime on Tuesday or Wednesday. House Minority Leader, Republican from California, Kevin McCarthy, says Speaker of the House Pelosi is doing no favors for those Democrats running for president in 2020.
The Iowa caucus is on February 3rd. Bernie Sanders is in first place. And what this does is this benefits Joe Biden. This harms Senator Sanders, who is in first place and could become their nominee, because he will be stuck in a chair because Nancy Pelosi held the papers different than what she said to the American public why she had to move so urgently.
That audio courtesy of Fox Business. As cleanup continues from the weekend ash plume from the Taal volcano, more ashfall and an early morning earthquake has Filipinos on edge. USA Radio Network's Wyatt Cox reports.
Mass evacuations from the area of the volcano, a popular tourist attraction, are underway. But over 150,000 in the southern Luzon province are grappling with a lack of power and drinkable water. Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte has ordered government agencies to provide aid to the thousands of affected residents. But now a late-night 4.0 magnitude earthquake has people more on edge and fearing a predicted eruption and heavy lava flow on the volcano.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145.
Live from San Francisco on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network, you are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with your hosts, Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Let's get it on!
How's it going, everybody? Brian Alvarez here on Wrestling Observer Live. We are here every day, Monday through Friday, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern, Sunday, 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern. We got a lot to get into today. It was a very busy weekend. We had two big pay-per-view shows last night. Amazingly, nothing on a Saturday. All that changes this Saturday. We had the NXT UK show, NXT UK TakeOver, which was a very good show, I thought. Apparently, not everybody agreed. Obviously, the Tyler Bate-Jordan Devlin match was awesome. I thought that the main event was very good. Dave thought it sucked. What did you think about Walter versus Joe Coffey? We could talk about that show here today. As well as last night, Tessa Blanchard ended up with the Impact World Championship, the first woman to win the Men's World Championship for any nationally televised organization in the United States. So that was last night as well, and she had a very, very busy weekend. We could tell you about that. So those are the big show stories here today. We got some big changes coming to Ring of Honor. We have got Marty Scurll re-signing with the company, and he's also joining the booking team. We'll tell you how that's all going to shake out. And obviously, we've got a Ring of Honor NWA working agreement starting back up, as we had NWA stars on Ring of Honor. And, of course, Marty Scurll is on the NWA Power Show as well. So there is that. Saudi Arabia. WWE in Saudi Arabia. We don't know the exact date for sure, but it appears to be February 27th. And there's also been a February 20th date bandied about, but I believe it's going to be the 27th. And it looks like they're going back to Saudi Arabia. And if you recall, when the last Saudi Arabia show occurred, there were a lot of wrestlers who were claiming they were never going to go back. And my guess is that they're all going to go back. But that looks like the next date, which is about a month and a half away from WrestleMania. So these Saudi shows are always WrestleMania caliber shows because it's the biggest money show that they do. So it'll be interesting to see what the matches are for Saudi Arabia and what the matches are for WrestleMania. They got to build up both largely at the same time. Back in a minute to talk about all of this. Wrestling Observer Live.
Booking.com wants to help you travel more in 2020. Book by January 5th on Booking.com, and you'll get a free Google Nest Mini to help you with stuff like this. Hey Google, how do you say pina colada in Spanish?
In Spanish, pina colada is pina colada.
Gracias. Download the Booking.com app, book your stay, and get your free Google Nest Mini.
Google Nest is a registered trademark of Google LLC. Complete stay by April 30th. $150 minimum accommodation spend. U.S. residents 18 years and older. For complete terms, visit Booking.com/Google Nest. While supplies last at Booking.com.
At 28, I had struggled with opiate and meth addiction for 12 years. I did and said things that the sober me never would have done. One day I realized I was not invincible. I was not exempt. And that's when a friend told me about Elite Rehab Placement. They gave me the tools I needed to get sober, and all it took was the one phone call.
Elite Rehab can help you start to break your addiction problem and get sober in as little as 7 days. And we'll work with your insurance provider to help cover the costs. Plus, we have travel assistance programs to get you here by plane or train. Make this free call right now to learn more. 800-403-5912. 800-403-5912. 800-403-5912. That's 800-403-5912. We are the Debt Destroyer Network. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt, call now for free information that helps you destroy your debt. It's great advice. Plus, when you make this free call now, we have Debt Destroyer experts ready to help. They can show you how to destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help slash your debt. Call the Debt Destroyer now for free information. Call now. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. That's 877-360-0402.
What's in store right now at your local Staples?
Make plans this weekend for huge savings.
Staples weekend exclusive deals mean big discounts on the things you use every day.
Like Apple AirPods with charging case for only $139.
It's truly an epic weekend for savings.
So hurry into Staples for Apple AirPods, now just $139 through Sunday only.
Staples, where there's a whole lot in store this weekend. In store only, valid 1/17 to 1/19/20. While supplies last, limit 2.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Back in the show, Brian Alvarez here, Wrestling Observer Live. Mike Sempervive, also of WrestlingObserver.com. A controversial weekend for Tessa Blanchard ended with her winning Impact Wrestling's World Championship at last night's Hard to Kill pay-per-view. Blanchard won the Impact World title, defeating Sami Callihan in the main event of the show. Finishing sequence saw her hit 2 Canadian Destroyers and a hammerlock DDT to win the title. I remember back in the day when one guy did the Canadian Destroyer. Now everybody does it, including Piper Niven on the UK show. And, I mean, I shouldn't say including Piper Niven, because, I mean, we've had Ricky Morton do the Canadian
and Dustin
Destroyer.
Rhodes.
Dustin is doing it as part of his comeback now, of all things.
On the apron.
Blanchard gave a speech to the crowd after the show went off the air earlier in the weekend. Prior to winning the World Championship, the first woman to win the Men's World Championship in a major U.S. organization with national television, she tweeted, "Hey, women, try supporting one another. Cool things happen." So, momentarily, I guess it was, it started with Allison Kay. Allison Kay sent out a tweet that says, "Remember when you spat in a black woman's face and called her the N-word in Japan? Was that supporting women?" The audacity of this tweet. Tessa then responded, "Not true. That's my statement, and the most attention I will give it because of how actually ridiculous it is." Chelsea Green then tweeted, "You've constantly put down, bullied, and belittled countless female coworkers, including me. Is that support?" Blanchard then responded, "I have never been anything but kind to you. I've dealt with mean girls since I started. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but I've had my ups and downs. I've made silly decisions such as life. You have zero merit in your comments. Instead, putting me down here for a little clout, you've got my number." La Rosa Negra then wrote, "Sienna and Chelsea Green, thank you so much. That story, yes, that happened in Japan 2017. Tessa Blanchard does not remember it. Can I? I'm not a mean girl with my coworkers around the world. Be kind. Hashtag racist is not ridiculous. It's a sickness." She is the wrestler that Blanchard allegedly spat on and called the N-word. Then Shanna wrote in support of La Rosa Negra. "Blanchard did more nasty stuff in Japan. Never forget. Practice what you preach, sweetheart. I stand by," I guess, whatever her Twitter handle is here. "She's a loving, fun person who would never disrespect anybody. Much love to you, Rosa." And then more jumped in as well. All day long, there were people going after Tessa Blanchard. And Tessa did her statement, and that's all she did. And then she won the title. And then she did a speech about how mentally strong she was. So this was quite the weekend for her. And all I can tell you is I wasn't there in Japan. I don't know what happened. But a lot of people came out on Twitter saying that it did happen. And it is no mystery that Tessa Blanchard was not signed to a lot of different places because of attitude issues. And how deep those attitude issues went, how much those promotions knew about whatever, I don't know. I just know that as far as in-ring talented female wrestlers, she is one of the best in this entire country. And she could not get a developmental deal with WWE, and she didn't end up in a lot of other places as well. And they ended up signing her to Impact Wrestling, and it's not like nobody there knew all of these stories. It's not like there weren't people working there that had witnessed stories, but they decided that we have the best working American female wrestler, and we're going to go all the way with her. And they did. And that's the story.
It is. Have you had a chance to see the match yet? I know you hadn't as of last night with
I
Dave
have not
doing
seen the
show.
match.
I've seen it. Impact is truly the land of the misfit toys, isn't it? I know this is probably supposed to be a great crowning achievement for Tessa. It really just made me think more, and I didn't have a chance to see the whole show, so take this for what it's worth. You know, I didn't get a chance to see the show as it rolled along in context, but just watching the main event, more than anything, I was just kind of stuck with the fact that Sami Callihan's been the world champion there, and now he's lost it to Tessa Blanchard. The match wasn't really that good. It was a garbage match. It wasn't bad. It was the typical overcomer. Sami Callihan is gross and does a lot of gross things, and he had it on 11 yesterday, as well he should have, with Tessa Blanchard doing everything he could to just be the slimiest, worst guy in that ring he could be, and Tessa, of course, fighting back out of all of it. But there is still a level, even with what we know about fighters and women competitors and athletes and your Kayla Harrisons of the world and your Ronda Rousey's and Amanda Nunez's or whoever you want to put, even though we know how great some of them could be, this match was almost a bridge too far, as far as he's laying in so much punishment at times. It's like, really, dude, what's the matter with you? Because at this point, it's like, any world champion anywhere. In theory, if I'm supposed to be looking at this as a world champion, an epic world championship moment, even though it's got Sami Callihan and Tessa Blanchard in it, it ain't cutting it for me. And it didn't do it for me. It was an okay match. I know the story they were trying to tell, and I'm sure to the fan base that it was going after, the people that were there seemed to really be into it. But I think as you expand out of the very small base that is looking at this, I don't think people are looking at it with kind eyes. And I think with what the weekend had and what it entailed for Tessa Blanchard, horrible timing for Impact indeed, certainly, but it just is not going to make anything any more flowery about it either. I mean, there were just no good tidings at all to me about last night's match, including her post-match promo, which really, they kept her quiet all weekend long doing media. For her to say anything afterwards except for, forget about even saying I'm sorry, just don't say anything at all, probably would have been the best case. To me, like everything about this weekend just kind of buried Tessa and Impact further. I could be wrong, but I don't know.
So this person here, in other news from the weekend, says, is Marty Scurll going to be the key that links all promotions together, Ring of Honor, AEW, NWA, and New Japan? Well, Marty Scurll re-signed with Ring of Honor. He is joining the booking team. And Dave Meltzer added the most lucrative deal in company history. He said it was main roster money. WWE main roster money. And you can think about all the guys that signed to WWE that are in NXT who are not making main roster money. Scurll's ROH deal expired in November. Continue to work dates for the company as the two sides work towards the new contract. One of the more surprising aspects, it says, is the 31-year-old is joining the booking team alongside Hunter Johnson effective immediately. Mike Johnson, PW Insider, reported Scurll was heavily involved in the creative for both the company's shows this past weekend and the upcoming free February 9th show in Baltimore, which was his idea. Delirious will remain with the company. We did get rave reviews for the shows this weekend. And Scurll will be able to work with the NWA, where he's involved in an angle with world champion Nick Aldis. I presume this text message sender here was talking about last night's Observer Radio, where Dave noted that Scurll wants to try to get a deal worked out between AEW and Ring of Honor, and how Scurll can also work for New Japan. Now, with all of that information here, I mean, the idea that he is going to be the key that links all of these promotions together, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves the way that some people got ahead of themselves with the Jericho-Tanahashi situation and the stipulations of their match leading into the Tokyo Dome. Marty Scurll is on the booking team, and Delirious is no longer considered like the head booker. And Delirious had been doing that job for well over a decade. He'd booked like 400 television tapings and pay-per-views. It is a completely thankless job. No matter what you do, it's not quite as thankless as like trying to book Raw on SmackDown, but it's up there. Because instead of a Vince McMahon, you've got a Sinclair. And there's only so much that you can do with what you've got. And he will be continuing to do the job in a non-head booker capacity. We'll tell you about that and more after the break. Wrestling Observer Live.
Do you owe $10,000 or more on at least 2 federal student loans? Then you may qualify for new programs offered by the Department of Education. These programs can reduce your interest, lower your payments, and possibly qualify you for loan forgiveness. If you have $10,000 or more and at least 2 federal student loans and currently not in school, you may qualify for one of these programs. Call now to check your eligibility. Student loan advisors are standing by to help you determine if you qualify for these new programs. They can help you reduce your interest, lower your payment, and even forgive a portion of your student loan debt. Take control of your financial future. Make this free 5-minute free call now to Nationwide Student Loans and learn how you can reduce your student loan debt.
800-439-7851, 800-439-7851, 800-439-7851, 800-439-7851.
Here's a great way to save money on your prescription medications. If you take Viagra or Cialis, we can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men and women to improve their sexual performance. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get nearly 100. There's no need to pay expensive prices for Viagra or Cialis. Call now with your prescription and pay as little as $2 a pill. We offer 24/7 service and always free delivery and confidential packaging. Change your life for the better and have fun. Call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
800-709-4409. 800-709-4409. 800-709-4409. That's 800-709-4409.
Want to fly somewhere? Looking for cheap flights or cheap tickets? Then call. That's right. Call the low-cost airline travel hotline now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. Low-cost airlines has all kinds of cheap travel deals. Fly domestically and save up to 75%. You can even fly internationally and save even more. Yes, fly anywhere in the world and save a lot of money on your plane tickets. We'll even save you money with cheap travel deals on hotels, rental cars, even complete travel packages. So don't book your tickets until you call us first for the absolute cheapest prices on U.S. and international airline tickets and hotels. Call right now for prices so low they can't be published. Travel experts are here 24/7 to help. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. 800-754-4531. That's 800-754-4531.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Back in the show, Brian Alvarez here, Wrestling Observer Live. Mike Sempervive, also WrestlingObserver.com. So back to the Marty Scurll thing. So yes, he wants to get Ring of Honor and AEW together. And he's working for NWA. And he's probably going to be doing stuff for New Japan. I don't even know what that entails. I mean, I don't know what the New Japan and Ring of Honor relationship is at this exact moment. I don't know if he's going to sign a separate contract with New Japan like guys like Jericho and Moxley have done. But, starting with the Ring of Honor and AEW, I mean, right now, there's no argument that AEW is a stronger promotion. They've got national television on TNT. And yes, ROH is on a bunch of Sinclair stations, but, these stations, it depends on where you are. Some of these shows air at like 1 o'clock in the morning. TNT is obviously much stronger. And the first question is, Marty Scurll can want these companies to work together, and obviously the elite loves Marty Scurll. But does AEW want to work with Ring of Honor? And does Ring of Honor want to work with AEW? I'm sure that based on the talent roster that AEW has, Ring of Honor would love to use those guys. You got to think about this from the AEW side. What benefit are we going to get from working with the Ring of Honor? There's some very talented people that work in Ring of Honor that if you had a working relationship, they could do AEW. But at the same time, that means that your guys have to go to Ring of Honor. And you've got a promotion that is very much about win-loss records. And we already saw this weekend that MJF is finishing up with MLW. This was bound to happen at some point. There were people that had these deals that allowed them to work elsewhere. But as things go on with AEW, I think you're going to be seeing less and less of that. I don't think they want their guys doing stuff on their television and maybe amassing a win-loss record or going on a losing streak or whatever, and then going to another company that has national television, and maybe they're doing jobs, or maybe they're getting wins, or however the thing works. This is not an easy thing to just say, it's best for the fans that we get people from Ring of Honor on AEW TV and vice versa. This is a business here. That's one of the things, that's one of the hurdles, and there's many hurdles, by the way, between trying to get New Japan and AEW working together. We've been talking about this for months. So, yes, I mean, I've said this before. There are people in every company that would love for everybody to work together. But there's also people at the very, very top, and they have to look at all of these things from a business perspective. How does this help us? How does this not help us? Is this worth it? And I don't think this is going to be just, oh, man, Marty Scurll's on the ROH booking team, and he's working with NWA and New Japan, and he wants to get AEW involved, and maybe we're going to have this dream scenario of all of these promotions working together to take on WWE. I just would not get your hopes up right now.
No, it's fun to tease it. For video viewers over my right shoulder here, there's a Pro Wrestling USA program up with Kamala and Sergeant Slaughter on the cover, and that sounded like a pretty good co-promotional idea, and any connection that AEW and ROH would have, I don't think would end in such a horrible and disastrous way, but I don't think it would ultimately end any differently either, because what benefit is it to the Khan family or to Sinclair Broadcasting that these two places work with each other and work together? ROH, if there's somebody there that feels as though they got fleeced with the elite plucking Gary Juster's brain and using ROH to help get themselves a show on WGN America, a pre-show and a pay-per-view that was co-produced by Ring of Honor. I mean, they had a company that went into direct business with them and has hurt them and has had to cause them to spend a lot of money. And all of that business stuff that you talked about, as much as the fantasy booking is fantastic, I think what was a better thing if you're looking for something to feel passionate and feel excited about is after such a malaise that ROH was in, after so many missteps, whether it be at their own hand or whether it be things forced upon them corporately or from other outside influences, that malaise, it feels as though after this weekend, that fog has now lifted. And at least there seems to be a new start. Whether it's the best start in the world or not, I don't know. But when you have Roosh and Dragon Lee is going to jump on board, Marty Scurll is sticking around, and he's going to be able to work in other places, which opens up other, at least prospective opportunities and fun fantasy things. If you're a Ring of Honor fan who has been, in the doldrums for a while, it gives you some life. It gives you something to think about and feel happy about. So I think this is a good thing. You did mention that this deal with Marty Scurll is being rumored as being, now, is this through Ring of Honor? The money is WWE main roster, or he's got the potential to make that money with this money and other money?
That's the contract that he was signed to from Ring of Honor.
If this is the case, Marty Scurll, and we'll have to see how this whole story plays out, but Marty Scurll having a deal that pays him WWE main roster money and still gives him the opportunity to sling deals with New Japan and anywhere else he wants to go is, I don't know if that's the sweetest of the sweetheart deals yet. I don't know if Jericho's probably got a better one because he's Chris Jericho, but I mean, of all of them, that's an amazing
well,
deal.
let's not get ahead of ourselves here. So it may not be that he can do whatever he wants. I mean, right now, Ring of Honor officially, I mean, I don't know if this has changed of late because there hasn't been a lot of work
I take that back.
the two.
Let me.
Well, hold on.
Go on.
Ring of Honor is working with New Japan and NWA right now. So he can do both of those things. Now, if something happens tomorrow and the Ring of Honor NWA association falls apart, I mean, there's a chance that he's done with NWA. This may not be like he can just do whatever he wants on top of making all this money for Ring of Honor.
Well, that's what I was going to do. I was going to amend that to at least say that he's got the ability to work for these other companies, relatively unencumbered. I'm sure ROH has got, points on his, North American rights and the final say on if something's going to happen like WrestleMania weekend or something like that. Obviously, I understand that, but, the ability to at least double, triple, quadruple, quintuple dip, through a bunch of different companies while you're in a position of, relative power, with Ring of Honor is a hell of a deal. And one of the, again, if people want to say anything, people can say anything they want about AEW opening up, but it is going to make a lot of people and has made people a lot of money and has certainly shifted the landscape.
So this person here says, I hope Marty as the head booker can fix some of the issues in Ring of Honor, the company that I once used to love. Well, it's 2020, and the ROH that a lot of people used to love I mean, this is early 2000s Ring of Honor, mid 2000s Ring of Honor.
The kids who grew up at that time are now facing that nostalgia, looking back 20 years and going, I want that back.
Well, it's not just that. Listen, this is a totally different business now. And one of the things about Ring of Honor that everybody loved was they believed that the actual best workers in the U.S. were working in a Ring of Honor. And they were tearing it down and doing all of these great matches. And here's the thing. Let's say that last week, okay, maybe 2 weeks ago, whatever, let's say that Sinclair decided, you know what, man, look at this AEW. They're doing 900,000 on TNT and 100,000 pay-per-view buys. We're not doing anything close to that. Like, all right, you know what? Let's pour some money into this. But this is purely hypothetical, by the way. Let's just say they said that, and they decided we are now going to open up. Sinclair's loaded, okay? They can sign some big money deals. So let's say that they decided to do that. Well, guess what? A little late. Look at everybody who's been signed to All Elite Wrestling and WWE and NXT and NXT UK. They can decide that they want to spend all the money that they want to spend. But guess what? What are they spending that money on? Luckily, Marty Scurll's deal was coming due, and Bandito decided that he was going to re-sign. And there are others out there, don't get me wrong. But if you're looking at which companies have the greatest talent on the planet in them right now, it's like you got New Japan, and those guys' deals aren't coming up anytime soon. And you've got, like, WWE is loaded up on everybody, whether it's WWE UK, NXT, or Raw or SmackDown. And AEW is loaded up on everybody. Man. So, in order for Ring of Honor to become what Ring of Honor used to be, which is the one promotion where all of the best workers, they go there. I mean, you're going to have to expect that Sinclair is going to be willing to pay $1 million a year to like all of these guys, and probably a lot more than that, because WWE is throwing around a ton of money. This is just not going to happen anytime soon, and maybe ever. And keep in mind, WWE, if Ring of Honor started offering $1 million deals, they'd probably start offering $1.5 million deals. I mean, this is what WWE does. So what you have to hope for with Ring of Honor is that they can make the most of the talent that they've got, that every now and then they can find somebody, whether it be from AEW or WWE, who feels, you know what, I'm making $1 million a year, but man, I'm just not doing anything with this sport that I love. And I'm not going to work for $100,000. I'm not going to take a $900,000 pay cut, but if Ring of Honor is going to offer me $750,000, you know what? I'll take that $250,000 pay cut, because $750,000 a year is still great. I'll go to Ring of Honor. That's what you have to hope for. But that's not happening anytime soon.
You got to adapt and be flexible now. You got to change up what you were, because you're not any of those things you once were. And that's where a new set of eyeballs sitting at Delirious' side could help. You know, you got Sinclair there. You got Todd Sinclair, that is. You got Bubba Dudley. You got I don't know who else is involved in actually plucking away at things, but a new set of eyeballs, some new fresh thinking, because you are limited and handcuffed in so many ways by your parent company and by your setup and the way that you are. Here's a chance. And here's a chance to go out there and maybe make the most of what you got. You're going to have Brody King at some point come back. It's time to make him a single star, pushing him in that direction. You know, you have excitement with these luchadors and with the Mexican guys you got coming in. Dragon Lee could be a star in any language. What are you going to do with him? You got to try to maximize with what you got, because times have changed. And when guys come and go, back in the day, maybe you wouldn't have taken the chance at a guy who you could only get for a couple dates. Maybe you ought to change your thinking right now and look at yourself sometimes as a big indie instead of a player on the scale that
all right, well, stand by.
And WWE is.
Back in a moment, Observer Live.
Welcome back to Sports View. Next topic. Is it really all about power? Makes me think of Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Gives you the power to find options based on your budget. Let's go to Chuck for an irrelevant analogy.
Man, back in the day, people didn't ask how many oranges are in the crate. They just took the oranges. They didn't say, are there 6, 7, 12, 15, whatever. It was just oranges. You get me?
We get you, Chuck. In a word, oranges.
Give it to us straight with the Progressive Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Imagine this is your money and someone wants to take it from you. Who is it? The IRS. They want your money, and guess what? They can legally take it, all of it if they want. Remember, they sent you that letter that said, hey, you owe us a bunch of cash and we're going to take it from you. So what do? Fight back by letting our team of experts at the tax helpline work it out with the IRS so you can keep your money. And we're good at what we do. When you hire us, you get a team of guys on your side that know the IRS laws and will fight to save your money. So, if you owe the IRS a ton of cash and you want to keep it, call right now and learn for free how we can help you put it back in your pocket.
800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. 800-932-1749. That's 800-932-1749.
The NFL playoffs are off and rolling, and the basketball season is in full swing. So get into the game with our exclusive sports betting partners, betonline.ag. Sign up today to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit to start betting college or professional sports. Every spread, every total, every winner or loser. Straight bet, parlay, or tease your way through the season. And like I mentioned, the divisional round of the playoffs are here. You can follow all the lines at betonline.ag. On Saturday, 6-seed Minnesota heads west to San Francisco, while Tennessee visits Baltimore as a heavy road underdog. On Sunday, Houston takes on KC, and Seattle heads to the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, where Green Bay are a 4-point favorite. Will we see another round of major road upsets? Well, before the next kickoff, head over to betonline.ag and use our promo code COACH55 to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. Bring the playoffs home with our exclusive sportsbook partner, betonline.ag.
The Home Depot has a secret recipe for new kitchen appliances. Up to 40% off appliance special buys, like a stainless steel Whirlpool kitchen package for only $19.98. You get a side-by-side refrigerator, electric range, dishwasher, microwave, and for a limited time, over $1,000 off. Guess the secret's out. Save now on a Whirlpool kitchen, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only. Gas Extra. See store for details. Valid through February 26th.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Back in the show, Brian Alvarez here, Wrestling Observer Live. Mike Sempervive, also of WrestlingObserver.com. So, one other thing I got to mention about Ring of Honor back in the day is if you look at like all of the biggest stars of the 2000s, I mean, every single one of them was somebody who, at the time, WWE would never even have considered hiring. Now, it doesn't matter who you are, how tall you are, how short you are, how fat, skinny, whatever. Like, if they think that you could be a player of any magnitude, they're just going to try to sign you. They'll sign anybody nowadays. This is no disrespect to anybody. I'm just telling you, they'll sign anybody. So, it's just going to be very hard. You can't go back, is my point. And this person here says, Marty Scurll news absolutely blew my mind when it came out yesterday. Feels like ROH is desperate. No, they're just, it's not desperation. It's like they had an opportunity, and they negotiated with the guy, and the guy was willing to come back and also work on the booking committee, and he's got a lot of great ideas. And Hunter had been doing this job, like I said, for a decade. And if anybody thinks that Delirious is sad about this, I mean, I can't tell you for sure, but I guess he's probably overjoyed. I mean, he's gone from being the head booker, where no matter what happened, it was like he will either get all of the praise or he's going to get all of the blame. And, of course, it's 2020 now, so he's only going to get all the blame. So he's gone from that position, not to mention, like, imagine having to book a promotion week to week, all the television, pay-per-views, everything, for over a decade. No. So now he's still with the company. He gets to train the people at the wrestling school, which he loves. He gets to input his ideas. He gets to help format television or tweak ideas or whatever, but he's not the head guy. That responsibility is gone. I mean, quite frankly, if I were Delirious, I'd be over the moon with this. And they have a new person in there that's coming up with ideas, and Scurll gets to go out there, and he's guaranteed to have fresh new ideas because he hasn't done this before in Ring of Honor. And people love the shows this weekend that he helped put together. I mean, I wouldn't call this desperation. It's just like they had an opportunity, and they thought this is going to cover a lot of bases. So, hey, let's go for it. And so far, I mean, at least artistically, people have been very happy with it.
Yeah, it's only been one weekend, but okay, good. We've not, actually, and I take that back. We've not only had the one weekend, we've had the NWA stuff, but that has been dribbling in, and I guess has been a hint leading into this stuff. When all this showed up the last time around, we get the NWA's pay-per-view coming up on the 24th. You know, they both tape at center stage. Obviously, that's where all this stuff went down this weekend. So, yay, there you go. And, you know, I mentioned, you know, as I trailed off the air there at the end of the last segment about possibly changing to some things up as far as how they look at talent goes. And in some ways, Jeff Cobb is forcing that upon them. He hasn't signed a new deal, but he's willing to hang out. And he's got other interests that he wants to fulfill, but he hasn't closed the door on Ring of Honor. He's working dates for them. You know, they're probably going to have to be more open to doing some things like that. And, of course, obviously protecting their back door to make sure that they don't get screwed over in any exchange or anything like that. But they still hold a lot of cards, and they still have a lot of people under contract. They're going to have to develop more people. They had the tie-in at one point with the Monster Factory. They've been working nonstop with the Maryland Championship Wrestling for quite some time. They're going to have to develop some people. The women's division, they're going to have to figure out what they want to do with that. I would just jettison that thing altogether if they haven't really already. I mean, it's kind of quietly gone away. They really need to take a hard look at that and decide on what they want to do there. And, again, we'll have to see the way the year goes on, but NWA needed a little bit of life after some things went down with them and Cornette. They're going to seemingly have that with Ring of Honor, working with them again. ROH has got some shine behind them. New Japan has kicked off their year, so, everything kind of hope springs eternal right now, I guess, unless you're a youngster watching NXT because you don't exist.
This person says, every time I watch Tyler Bate, he just gets better every single time. Match of the night every show. If he isn't a legit star in this company somewhere in the future, they've done it all wrong. Well, I could say that about 50 guys. Last night, NXT TakeOver UK, I really liked the show. Thought the Tyler Bate, Jordan Devlin match was just unbelievable. I had so many people live in the building that were texting me right after the match ended, just saying, you've got to watch this match, match of the year candidate. It's good as stuff at the Tokyo Dome, unbelievable. It was a fantastic match. And yes, Tyler Bate, Jordan Devlin, they're awesome. I've been putting over Tyler Bate for like 4 years now. I mean, nothing against Pete Dunne, but when they had those Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne matches, like, all I heard was everybody talking about how great Pete Dunne was. And I was like, dude, Pete Dunne is great, but, like, look at Tyler Bate, for crying out loud. Here he is just tearing the house down here. He's unbelievable. The Walter Joe Coffey match, I thought that was a very good match. Dave hated it. It was too long. It didn't need to go 25 minutes. But if you want to see two big dudes just beating the absolute hell out of each other, I really liked that match. Ladder match was a ladder match. It was a crazy one. I wasn't totally enamored with it, but I'm not going to call it a bad match. It was a good match. They worked their asses off. That was a lot of fun. The three-way women's match I thought was very good, except for they did every single three-way finish you've ever seen in your whole entire life. I'm not even joking. Babyface gets the pin, but the heel throws them off and steals the pin. I mean, we've seen it a million times. I don't need to see that at NXT. I see it enough on the main roster. And they did the same exact finish in another three-way on the Impact show on Sunday night. And then Trent Seven Eddie Dennis was just a fine opener. So I really liked NXT UK. I don't know about everybody else. I mean, I think everybody unanimously loved the Tyler Bate match, but man, oh man. This person here says, how is Tyler Bate so unbelievably great at 22? I can only imagine how good he's going to be in a few more years. Jordan Devlin, also one of the best out of the UK scene. I had goosebumps watching that match yesterday. Yeah, well, Tyler Bate started young. Although I think Jordan Devlin started when he was 12. So, I mean, these guys have been doing it for a long, long time. And I'm not a big fan of, kids 11, 12. I mean, not just like the girls in Stardom, but, I mean, Buddy Wayne's son was in the ring doing matches at 11. And he's actually doing fine. I mean, he's not doing like a full schedule or anything like that. He just does a match here and there. But that's very, very young. I mean, at the same time, I guess I was sort of doing the same thing when I was young. Nothing stupid, but I mean, when you start young, you end up really good at 22. That's all I can tell you. And Tyler Bate, Jordan Devlin, a lot of those guys. It turned out awesome, Mike. Thank you very much.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't go, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see the whole show yet. I did see the main event with Walter, and Here's the thing. I didn't think it was a bad match at all. I thought it was, if the Sami Callihan and Tessa match was masturbatory as far as gross spots go and extending out the baiting of, Sami Callihan just, healing it up and drawing it out. That's kind of with Walter, you expect that with a lot of his matches with some of the chops and stuff like that. There was a point at this match I was thinking it's kind of like, and I'll probably get killed for this, like Kenta Miyahara matches where he's really good, but I don't need to see every match go 35 minutes, and I kind of got that feeling during this match as well, too. And I didn't get the chance to see the rest of the card. To me, it was like 3 stars good. It was a good match. You don't have to go flying out of your way to go see it or anything like that. I would say to fly the Undisputed Era all the way over there to do that show-closing angle is insane to me, but it worked because it was a great exclamation point on the match, I thought. I thought it was a real surprise. The crowd was obviously nuclear for it, so it worked that way, but it was, kind of amazing that they did it, and I'll have to see the rest of the show. I feel bad about NXT UK. That's probably, I think it's the last time I watched an NXT UK show was the last takeover they had, and I remember watching the TV before the takeover, the last couple of TVs to catch up before that takeover show. And I'm thinking, it's like, man, this is really good. I wish I had time to watch it. Of course, I haven't watched it since. I heard the pre-show, the preview that they were doing, the hype video that they were doing for Takeover 2 was going to be really good. I saw it. It was excellent. It was awesome. That's something people should probably go out of their way to see. I think that was great. And then, the one match, again, I only saw the main event. It was good. The crowd was live. I want to see more. But time is an issue, and that's just one of the biggest problems with NXT UK, and I don't know if there's an answer for it, but I don't know how it does on the network.
Yeah, I got an answer, actually.
Go ahead.
Listen, if their idea is, takeovers are always 2.5 hours, and they're always 5 matches, and you end up having matches that end up having to go too long, well, there's an easy solution. There's 2 of them. One is you do a shorter show, which I don't think they're going to do. Or 2, it's okay to have 6 matches. I mean, but there's no law against it. I mean, you don't have to just do 5 matches on a takeover.
Oh, sure, but I'm talking more of, I don't know what you can do as far as to try to get any oomph or visibility or attention behind NXT UK. We talk about how you
it's
can
not
kind
going
of
to happen.
spark.
It's impossible.
That's the thing, how you can kind of spark NXT, and we talk about the position that Ring of Honor is in, and it's like with NXT UK, and I don't want to insult anybody who's watching internationally or who's watching in the UK, Scotland, Ireland, wherever, and Germany, and is really into NXT UK programming. I'm sorry, I just have to look at it from my point of view and everything that we're killed with over here, and it's just too bad because the little bit I see, at the very least, it's good, if not great, a lot of the stuff.
Let me explain this to everybody, okay? So here's a deal with NXT UK, NXT, Raw, SmackDown, or really anything else in any business or walk of life, okay? It's just like wrestling. It's just like if you try to make every single person a star, nobody's going to be a star. And when you are WWE and you decide that you're going to have Raw, SmackDown, NXT, 205 Live, NXT UK, they're going to try an NXT Japan, okay? The reality is you can't make all of these a big deal. It's impossible. If you try, you're going to hurt Raw and SmackDown, okay? So what NXT UK is and what NXT Japan is going to be, and 205 Live is kind of different, but what these things are, it's not even about making them like a big deal to WWE. What it is we're trying to make sure that nobody from the UK scene takes off and hurts us in the UK. We're trying to make sure that nobody in Japan is going to take off and hurt us in Japan. Like, they tried to go into Mexico, but unfortunately for them, as it turns out, the fans in Mexico actually want to watch Lucha Libre more than they want to watch WWE, unless the Undertaker's there, and he's not there all the time. So that's really what this is. NXT UK is just going to be like a promotion under the WWE umbrella, and they're going to get these takeover events, and they're going to get this TV. But, it's not going to be more than that because it can't be. It just can't be.
Well, I mean, it could be, but I understand what you're saying because you're right. It's the billboard effect. It's what Coke and Pepsi do. It's why they have 97 brands of something. I remember when Smirnoff Ice came out with all the different flavors, and it's like, okay, does Pina Colada not sell? Guess what? We have Green Apple ready to go. Green Apple not going to work out. We have Pineapple Mango ready to go, and it's like you never lose that spot on the shelf. You just keep refilling it with something else, trying to block everybody else out, and I understand that that's what they're trying to do, but these guys, they still have merch to sell. It's still a product. It's still wrestling. And it's, we're talking a little bit about it today on the show. And it's like, it's too bad. Again, the little bit I catch of it, I wish you could, they could get the word out there more. It's just too bad they can't, although they probably should try to figure out a way. And frankly, they should really blend NXT and NXT UK together.
First says it was definitely the worst UK takeover. I felt the main event and ladder match were too long, more of a 3 to 3.25 star main event. Good, but not justified in its length. Well, it was too long, but I think it was better than 3. And finally, who does Big Show turn on and punch out first tonight, Owens or Joe? Well, history says that's a decent chance of happening. And you know what? I'm going to tell you another reason why I think it's happening tonight. Back in a moment, Observer Live.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
Do you love watching sports? Well, how would you like to be able to take your favorite sports with you and watch them anywhere? In your house, on your computer, even on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
800-720-5971. 800-720-5971. 800-720-5971. That's 800-720-5971.
Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Back in the show, Brian Alvarez here, Wrestling Observer Live. Mike Sempervive, also WrestlingObserver.com. So this person wanted to know who the Big Show is going to turn on tonight. The Big Show, this is no joke,
He's on his way to having turned 40 times in his wrestling career, okay? I swear to God, the number right now is like at 34, 35. That's how many times he's turned in his wrestling career. So it seems inevitable that this guy's probably going to turn. And the match tonight, announced for Raw, we've got AJ versus Randy Orton, Aleister Black versus Buddy Murphy, Rusev Lashley, and Seth Rollins and the AOP versus Kevin Owens, Samoa Joe, and The Big Show in a fist fight. And they're not telling you what a fist fight is. I guess they think that that's going to make you tune in if you don't know what it is. Like maybe you'll think they're shooting, okay? But when The Big Show came back, like the very first thing I thought was how every year, not every single year obviously, but it happens over and over again. On the road to WrestleMania, whichever babyface is getting a shot at the title at WrestleMania has to have a 2-month feud with The Big Show. It happens all the time. It's like all Vince knows. Babyface has got to get his title shot at WrestleMania. It's got to go through a giant. It's got to slay a giant. And lo and behold, January kicks off, and who's back but The Big Show? Remember how many times
gatekeeper.
Roman Reigns had to go through The Big Show on his way to WrestleMania? Happened like 3 times.
Beanstalk.
So, I mean, if I don't know if Kevin Owens is going to do. I don't know if they're doing Kevin Owens, Brock Lesnar at Mania. I mean, I kind of doubt it. But if they are, like, Big Show's turning on Kevin Owens because now Kevin Owens will have to feud for 2 months with The Big Show because he got to slay a giant on the road to WrestleMania. So anyway, that's tonight. And also tonight is myself and Dave, Wrestling Observer Radio, talking about Raw and all the news. And in a few moments, I'm going to hop on with Filthy Tom Lawler for Filthy 4 Daily. It's going to be a fun time. Lots of great stuff. Check it out. Subscribers at WrestlingObserver.com. And that's it from here. Thanks, Mike, as always. Callers and listeners, everybody in the studio. Talk to you next time. Wrestling Observer Live.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for January the 13th, 2020. I'm Mike Clifford. Defense Secretary Mark Esper Sunday would not provide intelligence to back up President Trump's claim that Iran's top military general was planning an attack on 4 embassies in the Middle East before he was killed by U.S. forces. That from multiple sources, including CNN. The president never said there was specific intelligence to 4 different embassies, Esper told CNN's Jake Tapper on State of the Union, but Esper said he shared the president's belief that the embassies were threatened by Soleimani. In a separate interview that aired Sunday morning, Esper said he didn't see a specific threat against 4 embassies in any intelligence. Just over the past few years, the U.S. Senate has confirmed 185 of President Donald Trump's judicial nominees, the majority of whom have a conservative track record.
Along with 2 Supreme Court justices, senators have confirmed 50 Circuit Court and 133 District Court judges. According to State's newsroom reporter Allison Stevens, who has covered politics for nearly a decade, the sheer number of conservative confirmations amounts to what some are calling a repeal of progressive reforms that harken back to the New Deal.
And what President Trump is doing and Mitch McConnell is supporting and doing in the Senate is supporting hundreds of conservative judges who oppose a lot of progressive reforms throughout the country.
The Senate recently confirmed University of North Carolina law professor Richard Myers II as federal judge for North Carolina's Eastern District, which includes Fayetteville, Greenville, Raleigh, and Wilmington. I'm Nadia Ramlagan.
According to the American Constitution Society, more than 70 vacancies on district and circuit courts have yet to be filled. And homeless service providers in the state of New Mexico say it is a solvable problem, but only if lawmakers step up funding for 2 evidence-based intervention programs.
Ahead of the 2020 legislative session that starts on January 21st, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness has prepared a report to show how much it would cost to end homelessness. Hank Hughes leads the coalition and is encouraging lawmakers to make a one-time $48 million investment to build permanent supportive housing and $61 million over 2 years on programs to address homelessness directly.
One being permanent supportive housing for people with disabilities. The other thing we want them to fund is rapid rehousing, which is short-term rental assistance for people who just need a hand up for a short period of time to get out of homelessness.
I'm Roz Brown.
A recent study by the University of New Mexico showed a 31% decrease in service utilization costs when a group of chronically homeless people in Albuquerque were housed for a 1-year period. 15 to 20,000 New Mexicans experience homelessness each year. This is PMS. In Pennsylvania, Andrea Sears reports Allegheny County was once again among the 5 worst counties in the entire nation for air quality over the Christmas holidays. Area residents are demanding action.
From December 21st to 26th, the weather system trapped pollution over the region, forcing people to breathe some of the worst air in the country. And it wasn't the first time. Violations of air quality standards frequently make the county out of compliance with the Federal Clean Air Act. According to Matthew Mahalik, who heads the Breathe Project, poor air quality is a chronic problem that has plagued Allegheny County for decades.
We have large industrial facilities that leak because they're old and not well maintained and results in emissions occurring all the time.
Residents and environmentalists held a news conference Friday to demand that the Allegheny Health Department update emission regulations and hold U.S. Steel accountable. I'm Andrea Sears reporting.
On Friday, that county's health department said it would take up new coke oven regulations, as well as exploring instituting a weather-related response plan. And from the Department of Not Exactly Welcome news, tax season officially starts in a few weeks. On the bright side, hundreds of volunteers are finalizing their training so they can help folks in states like Michigan prepare their returns. Peter Elliott heads up the group's Michigan Tax Aid team, and he says roughly 800 counselors will be available in that state at 150 different sites.
All of our counselors, in addition to the training, they have to pass 3 competency tests that the IRS provides. If they don't pass that, then they're not allowed to do returns. So everybody is trained and certified.
AARP tax prep services are free to folks of all ages. If you'd like to find one near you, check out aarpfoundation.org/taxhelp. Finally, Eric Galanis reports Sunday marked 25 years since wolves were reintroduced in Yellowstone National Park and central Idaho. Wildlife advocates are hoping Colorado voters will consider program successes when deciding on Initiative 107 that happens on the November ballot.
The measure would direct Colorado Parks and Wildlife to create a plan to reintroduce wolves by December 2023. Jonathan Proctor with Defenders of Wildlife says the work in Yellowstone offers a blueprint for bringing the predator back to its historic habitat.
We have 25 years of experience and data and facts to understand the benefits of wolf restoration to the Northern Rockies. We can use those lessons learned and finish the job here in the Southern Rockies.
Some hunters oppose the measure, citing concerns about the potential loss of elk. Proctor says after wolves returned to Wyoming, elk populations actually increased and hunters had higher success rates.
A recent survey showed about 2/3 of Colorado voters support reintroducing the wolves. I'm Mike Clifford from Public News Service. We are member and listener supported, and we're online at publicnewsservice.org.
Andy, listen, the man is just about to say it.
Yeah, let's everybody listen.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
This is classic radio theater.
Want to get away from it all?
The FBI in Peace and War.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The unexpected.
The unexpected.
The unexpected.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
Good evening, friends.
We go back 70 years to January 13th, 1950, an episode of The Halls of Ivy, starring Ronald and Benita Coleman. And we thank you for joining us on this Monday, 13th day of January. Yes, Friday the 13th fell on a Monday this month. It is the 13th day of the year, and we have 353 days remaining until we get to the end of the year. The Great Fire of New Orleans began on this date in 1830. The Treaty of Cajonga ended the Mexican-American War in California in 1847. In 1869, the National Convention of Black Leaders met in Washington. And in 1938, the Church of England accepted the theory of evolution. On this date in 1942, Henry Ford patented a plastic automobile 30% lighter than a regular car. Of course, being during World War II, cars were going to get built. And, of course, most of our cars today are plastic, so that's a sad thing. The first use of an aircraft ejection seat on this date in 1942 by a German test pilot. And in 1966, Robert C. Weaver became the first African-American cabinet member by being appointed Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
After looking over these potential candidates, after carefully reviewing the proposed operations of the department, its functions as well as its organization, I came to the conclusion that the man for this job is Mr. Robert Weaver. No man's going to have a more difficult or a more challenging job. No man's going to be better able to leave a mark on the generation of Americans to come than the man who takes on this very vital undertaking.
Weaver would serve until 1968, just 2 years or so. He died in 1997. Johnny Cash performed live at Folsom Prison. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps hanging on this date in 1968, and it would become an award-winning album. Shortly after takeoff on this date in 1982, Air Florida Flight 90 737 jet crashed into Washington, D.C.'s 14th Street Bridge and fell into the Potomac River, killing 78, including 4 motorists.
I saw a plane looking like he was going to land at National Airport. You see these planes coming over the 14th Street Bridge to land quite often. However, this plane was going in the wrong direction to land. And I just said, oh my God, he's going to crash.
The girl I jumped in after was hanging on to the rope that they dropped to her, and she just gave out, let go. I guess she passed out or just didn't have any energy in her to. So right after she let go, I jerked my boots off my coat and jumped in after her.
Coincidentally, on that same date in 1982, a Washington, D.C. metro train derailed. 3 people were killed. In 1990, L. Douglas Wilder became the first African-American governor as he took office in Richmond, Virginia. Japan apologized on this date in 1992 for forcing Korean women into sexual slavery during World War II. A wild fox wandered into the Supreme Court building on this date in 2002 and evaded capture for more than a day despite being spotted by a police officer and observed on video cameras. A false emergency alert warning of an impending missile strike in Hawaii on this date in 2018 caused widespread panic in the state. Passing away on this date in history, Stephen Foster, way down upon the Swanee River. Lawmaker Wyatt Earp. Writer James Joyce, I Think That I Shall Never See, a poem lovely as a tree. Actor and comedian Ernie Kovacs, such a funny man. Vice President Hubert Horatio Humphrey. Musician Donny Hathaway. Andre Castellanos. Teddy Pendergrass. And actor Dick Gauthier. Very, very delightful people. Born on this date in history, Horatio Alger Jr., Sophie Tucker, actor Jeff Morrow, Robert Stack, Gwen Vernon, Liz Anderson, who, by the way, did Never Promise You a Rose Garden, actor Charles Nelson Riley. My Charles Nelson Riley sounds a lot like my... Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's just not quite right. And television executive Brandon Tartikoff. And also Rip Taylor, who passed away just this last year at 84. He was such a funny man, a big prop comic who always could get a laugh just by taking off his toupee. I mean, he was a delight. Off-screen, just a soft-spoken fellow, but on-screen, brash and boisterous and just a delight. Rip Taylor passing away this last year. Richard Mall, you remember him from Night Court, the big bald guy? He's 77 today. Julia Louise-Dreyfus is 59. Country's Trace Atkins is 58. From Grey's Anatomy, Patrick Dempsey, Mr. McSteamy. Or is it Dr. McDreamy? One of those two. Anyway, he's 54 today. A couple of Baywatch stars, Tracy Bingham, 52, Nicole Eggert, 48. Orlando Bloom from Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. Orlando Bloom, 43 today. William Hung, who now is in law enforcement, but is probably best remembered from his time on American Idol. Horrible singer. But he got a long ways in it. She bang, ooh, she bang. Yeah, he didn't sing very well. I sing better than he does, and that's not saying much. And from the Hunger Games, Liam Hemsworth is 30 today. Though some of the people celebrating the 13th day of January is their birthday, if this happens to be your birthday.
Hi, we're the 4 freshmen, and we just want to say, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Ooh. Happy birthday to you.
And we go back 70 years to January 13th, 1950 for an episode of The Halls of Ivy starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. And it's going to be an interesting episode. An editorial in the student newspaper has caused a flap. We'll tell you all about that in just 3 minutes. As you're listening to Classic Radio Theater, I'm Wyatt Cox on this Monday here on your favorite station.
Our U.S. Constitution is amazing. It's full of what's called negative rights, designed to protect us from the corrupt powers of a dictatorship.
Like our right to worship our own God, not some official state religion.
Our right to prevent the government from seizing our property without paying fair market value for it.
Or our right to be tried by a jury of our peers, people like us, not by some star tribunal.
And that's why America has become the richest, most just society in the world.
Other countries force so-called positive rights onto their citizens. These enable one group to take from another group their free speech, money, and choice by using government force. Socialists love wielding this power over people.
Sometimes we take our freedoms for granted, but we can lose our Bill of Rights and our Constitution and become like Venezuela or North Korea, failed, brutal socialist regimes.
We need your help to spread the good news about our amazing U.S. Constitution. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Classic Radio Theater family, I've got a serious question for you. How did you sleep last night? No, really, how did you sleep? I know, on your bed, I know, but did you sleep well? Did you sleep through the night? Were you a restless sleeper and get up and toss and turn because the pillow wasn't right? You know that's a bigger problem in sleep than you think it is, and that's why I suggest you get a MyPillow. The best deal about a MyPillow right now is if you go to stores, you're going to see them sold for $50, $60 or more. You get it through MyPillow.com. You can get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for $69.98. You got 60 days to try them out, 60 days to sleep on it. If it doesn't give you the best sleep of your life, send it back. No problem. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special. Tell them I sent you.
Our prime responsibility is protecting our families, but we also need to protect our families' assets. For years, I've studied economics in the Bible and as a financial professional. I'm Dr. Tom Barrett. I found gold to be the best way to protect assets from a government gone wild. Gold is ridiculed by leftist elites who say it's old-fashioned and not suitable for financial planning. But gold is anything but outdated. Smart families use it as part of their retirement plans. Gold has been the only universally recognized money since the beginning of time. Precious metals are the only money in the Bible, and they're the only constitutional money. Your paper money is just government IOUs backed by nothing. No paper money has ever survived. They crash on average in 27 years. The dollar will not be the first to defy this law of economics. Learn more at investmentgradegold.com. That's investmentgradegold.com for your free 10-10-10 financial survival plan.
If one based their performance off of their movie careers and their acting careers, one would not think of Ronald and Benita Coleman as the stars of a comedy program. But thanks to their performances on the Jack Benny radio program, it convinced Don Quinn, who stepped away from Fibber, McGee, and Molly, to create the Halls of Ivy. Gail Gordon and Edna Best probably would have been good in the parts, but they wouldn't have had the charm that Ronald and Benita Coleman did. The Halls of Ivy ran from 1950 to 1952, and we are going to hear an episode of the Halls of Ivy from their first season, January 13th, 1950, 70 years ago, student editorial here on Classic Radio Theater.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. We suppose most people regard a college president, when they happen to think of him at all, as a man concerned only with scholarly matters, such as a fat endowment or a new football stadium. Now, this is a profound misconception. In most respects, college presidents have the same interests we do. At this moment, for example, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, sits book in hand seeking the answer to a question millions of thoughtful Americans are asking themselves tonight. Who done it? Mrs. Hall is going over the household accounts.
Toddy, the telephone. Toddy, please answer the telephone.
I hear it, Victoria, but I don't see it.
You were the one who wanted the extra long extension cord installed.
I know I did. I thought it would be a convenience. I didn't foresee it as an endless series of romps through the living room. Do you see it anywhere?
It seems to be coming from that part of the room.
It's coming from every part of the room.
Well, look under the couch.
This is one of the most infuriating... Yes, what is it, Penny?
The telephone is ringing, sir.
Thank you. We are trying to find it.
I found the cord.
That's good. Now follow it to the end. It's all right, Penny.
Yes, sir.
Well, answer it, Victoria.
Wrong end.
Not again. This happens every time. I can't... Oh, here it is. I've got it.
Well done.
Now, let's see who... It stopped. Yes, it's provoking to think it may have been important.
It's even more provoking to think it may have been a wrong number. Stop worrying over it, Toddy. You said you were going to relax this evening. Go on back to your mystery. Is it a good one?
Yes, very intriguing. And almost as bloody as Hamlet.
Like another cushion?
No, thank you, darling. I'm quite comfortable. I can reach it. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, good evening. Oh, fine, thank you. Tonight? Well, yes, if it's really important. When shall I expect you? Very well, then. Yes. Goodbye.
Oh, dear. Couldn't you put him off? Seems such a shame to let yourself in for such dreadful dullness on your one free night.
I doubt that I shall find it dull. Wellman and I share a common interest in... I wonder what sort of a nasty brew he's concocted this time.
Well, go on. Do drop the other shoe, Toddy. You were saying that you and Mr. Wellman share a common interest. A common interest in what?
My job. I have it, and he wants me out of it. He's been after that for years, pursuing it with the fixity of purpose and the utter lack of humor of a child reading a comic book.
Well, there's no point in fretting. Have an apple.
Vicky, darling, I love you, but I cannot be soothed with a pippin.
I wasn't trying to soothe you, Toddy. I was merely trying to induce you to eat some fruit. You never eat any at all. It's bad for you. Is there any chance of Mr. Wellman getting you out of your job?
Oh, not for the next 5 years. My contract, as you know, runs through 1955. But he seems to have reasoned that if little drops of water can, in the course of time, produce a phenomenon like the Grand Canyon, I need not complete the thought.
You sure you won't try Pippin?
Quite sure, my dear. In my most tranquil moments, I have little taste for apples. I've even less while awaiting the arrival of a colleague who is seeking to dehorse me.
It's very odd, you know. I should detest fruit, too. It figured so prominently in my first professional appearance.
Really, Victoria? I've always thought of your theatrical career as a series of personal triumphs.
Yeah, well, it was, for the most part. But not in this particular instance. I was only 15, but rather ripe for my age, when a comic named Artie Pinero offered me a job as his partner in a variety turn.
15? I wish I'd seen the act.
You'll change your mind when I'll tell you we were billed as Pinero and Cromwell, those funny people. We broke in a turn at a small variety house in the East End of London. I like to think the performance flopped because of its subtlety.
What was it like?
Well, I'd feed Artie a line, and he'd retort wittily, and then we'd slosh each other about the head with inflated bladders. The harvest of occurred after we'd been on about 3 minutes, and order was not restored until about the 6th chorus of God Save the King.
And you still like apples, huh? 9 o'clock. Wellman will be here any minute.
Oh, Toddy, don't look so concerned. Do you think he's got some particular grudge against you?
No, I don't think so. No, he's just a sort of an intellectual Sunday driver. He has no destination in mind and resents being passed by someone who has. There he is now.
Well, Penny will let him in. You're not really worrying about his visit, are you?
No, but the jawbone of an ass is a legendary weapon. And Mr. Wellman, being equipped with both uppers and lowers... Whoops. Oh, good evening, Mr. Wellman.
Good evening, Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall.
Good evening.
Come in.
Thank you. How are you feeling this evening, Doctor?
Fine. Never better. Should have seen the dinner I ate.
Oh, good.
I really tucked it away with both hands tonight, didn't I, Victoria?
You certainly did. And imagine, no sooner had we left the table and settled ourselves in here than he asked for an apple. Here you are, William, have one.
Thank you, Victoria.
Oh, not at all. Would you care for one, Mr. Wellman?
No, thank you. Apples do not agree with me.
Sit down, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you. This was on your book. Excellent mystery, I thought. Have you guessed yet that the elevator girl Dolores is the murderer?
No, I haven't. I imagine I will very soon, though. Is there anything else you wish to see me about?
Yes. I have here a copy of today's edition of the students' newspaper, the Ivy Bulletin. I want to resemble the peace of God in that they are beyond human comprehension. Never has so much pap.
What?
Familiar with it?
Naturally. Everyone knows that prosperous industrialists spend most of their time devouring student publications.
It was an irregular meeting, Doctor. I trust it does not upset you.
Oh, not in the least. Victoria, may I have another apple?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
I assumed the board would be familiar with the editorial because of my own interest in the bulletin. I was its editor while a member of the class of 1907. Imagine my horror when I realized they had heard nothing about this editorial and never would have, had I not brought it to their attention.
You must have felt dreadful.
I immediately tried to undo the damage I had so innocently caused. I told them I felt certain there was some explanation for an editorial which discussed me and the other members of the board in terms one would not apply even to a mongrel dog.
And that failed to calm them?
My efforts to pour oil upon the troubled waters merely incensed them the more.
Incredible.
They instructed me to go to the root of the matter and to announce to you that they would press for Buckley's expulsion. His immediate expulsion.
Even to consider it.
Thing entirely between you and the members of the board, of which I merely happen to be the chairman. Oh, good heavens, look at the time. I didn't intend to stay this long. I must have bored you to death with my dull, sharp talk, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, not at all. Your visit was very stimulating. Gave me all sorts of ideas.
Very kind of you to say so. Good night, Doctor. Don't bother to see me to the door.
Good night. I want you to know I'm fully aware of how you've gone out of your way in this matter of the editorial.
Oh, no, don't mention it. I always like to do whatever I can.
Yes, that's what I mean. Good night.
Is it as bad as it sounds, darling?
No, I'm afraid it'll require more than 6 choruses of God Save the King to save this act, Victoria. I must see young Buckley at once to determine exactly what prompted his outburst. I have Grogan locate him. I'll call him now. And... oh, no.
What is it, Toddy?
It's gone. That leaping telephone has slipped its leash and run to cover again. Come on, Vicky. You take that side of the room and I'll take this side. Between us, we should be able to run it down by midnight.
They were quite the pair together, weren't they? Ronald and Benita Coleman in the halls of Ivy. Ronald Coleman had a very solid film career in theater, silent film, emigrating to the U.S., a successful Hollywood career. Coleman would pass away in 1958 at the age of just 67. His wife would live until 1967, also a stage and theater actress, and she would live till the age of 60, passing away back in her home country of England. And you're listening to Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station. We'll have more of the Halls of Ivy in just a couple of minutes, and we will also have the news of the day from 70 years ago. Thank you for tuning in to Classic Radio Theater right here on your favorite radio station. Classic Radio Theater family, let me ask you a question. How did you sleep last night? Did you toss and turn? Could you just not get comfortable? And that is one of the things that the MyPillow does for you. Because part and the bulk of the problem of not being able to get to sleep at night is because that doggone pillow. You just can't get comfortable. But with a MyPillow, I have the best sleep of my life. I'm in the best health of my life. I do the best work of my life. And it's not for any reason other than the only thing that changed was my pillow. I have to tell you that, and you don't have to just take my word for it. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and use my promo code USA and get you the buy one, get one free special, $69.98. You cannot get a MyPillow in any retail store at that price. But here's the great deal. You get to sleep on it for 60 days at no risk. Because Mike Lindell says you're going to like it so much, and he's so confident that you're going to like it so much, and so am I, that all you have to do is, if you don't like it, send it back. Doesn't get more complicated than that. I mean, that's easy. Anybody could do that. And the best part, 10-year warranty. They are washable and dryable. Have you ever had a pillow that, has gotten yicked up after years? All you got to do is throw it in the washing machine. Pop it in the dryer. Comes out good as new. Made in the USA. MyPillow.com radio listener special. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. Tell them I sent you by, and now tell them you want your buy one, get one free special on the MyPillow Premium Pillow. Thanks for tuning in on this Monday edition of Classic Radio Theater here on your favorite station, an episode of The Halls of Ivy starring Ronald and Benita Coleman, as it was originally broadcast on Friday, January 13th, 1950. In the newspapers of that Friday, 70 years ago, these were some of the headlines. An unimpeachable source in Tokyo said last night Joseph Stalin has split with China's Red leader Mao Zedong. This report heard by Howard Handelman, International News Service correspondent in Tokyo, where Japanese communist leaders were assailed as Titoists. Stalin and Mao, who was in Moscow, were said to have clashed over Russian demands for the Manchurian ports of Datran and Port Arthur. Stalin is also reported to have demanded that the Chinese invade Formosa before spring, that Russia acquire use of Chinese uranium and tungsten mines, that Mao remain in Moscow until an agreement is reached, and such demands must be met before Russia gives warplanes and military equipment to the Red Chinese. The Senate Armed Services Committee yesterday unanimously okayed Admiral Forrest P. Sherman for Chief of Naval Operations as Republican members called off a probe of Admiral Louis E. Denford's ouster from the post. Action came swiftly after Secretary of the Navy Matthews testified the Navy won't put up with a subordinate who disagrees with policies of his superior. He'll get transferred but not punished or demoted. And he didn't fire Denfield because the Admiral lambasted Pentagon policies before the House Armed Services Committee. He had called for a change before the Admiral testified, quoting, "I could not have administered the Navy with Admiral Denfield as Chief of Naval Operations." Denfield is now on leave of absence, has not decided whether to stay in the Navy in another capacity or retire. A small Swedish tanker last night rammed into and sank the British submarine Truculent, carrying 76 men in the Thames estuary. At least 14 of the Truculent's crew members were reportedly rescued from the dark waters of one of the world's busiest shipping lanes. 2 others were reported killed. The remaining are missing and believed trapped or dead inside the submarine's battered hull. From Vincennes, Indiana, an explosion shattered apartments in a housing project yesterday. Authorities said at least 5 persons, 2 mothers and their 3 young children, were killed. It was feared that others were dead in the wreckage. Radio Moscow announcing last night that Russia had revived the death penalty for traitors to the homeland, spies, and saboteurs. The death penalty abolished there in 1947, its reestablishment ordered in a decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. President Truman yesterday joined in an administration attack on a Republican stalwart up for re-election this year, Senator Taft of Ohio. Truman, commenting on Taft's demand for military aid to the Chinese nationalists, questioned Taft's ability as a military expert. And a bit later, he indicated he is getting rosy political reports from Ohio, where Democrats are seeking to unseat Taft next year. The amount of time devoted to Taft at Truman's news conferences was greater than, for instance, the coal situation. As for coal, the president said no national emergency exists at the present minute. This means, at least for the present, Truman doesn't intend to use the Taft-Hartley Act in an attempt to get miners back on a 5-day week. As for Taft, his name first came up when a reporter asked Truman about Taft's criticism of the administration's policy in Formosa. The administration has refused to help the Chinese nationalists hold Formosa against the communists. The president said Taft is entitled to his opinions, but the president added in a wisecrack he didn't know that Taft was a military expert. Mrs. Eva Perón, wife of President Juan Perón of Argentina, was operated on yesterday in Buenos Aires for appendicitis. The operation was performed quickly and pronounced a success. The Army reportedly about ready to assign a few Negro troops to white units as a step toward gradual elimination of racial segregation in its ranks. Secretary of the Army Gordon Gray outlined the new policy at a closed-door conference on military personnel. Secretary Gray is a North Carolina lawyer and publisher. Gray's program will not modify for the time being the policy of limiting Negro enlistments to 10% of the total Army strength. Linda Lou Lenore of Great Bend, Kansas, has had a lot of bad breaks the last 2 years. The 9-year-old girl has suffered 3 broken arms, 2 broken legs, and a skull fracture since September of 1947. And from Minneapolis, for the first time in 27 years, Frederick Fries is not attending night classes at the University of Minnesota. Fries says he's taken all the courses offered in the fields he's interested in. Henceforth, he plans to spend his time reading or discussing with friends the subjects that he has not explored. philosophy, anthropology, and geology. Learning all the while till you're dead. Those some of the day's top news stories as reported in the newspapers of Friday, January 13th, 1950. On your radio, The Halls of Ivy, which continues now on Classic Radio Theater.
Of the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
As we rejoin the halls of ivy, the rather worried Dr. Hall, with a touch of nostalgia, says,
You know, Victoria, there are times when I wish I were a carefree undergraduate once more.
Oh, stretch out on the couch, Toddy. Put your head in my lap. There.
That's good. You know, in those days I used to wear a yellow slicker covered with funny sayings, such as banana oil. And I wore a blazing red felt hat known as a whoopee crusher. I drove about in a purple Stutz Bearcat sounding an enormous Klaxon horn incessantly.
Whatever for?
Why, I had to. In order not to be conspicuous. We were all alike. What the devil's the matter with Grogan and his campus police? Shouldn't take this long to find Buckley.
Oh, relax, Toddy. I'm sure it's not going...
It's all right. Don't move, Vicky. I have my foot on it. Hello. Speaking. Yes, Grogan, have you found him? Good. Thank you very much. Good night. Young Buckley is on his way over.
Now, you won't be too severe with him, will you, Toddy? You can be terribly intimidating, you know.
Inasmuch as Buckley stands 6'4" and came out of the war covered with decorations for bravery beyond the call of duty, I don't think you need be unduly concerned for him, Victoria. If you must have fears, let them center about me. I don't relish this interview at all.
If he published a retraction, would that smooth things over?
I'm afraid not. Mr. Wellman, the entire board, in fact, will be appeased by nothing short of a human sacrifice. My own feeling is that Buckley, as editor, is privileged to express his view right or wrong, subject only to a reply by the board being given equal space and prominence in the bulletin. I have very strong feelings about the freedom of the press.
That's one of the reasons I love you, Toddy. You have strong feelings about everything.
Thank you, Vicky. I also have very strong feelings about the freedom of reading. Our press is free to report and interpret, and is also free to distort and suppress. The public is free to read what it will, and is also free to disbelieve and go behind the printed word. Free is a short word that goes a long way. It's one of the most beautiful words in our language. Ever since the Chinese invented movable type half a century before Gutenberg, freedom has been moving forward, in spite of a few bad publishers and stupid readers. A responsible press and an informed public... excuse me, am I making a speech again?
Yes. The same one you gave to the journalism class last month. You fixed it up a little. What do you do if Mr. Wellman insists Buckley be expelled?
Oh, I'll fight him. Even though the board may take my contract and... Tell me, is it very difficult to manipulate an inflated bladder? Before long, you and I may well find ourselves breaking in a new act in the East End of London.
Well, it's not at all difficult.
Cromwell and Hall, those two funny people. Tell me, lady, how do you know how to make a Venetian blind?
No, how do you make a Venetian blind?
You stick your finger in his eye.
Slosh!
Oh, dear, I hope your London audience is mellowed by now.
Yes. Tell me, Dr. Hall, when did you first begin to suspect that you had an aptitude for the theatre?
Oh, I think it was when I first saw you in Give Them Tears in London and returned to see it another 25 times. I'd never before noticed any particular urge in that direction. But it wasn't until our first date that I realized what a talent I had for acting. I remember I'd lost my book of traveler's checks that afternoon. Found myself that evening standing at the stage door. Not a penny in my pockets. waiting for the one woman in the world upon whom I wish to make a favorable impression.
No, Toddy.
The casualness with which I masked my agony convinced me the stage had lost the genius when I embarked upon an academic career.
So sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Hall.
In view of the reward, Miss Cromwell, my time was well spent. You look very beautiful. Oh, this is for you.
Oh, it's lovely. I've always thought a single rose more charming than great big bouquets of them.
Really? I'm very glad.
I'll wear it in my hair. What made you decide to bring me just one? Did you know I preferred it?
No, it seemed like a good idea somehow. May I say its beauty has faded by comparison?
Oh, no. And the more ways in which we say it, the happier I'll be. It's foggy tonight, isn't it? Is there a taxi out there?
I imagine there must be.
I'm absolutely starved. I never eat before a performance, and I'm always ravenous at the final curtain. Where are we going?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, well, we might go to the Wedgeley. The food's heavenly. You very hungry?
Well, it's funny, but at the moment I seem to have no appetite whatsoever.
Well, I think I'm around the corner. Do you mind walking?
Not at all. In fact, I'm in favor of it.
Very quiet.
I was thinking that this is like a daydream come true for me. In London, on a sabbatical, walking in the mystery of night and fog, with you on my arm. It's a heady mixture for a professor.
What would you be doing if you were back home now?
On a Saturday night? Oh, I'd find something stimulating to do, I suppose. Drive through the countryside, or a concert, or a squash game at the club.
Really? On a Saturday night, huh?
Oh, I know that doesn't sound like much when I tell it, but when you're living it,
yes?
Then it's even worse.
Oh.
But I remember an evening like this for the rest of my life. The way it's gone these past few minutes, that is. I think I'd best tell you now that I can't take you to the Wedgeley, nor any place else, because I haven't any money.
What?
I misplaced my traveler's checks. The only money I could raise was 2 shillings. Borrowed it from the doorman at the hotel. And I spent that for the rose. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no. Don't apologize, please. How did you get to the theater from your hotel? You're stopping at the Hanover, aren't you?
Yes, I walked.
All the way? It's the other side of London.
Oh, I started around 7. Shall I take you back to the theater?
No. Professor Hall, may I say that never in my life has anyone walked a dozen miles to see me, and I'm very moved.
Then I'm glad I ran part of the way.
Oh. Do you think you could walk another 2 miles?
Of course. Why?
Well, my flat's only 2 miles away. There's a perfectly delicious steak waiting, and I happen to be the best cook in the world.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Why, not at all, sir.
You've lifted a mountain from my heart.
Do you mean you want to see him or don't you?
I thought you'd be angry.
Why should I be angry?
Toddy, Penny wants to know whether or not to show young Buckley in.
Buckley? Who's Buckley? Oh, Buckley! Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Show him in.
January 13th, 1950, the Halls of Ivy on this Monday edition of Classic Radio Theater. We conclude it in 3 minutes on your favorite station. How did you sleep last night? I can guarantee you I slept better than you did, unless you've got a MyPillow. You know, I get the best sleep of my life. I work better, I sleep better, I interact with people better, and I have been healthy. The healthiest I've been in years. And it's all because I get a good night's sleep with my MyPillow. Now, it's not the cheapest thing you're ever going to find, but guess what? Good health is worth everything. Try a MyPillow. If you don't like it, you can send it back in 60 days. And you've got a 10-year warranty. It's made in the USA. And Mike Lindell guarantees you're going to love your MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get a great deal on a MyPillow by using my promo code, and I guarantee you'll get a good night's sleep or you get your money back.
Hi, this is Wayne Allen Root. The healthcare open enrollment period has ended. Did you miss it? Don't go a whole year without having a healthcare program. Sign up now with Liberty Health Share. As a Christian healthcare sharing ministry, they're not insurance. That means you can sign up at any time of the year. Liberty Health Share is no network. You're free to pick your own doctors, hospitals, providers, and there are no contracts. Starting as low as $199 per month, Liberty Health Share has memberships for singles, couples, and families of any size. I joined. I'm a member. My 4 children are members. Liberty Health Share saves me $18,000 each year compared to what I was paying for health insurance. Liberty Health Share is a nonprofit ministry. Your money goes towards helping other members with their eligible medical expenses. And in your time of need, other members are there for you. You can feel good knowing you're part of the community of like-minded individuals who understand the importance of people coming together to bear one another's burdens. For more information, call 855-58-LIBERTY, 855-58-LIBERTY, or go to libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. That's libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. Ladies and gentlemen, listen carefully to the best offer you're going to get. One of the best assets on earth. Okay, so we all know we live in a world of political turmoil and financial deception that stretches from Wall Street to Europe to Beijing, which are all like bubbles searching for a pin right now. With one exception, gold and silver, which have held their value over history better than any other asset class on earth ever. So here's my irresistible offer to show you how committed I am to protecting your financial future. I've asked my sponsor, Swiss America, to virtually give you one of the most popular precious metal coins ever minted, below their cost for just $18.50 each, delivered while supplies last. You heard me right. This is an exclusive offer to my listeners by calling now 800-630-2158. Write it down, 800-630-2158. One of the most popular precious metal coins ever minted for $18.50. 800-630-2158, or go to SwissAmerica.com.
Thanks for tuning into this Monday edition of Classic Radio Theater. Now the conclusion of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman from 70 years ago today, January 13th, 1950.
Vicky, darling, will you entertain him while I put on a coat? Certain formalities required, and a dressing gown.
Oh, yes, of course, of course.
I'll be down immediately.
Mrs. Hall?
Yes.
Good evening.
Mr. Buckley?
Yes, Jared Buckley, Corporal, United States Army. Retired.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
You've never been here before, have you?
No, ma'am. This is my first visit to the powerhouse.
Oh, the powerhouse. Is that what the students call it?
Yes, ma'am. Well, this fire feels good. Winter is really here, isn't it? Saw a whole covey of good humor wagons flying south this afternoon.
I hope this call hasn't inconvenienced you.
That's all right. I was out with a girl.
Well, the thought seems to sadden you.
She annoys me. In my relationship with her, I'm something like the hands on that clock over there. I have the feeling I'm making time, but at the end of the day, I'm right back where I started. Oh, well. Have you any idea why Dr. Hall wants to see me?
Well, he'll be down directly to tell you himself, but I don't think I'm violating a confidence to say that's so very unusual.
Unusual? Mrs. Hall, if I were delegated to guard our atomic bomb secrets, I couldn't think of a better way than to print them in bold-faced caps as a newspaper editorial. But someone has read an editorial in the Bull. We must be getting a following.
Oh, yes. A passionate one.
Well, possibly it's deserved. Today's editorial did have a certain style.
If you do say so yourself.
Oh, I'm not being immodest. I didn't write today's editorial.
What's that?
I said I did. Oh, good evening, Dr. Hall.
You say you didn't write today's editorial?
No, sir. It's a reprint.
A reprint? Of what?
Of an editorial that appeared in the Bull years ago, 40, 50 years ago. Written by a fellow named, Wellman. Clarence Wellman.
No.
Yes, sir. Is he any relation to the Wellman on our Board of Governors?
They are one and the same.
I hope you're not angry, sir.
Oh, no, quite the contrary. I have never been more pleased.
Oh, I'm glad.
I think you're doing a remarkable job with the Bull. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir, you'd be surprised at the comments I've heard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, that's all I wanted to say to you. Thank you for coming so promptly.
Yes, but what... Well, I mean, I don't understand. Why did... Oh, well, good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and thanks again.
Don't mention it. Good night.
It's good to see you laughing again, Toddy.
Oh, it feels good too, my darling. Now, will you sit quite still while I make a very pleasant phone call?
Oh, you don't mind my snooping.
I have neither the mind nor the will to stop you. Come closer.
Who are you calling?
You'll see. Hello, Mr. Wellman.
Yes?
This is Dr. Hall.
Doctor?
I am pursuing this editorial investigation with all possible speed.
Your promptness is most commendable.
Thank you. You consider the editorial most destructive, don't you, Mr. Wellman?
More than that, a student opinion of this nature can destroy forever the authority of this college.
And you feel, then, that nothing short of expulsion would be proper punishment for the author?
Beyond expelling him, I personally would like to send him to prison. I consider the writer unfit for any association with ID.
I see. Shall I say that to the board in the morning, Mr. Wellman?
By all means.
Very well. But before I up, I feel that you should know that Jared Buckley did not write it.
Then who did?
You did, Mr. Wellman, in 1907. Good night. Oh, I feel so good. Vicky,
What?
would you like to play a game I just thought of?
A game? What game, Toddy?
I'm going to blindfold you, hide the telephone, then go down to the drugstore and call you up.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When we get this month's telephone bill, my dear, don't show it to me. Just pay it. Pay it cheerfully.
Why, won't you want to look it over?
Not this one, no. My last call was worth the entire bill. So just send a check, even though the charges may seem exorbitant. Any conversation I've had with Mr. Wellman, I am happy to consider a long-distance call.
All right.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Roland Morris, and Gloria Gordon. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman. The music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Such a delightful show. Ronald and Benita Coleman, The Halls of Ivy, from 70 years ago, January 13th, 1950, 8 p.m. on NBC. And thank you for tuning into Classic Radio Theater. Visit our webpage, classicradio.stream. You can stream our programs there on demand, learn more about classic radio collecting, and contact me there, classicradio.stream. We also have a Facebook page, and you can also find our programs anywhere they serve podcasts on the internet. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. I'm Wyatt Cox. Thank you for listening. Please thank this station. Support the advertisers and tell a friend the great radio shows are back. Classic Radio Theater right here on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for January the 13th, 2020. I'm Mike Clifford. Defense Secretary Mark Esper Sunday would not provide intelligence to back up President Trump's claim that Iran's top military general was planning an attack on 4 embassies in the Middle East before he was killed by U.S. forces. That from multiple sources, including CNN. The president never said there was specific intelligence to 4 different embassies, Esper told CNN's Jake Tapper on State of the Union, but Esper said he shared the president's belief that the embassies were threatened by Soleimani. In a separate interview that aired Sunday morning, Esper said he didn't see a specific threat against 4 embassies in any intelligence. Just over the past few years, the U.S. Senate has confirmed 185 of President Donald Trump's judicial nominees, the majority of whom have a conservative track record.
Along with 2 Supreme Court justices, senators have confirmed 50 circuit court and 133 district court judges. According to States Newsroom reporter Allison Stevens, who has covered politics for nearly a decade, the sheer number of conservative confirmations amounts to what some are calling a repeal of progressive reforms that harken back to the New Deal.
And what President Trump is doing and Mitch McConnell is supporting and doing in the Senate is supporting hundreds of conservative judges who oppose a lot of progressive reforms throughout the country.
The Senate recently confirmed University of North Carolina law professor Richard Myers II as federal judge for North Carolina's Eastern District, which includes Fayetteville, Greenville, Raleigh, and Wilmington. I'm Nadia Ramlagan.
According to the American Constitution Society, more than 70 vacancies on district and circuit courts have yet to be filled. And homeless service providers in the state of New Mexico say it is a solvable problem, but only if lawmakers step up funding for 2 evidence-based intervention programs.
Ahead of the 2020 legislative session that starts on January 21st, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness has prepared a report to show how much it would cost to end homelessness. Hank Hughes leads the coalition and is encouraging lawmakers to make a one-time $48 million investment to build permanent supportive housing and $61 million over 2 years on programs to address homelessness directly.
One being permanent supportive housing for people with disabilities. The other thing we want them to fund is rapid rehousing, which is short-term rental assistance for people who just need a hand up for a short period of time to get out of homelessness.
I'm Roz Brown.
A recent study by the University of New Mexico showed a 31% decrease in service utilization costs when a group of chronically homeless people in Albuquerque were housed for a 1-year period. 15 to 20,000 New Mexicans experience homelessness each year. This is PNS. In Pennsylvania, Andrea Sears reports Allegheny County was once again among the 5 worst counties in the entire nation for air quality over the Christmas holidays. Area residents are demanding action.
From December 21st to 26th, the weather system trapped pollution over the region, forcing people to breathe some of the worst air in the country. And it wasn't the first time. Violations of air quality standards frequently make the county out of compliance with the Federal Clean Air Act. According to Matthew Mahalik, who heads the Breathe Project, poor air quality is a chronic problem that has plagued Allegheny County for decades.
We have large industrial facilities that leak because they're old and not well maintained and results in emissions occurring all the time.
Residents and environmentalists held a news conference Friday to demand that the Allegheny Health Department update emission regulations and hold U.S. Steel accountable. I'm Andrea Sears reporting.
On Friday, that county's health department said it would take up new coke oven regulations, as well as exploring instituting a weather-related response plan. And from the Department of Not Exactly Welcome news, tax season officially starts in a few weeks. On the bright side, hundreds of volunteers are finalizing their training so they can help folks in states like Michigan prepare their returns. Peter Elliott heads up the group's Michigan tax aid team, and he says roughly 800 counselors will be available in that state at 150 different sites.
All of our counselors, in addition to the training, they have to pass 3 competency tests that the IRS provides. If they don't pass that, then they're not allowed to do returns. So everybody is trained and certified.
AARP tax prep services are free to folks of all ages. If you'd like to find one near you, check out aarpfoundation.org/taxhelp. Finally, Eric Galanis reports Sunday marked 25 years since wolves were reintroduced in Yellowstone National Park and central Idaho. Wildlife advocates are hoping Colorado voters will consider program successes when deciding on Initiative 107 that happens on the November ballot.
The measure would direct Colorado Parks and Wildlife to create a plan to reintroduce wolves by December 2023. Jonathan Proctor with Defenders of Wildlife says the work in Yellowstone offers a blueprint for bringing the predator back to its historic habitat.
We have 25 years of experience and data and facts to understand the benefits of wolf restoration to the Northern Rockies. We can use those lessons learned and finish the job here in the Southern Rockies.
Some hunters oppose the measure, citing concerns about the potential loss of elk. Proctor says after wolves returned to Wyoming, elk populations actually increased and hunters had higher success rates.
A recent survey showed about 2/3 of Colorado voters support reintroducing the wolves. I'm Mike Clifford from Public News Service. We are member and listener supported, and we're online at publicnewsservice.org.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Jack Benny Program.
Look, Bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
Fibber McGee and Molly.
Straighten up that closet one of these days.
This is classic radio theater.
The Great Gildersleeve.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
We head to Summerfield to see what's going on with the Great Gildersleeve, an episode from January 13th, 1946, Life Insurance. And it's not about buying life insurance, it's about selling it.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. Brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. Yesterday there arrived in his mail greetings from the Collector of Internal Revenue, together with his 1945 income tax blanks. Instead of tossing them in a drawer, there to ripen till March 15th, as anyone normally would, he sat right down and figured them out. Maybe that's why Gildersleeve slept like a baby last night, and why he's the first man downstairs this morning.
Well, where is everybody? All out up there. Yoo-hoo! Everybody up. Come on, all hands on deck.
Gildersleeve, son, what's all the shouting for?
I just happen to be feeling good this morning, Bertie. Did my whole income tax last night.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling good.
Yes, sir, and when I feel good, Bertie, I tend to get hungry. What's for breakfast?
Mr. Gildersleeve, that's a fair question.
What do you mean?
Well, sir, the milkman didn't leave no eggs this morning. He didn't hardly leave no milk. He didn't hardly leave nothing.
Gee.
I told him, I said, I don't know why you bothered to come around here at all.
What did he say?
He said, 'cause I'm so beautiful. I told him if his eggs was half as fresh as his talk, he wouldn't get so many complaints, and that's a fact.
Well, do the best you can, Bertie, because I've got big things to do today. Big things to do, and it's going to take plenty of fuel. Well, good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Gee, you're early.
Early? Not at all. I've been up for hours.
Oh, well, let me hang up your coat for you.
Oh, thanks. You know what I did last night, Bessie? I made out my income tax. I sat up till 1 o'clock doing it. Got the whole thing done and out of the way, 2 months ahead of time.
Why, that's wonderful. I've never heard of anybody.
Wonderful nothing. It's only common sense, Bessie. That's the way everything should be handled. That's the way this department should be handled. That's the way it's going to be handled in 1946.
Yes, sir.
Put nothing off. Do it now. Bing, bing. Make decisions. Take action. Clear the desk. That'll be our watchword for 1946, Bessie. Clear the desk for action.
Well, if you really mean it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Of course I mean it. That's the official New Year's resolution of the Summerfield Water Department. And I want you to hold me to it, Bessie. See that I do it. I want you to be tough with me. Make me toe the line. Bing, bing.
Yes, sir. Well,
That's what secretaries are for, to relieve executives of such details as tending to business.
well, if you don't mind me bringing it up again, Mr. Gildersleeve, there's quite a lot of things on your desk that have been there, well, some of them since summer.
That's just what I'm talking about, Bessie. People come in here. What kind of impression are they going to get? Why, anybody'd think this department was being run by a nincompoop.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to agree with me, Bessie. I like a girl who has opinions of her own. One who isn't afraid to disagree with me.
I'll try, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, what's the next move here? What's to be done? You're the secretary, Bessie. Give me my orders.
Well, as I keep saying, there's all those papers on your desk. And really, if we don't do something about them...
Papers on my desk, you say? Well, let's get at 'em. That's the way we do things around here, Bessie. Bing, bing. Let's go into my office.
Yes, sir.
Gee, I just got to get a bigger desk, that's all. Well, let's pitch in here. What's first on the list? What have we here, Bessie?
I'm afraid it's another calendar.
Huh? Indestructible Life Insurance Company. I'm already up to my ears in life insurance. Up to my ears in calendars, too.
I don't know why it is. We go for a whole year and nobody sends us a calendar. And then all of a sudden, everybody sends us calendars.
Yes. Say, Indestructible Life Insurance Company, Hobie R. Wasson, General Agent, Summerfield. So that's what became a Hobie. Last I heard, he had the Plymouth Agency. I could use a Plymouth, but I certainly don't need any life insurance. Well, let's get going.
Oh, you dropped something, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Drop something? What's that?
It just fell out of the calendar.
Oh, just the booklet. Are you the man we're looking for? Would you like a job offering the following advantages? Start at the top. Rapid advancement. Unlimited opportunity. Fascinating work. Valuable contacts. No office hours. Be your own boss. Retirement at 50. Who wouldn't? If you're a young man with these qualifications, apply to Indestructible Life Insurance. Phooey. Let's get down to work here, Bessie. What's first?
Well, here's a letter from a man who claims... Well, maybe you better read it.
Oh? Citizens Committee for Better Water Service. Never heard of it, but I'm against it already. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Esquire, Department of Public Water, Summerfield. Sir. Don't like that, sir. On behalf of the Citizens Committee for Better Water Service, representing over 250 taxpayers in Summerfield, we... It's a lie. Oh! Bessie, take a letter. Take 250 letters. Good evening, Bertie. Hope I haven't kept dinner waiting.
No, sir, I'm just getting the table set.
That's good. Busy day today. What's that? What is that, Bertie?
Leroy tells me it's jungle noises.
Jungle noises? What the...
Come on, Ben! Come home!
Here.
Come home!
Watch it! Watch it, Leroy!
Did I surprise you, Unc?
Leroy, not in the house. Put down that gun.
It's only wood. Ben, where were you? You heard the signal. Why didn't you charge?
Maybe we better charge some other time, huh?
Maybe we'd better charge some other time. You'll never win a battle that way.
Well, Ben, I didn't know you were here, my boy.
Well, I'm here.
Well, good evening. What are you doing with the mop?
Oh, bayonet.
Well, boys will be boys. Leroy, I mean. You're staying to supper, I hope?
Well,
Of course he's staying to supper.
Oh, fine.
Well, seems to me I've been staying to supper a lot lately.
Glad to have you, Ben. Glad to have you. Yes, sir.
Can I sit next to Ben at supper?
We'll see, my boy. I think someone else might have something to say about that. Eh, Marjorie?
Leroy's been simply monopolizing Ben all afternoon.
I have not. Ben and me were playing Carlson's Raiders, weren't we, Ben?
Yeah, we were playing Raiders.
He showed me how to break a guy's arm in 3 moves.
What?
showed him the first two.
You want me to show you, Unc?
Not at this time, Leroy. I need this arm to hang up my coat.
Okay. Come on, Ben, let's start all over. I'll be the underwater demolition team this time. I'm swimming down the hall. You just lie low and tread water there in the dining room. With your rifle in your teeth, see? Then when I give the signal, we spring out and jump the sentry, okay? Unc can be the sentry.
Huh? Oh, no.
Uncle Mort, for heaven's sake, make Leroy lay off, Ben. He's been after him like this all afternoon.
No, Leroy.
Ben likes this. Don't you like it, Ben? It's fun. All Marge ever wants to do is sit around and hold hands.
I do not.
Ben just came back from a war. He isn't interested in all that lovey-dovey stuff, are you, Come on, Ben, what do you say? Let's...
I think the mission had better be postponed for tonight, Colonel Carlson. Suppose you go up and wash your hands for dinner.
Ah, but
Don't argue with your superiors. Your present mission is to go upstairs and wash your hands. You have your orders. Forward. March.
Vinegar Joe. Boy, is he corny.
Yes. Well, let's go in and sit down, shall we, till dinner's ready? Sit down, Ben. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Have a hard day at the office, Unky?
Well, busy day. Got a lot done, though. Cleaned up all my back correspondence. Told off a lot of people and cleared my desk right down to the blotter. Yes, sir, it's been bing all day long. And last night I stayed up till 1 o'clock finishing my income tax. Did I tell you that?
Over and over. Unky's been a regular fireball the last couple of days, Ben. I don't know what's come over him.
It's because I gave up vegetables. It's a good feeling. Feeling that you've accomplished something. Doesn't come very often. What have you two been doing?
Oh, we've just been fooling around, haven't we, Ben?
Yeah. Just fooling around.
Well, that's all right if you got time for it. Ben, my boy, what are you planning to do now that you're out of the Navy?
Do?
Yes, for a living.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. Guess I don't know.
Well, surely you must have given some thought to your future after all those years you were in the Navy. You must have had some plan. What was it?
I guess it was just to get out of the Navy.
But what were you going to do after that?
Well, I guess I thought I'd take it easy a few weeks and then look around, sort of. I don't know.
That's no way to do it, Ben, if you'll pardon my saying so. It doesn't pay to drift, my boy. You want to get right in there, take the bull by the horn, strike while the iron is hot.
No, Uncle Mort, don't rush Ben. He's earned a rest, and I think he should take it.
I'm sorry, my dear, but I'm telling Ben this for his own good. Business is business, you know. It's dog eat dog.
Dog eat dog?
Competition, my boy. Reconversion just around the corner. Flat irons, refrigerators. This isn't war anymore. This is business. Men are coming back every day. You got to get right in there and start punching if you don't want to get left.
Well, gosh,
But Ben doesn't know what he wants to do yet.
Can't wait for that. The important thing is to get started. A man has obligations, my dear. Now, Ben, if everything goes well, you'll have a wife one of these days. And children to support. Loved ones to provide for.
Let's talk about something else, shall we?
And speaking of loved ones, Ben, did you ever think of going into insurance?
Well, no, Mr. Gildersleeve, I guess I never did.
What in the world would Ben do in insurance?
Sell it. What does anybody do with insurance?
Gosh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm afraid I wouldn't be good at selling things.
That's nonsense. Just a question of getting your foot in the door. What size shoe do you wear?
Uncle Mort, really? Insurance?
I'm serious, my dear. I happen to know they're looking for young men like Ben. I'll tell you what you do, Ben. You go down to Hobie Watson at Indestructible Life and tell them I sent you.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve,
Or better still, I'll write you a note.
Well, that's awful nice of you, but honest...
Don't thank me. Glad to do it, my boy. Always happy to give a serviceman a lift.
Miss Gildersleeve, excuse me.
Yes, Bertie?
We got a duck for supper. You want a carve or you want me to wrestle with it in the kitchen?
Bring it on, Bertie. The duck doesn't live that I can't lick. Well, anybody else got any problems? I'm Mr. Anthony tonight. Bing, bing.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in a few moments.
From January 13th, 1946, The Great Gildersleeve on Classic Radio Theater.
Oh, come on, I hate you. You have no right to speak to me. You're stupid, you're evil. You believe in your God, guns and gold. You shouldn't have the right to vote. We must fix this disgusting country now. We want socialism now.
Whoa there, little fella. Our U.S. Constitution protects your right to say these things, even if they are drivel.
Our founders believed in our inalienable rights granted by God, not some mafia. Our Bill of Rights protects your personal freedoms, your absolute right to speak to others, whether loving and kind or hateful and stupid.
Utopia doesn't exist. It only destroys. Millions of innocents slaughtered by the communists in Cambodia, China, and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
And millions of people were gassed by Hitler's National Socialist Party.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore our American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com. That's SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Classic Radio Theater family, I've got a serious question for you. How did you sleep last night? No, really, how did you sleep? I know, on your bed, I know, but did you sleep well? Did you sleep through the night? Were you a restless sleeper and get up and toss and turn because the pillow wasn't right? You know that's a bigger problem in sleep than you think it is, and that's why I suggest you get a MyPillow. The best deal about a MyPillow right now is if you go to stores, you're going to see them sold for $50, $60 or more. You get it through MyPillow.com. You can get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for $69.98. You got 60 days to try them out, 60 days to sleep on it. If it doesn't give you the best sleep of your life, send it back. No problem. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special. Tell them I sent you.
Hi, this is Wayne Allen Root. I have a voice problem. My voice easily gets hoarse. That's a big problem when you're a talk show host. I talk thousands of hours a year on radio and TV. I have to protect my voice. Well, those problems are a thing of the past. My throat is now a workhorse because of My Doctor Suggests all-natural silver lozenges. I pop these lozenges all day long and all show long. Silver has been used historically to destroy bacteria, viruses, and even yeast. Imagine sucking on a lozenge and letting the silver slowly and consistently destroy the cause of mouth, throat, and respiratory problems. Those lozenges work. I'm living proof. They're a miracle for me. Now a more advanced silver formula is available in a liquid gel or lozenge form, and you can get all 3 in one package and 20% off because War sent you. My Doctor Suggests the name of the company, but Wayne Root doesn't suggest. I urge you to try these remarkable all-natural lozenges today. Call 866-660-9868. That's 866-660-9868, or go to mydoctorsuggest.com/root. Use promo code USA Radio to save 20% off. That's mydoctorsuggest.com/root.
Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station, January 13th, 1946, The Great Gildersleeve.
Now let's rejoin the Great Gildersleeve, who has continued busy for several days. Thanks to his friendly efforts, Ben Waterford has been duly sworn as an agent of the Indestructible Life Insurance Company and has commenced to learn the art of selling policies. But while Ben studies the theory from a handbook, Gildersleeve is scurrying around town finding live prospects. We pick him up now, for instance, at Mr. Peavy's pharmacy.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, what can I do for you this afternoon?
Not a blessed thing, Peavy, not a thing. Just stopped in to pass the time of day.
Well, maybe you would be interested in a sale we're having. It's a special on men's perfume.
No, thank you.
Lots of nice odors. Pleasant and at the same time quite masculine. Chief of Police took a bottle of this the other day. Makes him smell like new moon hay.
Oh? Well, the chief can douse himself with essence of hay if he wants to. I will stick to soap and water.
Need any soap?
Not at the moment. Peavy, do you realize there's going to be a lot of ex-servicemen around here pretty soon?
A lot of them here already. What about it?
There'll be more. But here's the point. If you...
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Telephone. Peavy's Pharmacy. Oh, yes, Mrs. Eversole. How have you been? Oh, I've been well, thank you. She's been well. Well, as usual, that is.
Peavy,
What's that, Mrs. Eversole? Oil? Baby oil. My goodness, I didn't even know Well, we don't recommend it for salad. Anything else? I see. Well, say hello to Mr. Ebersole for me.
Peavy.
I'll tell her, Mrs. Ebersole. Thank you. Goodbye.
Peavy, you waste enough time every day to make a fortune.
Just common courtesy, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What I was saying about the servicemen coming back.
Yeah?
Well, the point is, do you understand your responsibility toward these men?
I think so. Just what is it you're after, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'm not after anything, not for myself. But now you take Ben Waterford, for instance.
He's a fine boy.
You bet your life he is. Are we going to let a young fellow like Ben save our country and then come back here and not be able to make a living?
No, sir, I hope not. But the fact is, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't need anybody to help me here in the store. I couldn't afford
No, Peavy. I'm not asking you to give him a job. I've already got him one.
Well, then what's your...
Just listen a minute and I'll explain. The point is... Over.
Well, things are really rushing today. Peavy's Pharmacy.
Make it snappy this time, will you, Peavy?
Alarm clocks? Oh, I'm sorry, madam. Have you tried a hardware store? Have you tried a department store? A jewelry store, maybe?
Tell her to try a hock shop.
Have you tried a clock shop? Oh, I'm sorry, madam. I can't think of anything else except Beckman's drugstore. They have everything over there. Thank you for calling. Good day.
Peavy, you don't know the first thing about running a business.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I thought you just came in here to waste time, anyway.
Well, I didn't. What I came in here for was to tell you that Ben Waterford is selling life insurance.
Oh.
Don't interrupt. He's selling life insurance, and it's your duty as a citizen to give him a hearing.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve,
I gave him your name, Peavy. When he comes in, be patriotic, because in times like... Don't you answer that. Let it ring. When Ben comes in, Peavy...
Peavy's Pharmacy.
Oh, I give up. Goodbye, you money grubber.
There's your fella, sister dear.
Answer it, will you, Leroy?
Why should I? You never let him play with me.
Please, Leroy, I have to go upstairs and get ready.
How do you like that?
Go on, Leroy. Answer the door.
Gosh, dames. Hiya, Ben. Come on in. Marge has gone upstairs to get dressed up for you.
Yes?
I'm doing my homework. You want to help me with a couple of problems?
Sure, I guess so. Oh. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Ben. Leroy, take your homework in the study, please.
Okay. See you later, Ben.
Oh, Ben, sit down. How's the insurance going, my boy?
Well, I've been working pretty hard.
That's the stuff. Did you see Mr. Peavy?
Yes, sir. Saw him this afternoon.
Was he pleasant?
Oh, yes, sir. He was very nice.
I thought so. I went in there this morning and soft-soaped him. Of course, I'm a pretty important customer to Peavy. I get all my cigars there.
I see.
How big a policy did he buy?
He didn't buy a policy.
He didn't? Well, why not, for heaven's sake?
Well, he said he didn't want any.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I couldn't think of an answer to that.
Ben, that's no way. You gotta force the sale.
I'm afraid I'll never get the hang of it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, my boy, we mustn't be discouraged. When a man says he doesn't want any insurance, that's only the beginning. You don't just give up, you stick around, make conversation, look for an opening.
Well, I hung around for a while and made a little conversation.
Oh, what happened?
He sold me a bottle of perfume.
That means you haven't sold anything yet in 3 days?
No, sir, not yet.
That settles it. We're going to make a sale this evening. Right this evening.
Yeah, but Marge and I were...
Marge, we will forgive you if you attend to business for an hour or so. She'll respect you for it.
But you can't sell insurance in the middle of the night.
Nonsense. It's only 7:30. We'll go over and see Judge Hooker, sell him a policy, and you'll be back here by 8:30.
But I don't think I know how to sell it.
Don't you worry, my boy. On this deal, I'm going to help you.
From January 13th, 1946, Harold Perry, The Great Gildersleeve. We'll see if Ben can sell a policy to the judge, huh? You're listening to Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station. We're back in 4 minutes. Classic Radio Theater family, let me ask you a question. How did you sleep last night? Did you toss and turn? Could you just not get comfortable? And that is one of the things that the MyPillow does for you. Because part and the bulk of the problem of not being able to get to sleep at night is because that doggone pillow. You just can't get comfortable. But with a MyPillow, I have the best sleep of my life. I'm in the best health of my life. I do the best work of my life. And it's not for any reason other than the only thing that changed was my pillow. I have to tell you that, and you don't have to just take my word for it. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and use my promo code USA and get you the buy one, get one free special, $69.98. You cannot get a MyPillow in any retail store at that price. But here's the great deal. You get to sleep on it for 60 days at no risk. Because Mike Lindell says you're going to like it so much, and he's so confident that you're going to like it so much, and so am I, that all you have to do is, if you don't like it, send it back. Doesn't get more complicated than that. I mean, that's easy. Anybody could do that. And the best part, 10-year warranty. They are washable and dryable. Have you ever had a pillow that, has gotten yicked up after years? All you got to do is throw it in the washing machine. Pop it in the dryer. Comes out good as new. Made in the USA. MyPillow.com radio listener special. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. Tell them I sent you by, and now tell them you want your buy one, get one free special on the MyPillow Premium Pillow. Thanks for tuning in to Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station. Now the conclusion of The Great Gildersleeve from January 13th, 1946.
An unexpected pleasure, gentlemen, an unexpected pleasure. Step right into the library and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, thanks.
Care for a glass of Kalax water, either of you?
I don't believe so.
Ben?
Oh, no, sir. I don't even drink beer.
That's right. Ben here is just out of the Navy.
Yes, I understand he made a fine record.
Excellent record.
See any combat, Ben?
No, sir.
That's too bad.
I thought I was lucky.
Oh, yes. Well, how did you gentlemen happen to drop in on a lonesome old jurist this evening, if I may ask? Just find yourselves in the neighborhood?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve thought I ought to...
The fact is that Ben has he has something he'd like to discuss with you.
Well, only too glad to do anything I can for a returning serviceman. Something legal, is it?
Oh, it's perfectly legal.
Yeah. Ben misunderstood you, Horace. You see, although he's only been back in town a few days, he already has a job.
Well, that's fine. Congratulations.
Thanks. Mr. Gildersleeve helped me get it.
Good old Gildy. People call him a blowhard, but his heart's in the right place just the same. Good citizen, too.
Thank you, Horace.
What is it you're doing, Ben?
Well, I'm supposed to sell life insurance.
Oh, so that's it.
Horace, I don't want you to think that,
That what?
Well, I wouldn't want you to get a wrong impression about our little visit.
Well, how could I possibly get a wrong impression? I assume that Ben here is here because he would like to sell me some life insurance.
I sure would, Judge.
Gildy, you could learn a lesson in frankness from our young friend here. If you didn't make such a habit of beating around the bush...
I wasn't trying to cover up anything, Judge. I just didn't want Ben to start selling you a policy the minute we stepped in the door. That's no way.
Well, suppose we let Ben sell it his way. Young man, do your worst.
Thanks, Judge. And believe me, I'm the guy that can do it. Should I show him the folder now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Folder? Certainly.
Okay. I got it here somewhere. Or at least I did have it.
Maybe you left it in your other suit.
Nope. Haven't got one.
For heaven's sake, Ben, never mind the folder. Just tell the judge the gist of the thing.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. On the front of it, there's a picture of this lady and this little boy. And she looks kind of sad. It's a nice picture.
Now, don't try to describe the folder, Ben. Forget the folder. Just give the arguments why every man needs insurance.
Oh, okay.
Never mind Mr. Gildersleeve, Ben. He's never sold any insurance. You just go ahead and do it your own way.
Okay. Well, the idea is that everybody ought to have insurance.
Very good. Why?
Well, for the protection of his loved ones.
Yes.
One never knows from which direction the sad blow may fall. A traffic accident, sudden illness, an unexpected shock. any of these might carry off the loving provider who has always seemed so strong and healthy.
Are you insured, Ben?
No, what would I want it for?
Ben, that's not the answer.
Gildy, leave the boy alone.
Now, see here, Judge. We're not playing parlor games. I'm interested in seeing Ben get a start in life. I want him to learn to do this thing right. Ben, they give you 3 main points, don't they?
Yeah?
3 main objectives. Now, what are they?
Get inside the door.
No, never mind that. We're already in the door.
Oh, well, then there's only 2. Prove to this prospect he needs insurance, and then prove he needs the kind you're selling.
And get his deposit. He gots.
Oh, yeah, that.
That, yes. All right. Now, have you proved to the prospect he needs insurance?
Well, I guess so. I told him about the accidents and all.
Let us consider that the need for insurance has been demonstrated. Continue.
Well, the Indestructible puts out several policies. There's the ordinary life policy, and there's a 20-payment combination annuity and endowment, and there's the convertible retroactive policy with double indemnity.
Just sell him ordinary life or we'll be here all night.
Well, the ordinary life policy is just the ordinary policy. It provides maximum protection at minimum expense. The rates are low. Now, let's see. Starting at age... how old are you, Judge?
55.
Oh, well, I got it right here on the table. Let's see. On a $1,000 policy, age 55.
Who in the dickens told you you could sell life insurance?
Well, you did.
Well, I ought to have my fat head examined. Anybody ought to be able to sell insurance. Insurance is a real need. Now, Judge, with a small down payment, you can buy your family the protection they deserve.
I dare say. The only thing is, I haven't any family.
You must have some.
Well, I've got 3 distant cousins, all older than myself, and all as rich as Croesus. But now, Mr. Gildersleeve, then, he's a family man.
Horace.
A niece and a nephew, the apples of his eye.
Yep.
You wouldn't want to have Leroy and Marjorie left without protection, would you, Gildy?
I don't think you should, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You stay out of this.
You said yourself, Gildy, that you...
Well, there's no reason to do it now. I'm perfectly healthy.
We never know from which direction the sad blow may fall. Got an application blank there, Ben?
Sure, here.
Oh, thank you. And don't forget, Ben, get his deposit.
You old goat. Why don't I learn to mind my own business?
To go to the movies?
Leroy, my boy, come here and sit down a minute. I want to show you something your old uncle has done for you.
Yeah?
You see this?
What is it?
That, my boy, is a life insurance policy. It's worth $10,000. $5,000 to you. See, here's your name. And $5,000 to Marjorie. Now, what do you think of that?
$5,000?
Yes, sir, $5,000.
Gee, that's swell, Unc. When do I get it?
Let us hope it won't be for a long, long time.
Oh. Well, can I have a quarter now?
No, now get out of here. Good night, everybody.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
From January 13th, 1946, The Great Gildersleeve. When classic radio theater continues in 3 minutes, we'll move up 10 years and we'll move from Summerfield to Wistful Vista. How did you sleep last night? I can guarantee you I slept better than you did unless you've got a MyPillow. You know, I get the best sleep of my life. I work better, I sleep better, I interact with people better, and I have been healthy. The healthiest I've been in years. And it's all because I get a good night's sleep with my MyPillow. Now, it's not the cheapest thing you're ever going to find, but guess what? Good health is worth everything. Try a MyPillow. If you don't like it, you can send it back in 60 days. And you've got a 10-year warranty. It's made in the USA. And Mike Lindell guarantees you're going to love your MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get a great deal on a MyPillow by using my promo code, and I guarantee you, you'll get a good night's sleep or you get your money back.
Our prime responsibility is protecting our families, but we also need to protect our families' assets. For years, I've studied economics in the Bible and as a financial professional. I'm Dr. Tom Barrett. I found gold to be the best way to protect assets from a government gone wild. Gold is ridiculed by leftist elites who say it's old-fashioned and not suitable for financial planning. But gold is anything but outdated. Smart families use it as part of their retirement plans. Gold has been the only universally recognized money since the beginning of time. Precious metals are the only money in the Bible, and they're the only constitutional money. Your paper money is just government IOUs backed by nothing. No paper money has ever survived. They crash on average in 27 years. The dollar will not be the first to defy this law of economics. Learn more at investmentgradegold.com. That's investmentgradegold.com for your free 10-10-10 financial survival plan.
Hello, this is Wayne Allen Root, relentless conservative warrior, middle-class warrior, and always Trump warrior. I have a message for my fellow patriots across America. President Trump is making America great again. He's the only president in my lifetime who is keeping his promises, and his biggest promise is to build that wall. President Trump can only do it with our help. If Congress won't fund Trump's wall, we will. President Trump is one man against the world, and what globalists and socialists around the world want is clear, open borders. It's time to take a stand. We either build a wall, or it's the end of the greatest nation in world history ever blessed by God. That's why I founded the Root for the Wall PAC. 63 million Trump voters together will raise the money President Trump needs for the wall. Anyone who donates $100 or more will get a beautiful commemorative wall brick. Display it proudly. Call 844-ROOT-WALL. That's toll free, 844-ROOT-WALL. Or go to rootwall.com. We will build this wall together. Call 844-ROOT-WALL or go to rootwall.com. Root for the Wall PAC. Paid for and is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. rootwall.com.
Now on Classic Radio Theater, we move from Summerfield to Wistful Vista and find out what's going on in the household of Fibber McGee and Molly in this broadcast from January 13th, 1956.
Again, we invite you to listen to the transcribed adventures of Fibber McGee and Molly. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto.
McGee, I've got my hands full of wet laundry back here. Would you see who that is?
Okay, Molly. I'm coming. Only one visitor we got that leans on the bell like that.
Hi, Mr. McGee. Hi, it's me, Teeny.
That's what I figured. Now, look, sis, when you ring the bell, just push it once. We can hear you. You don't have to lean on it.
I didn't lean on it, mister.
Oh, no.
No, the push button got stuck.
Stuck? Oh, well, that's different.
It got stuck when I pushed a pin in it. That always makes the doorbell stick. But don't you worry, I got the pin on all right. Here it is.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, sis.
Oh, that's okay. I'm always doing things like that for people.
Yeah?
If there's anybody that I like to help them out and do things for better than, it's people. So I came over here to just do you a favor.
To do me a favor?
I'm going to help you, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I don't care if it takes all afternoon. I'm going to stay here and help you till you find it.
Find what?
My other roller skate. See, I found this one here. It was in your driveway.
Oh?
But I haven't found the other one, and I have to have it tonight. I just have to have it, Mr. McGee, because all us kids are going roller skating down Suicide Hill tonight.
Suicide Hill?
You know that real steep hill on Oak Street that goes behind the canning factory?
You mean the hill with all those empty cans and broken bottles lying around? You're not going to go...
Yeah, that's the hill. Suicide Hill.
Wow.
That's the one. I haven't found my other skate because With just one skate, it's kind of dangerous.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That hill is too dangerous to skate down with 6 skates.
Oh, all us kids.
No, sir. I'll help you find your roller skate, Teeny, but you're not going skating down any suicide hill with it.
But gee, Mr. McGee, I gotta. It's very important.
What's so important that you got to risk your little neck skating down the steepest hill in town into a mess of tin cans and broken bottles?
Well, Willie Toops and Freddie Fuller and Davy and all us kids are going to be there, and they said if I go first, they'll make me an honorary boy.
What?
They promised. They even made the secret sign and threw Willie's cat over my shoulder. And now I got him right where I want him.
You sure?
Yeah. They can't back out even if they want to. So let's find my skate.
Hey, Molly, come and talk to her, will you? Teeny, I'm not going to help you find that skate.
Mr. McGee is right, Teeny. I heard that. You'll get hurt, honey.
She'll get fractured.
But I want to be an honorary boy, Miss McGee. Willie and Freddie and Davy promised.
Oh, you can't believe them kids, sis. They're just telling you that. Me and Mrs. McGee, we were kids once, and we know how kids are, don't we, Molly?
We sure do, kid.
When me and Mrs. McGee were kids back in Peoria, we had a suicide hill, too. Only it was all cobblestones and twice as steep. And you should have seen what happened to a little girl who tried to make honorary boy that day going down that hill.
Oh, what happened?
She was a mess. Her nose was all skinned, and her legs and arms were all scratched up and all for nothing.
Oh, the poor little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, those mean boys didn't make her honorary anything. They just laughed at her.
You said it.
Not only that, but when I got home and my mother saw me all scratched up like that, she took me over her knee and all... Continue, McGee.
Yeah. Now, it's like I was saying, Teeny. I'll help you find your other roller skate, but you got to promise first. No skating down Suicide Hill. Is it a deal?
Well, okay. I promise. I was too scared anyhow.
Oh, good. Now that that's settled, let's find that roller skate. Now, let's see. Where'd you have it last?
Gee, if I knew where I had it last, I'd go find it there, mister. It wouldn't be lost if I knew.
Yeah. And you got a point.
But we'll find it. Miss McGee can look for it in the front yard, and Mr. McGee, you can climb up on the roof and look for it.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you going to look, sis?
I'll go look for it in the cookie jar.
That's what I thought.
Scare out, everybody. Let's go. We gotta find little Teeny's roller skate.
It's not anywhere under these rose bushes, Teeny. Wasn't in the hedge anyplace, huh?
No, but I found my mama doll.
Oh, good.
Look, my cute little old mama doll. It's been gone all week.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, throw her in the box with all those other long-lost and now-found toys of yours, and I'll take a look under the house.
Okay. Gee, we're finding everything, I bet you.
Well, I hope that skate is under here, Teeny, because I'm getting a little tired looking.
I'm sure glad I found my little old fire engine. I've been looking everywhere for this fire engine.
What'd you say?
The fire engine.
What? Fire engines? Where? Are they coming? Oh, wow. Where's the fire engine?
Here it is, right here. See?
Oh, well. Skate's not under the house, Teeny. All I saw under there was stars when I banged my head.
Whee! Clang, clang. I'm a fireman.
Look, sis. I don't think that skate's around here because we've...
Oh, don't you worry. We'll find it. It's around here someplace. You keep looking. We'll find it. Clang, clang. Look out. Here comes the fire engine.
Cute little tyke. All the trouble I'm going to for her, I must have a soft spot in my head.
You've got a soft spot for a head, Mudbrain.
Well, as I live and breathe in spite of your efforts, it's the jolly old physician himself. Hi, Fats.
How'd you get so dirty? You trying out a new mud pack?
No, I've been crawling under the house looking for one of Teeny's roller skates, Doc. She lost it around here someplace, and you know Teeny. She won't give up till I collapse.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Come on out to the garage and help me hunt for it, will you? Only hope the kid keeps her promise when I do find it for her. Don't go skating down Suicide Hill with it.
What the dickens is Suicide Hill?
Oh, you know that steep slope on Oak Street that goes back of the canning factory?
Oh.
Seems the pint-sized males on the block promised Teeny if she'd skate down it, they'd make her an honorary boy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, does that bring back memories. Same thing on my block when I was a kid.
Sure. Me and Molly, too. That's why we made her promise not to...
We had a hill like that back home.
Yeah.
Oh, I was a crazy kid in those days, McGee.
You're still a crazy kid, George. Just fatter is all. No taller, just fatter. Look under my workbench there while I look through this
The
stuff.
death dive, we called it.
Yeah?
We had us a gang of 8-year-olds called the He-Men. And every kid that wanted to join had to take the death dive on his skates.
Yeah, well, help me move this roll of carpet and...
Down the hill and across the railroad tracks we had to go.
Railroad tracks?
Yeah, the idea was to zoom down the hill when we heard the train whistle, beat it to the crossing, and leap over the tracks just before she whizzed by.
Holy smoke. You must have been goofy.
Well, it was the only way to join the He-Men's Club.
How'd you make out?
Shake hands with an honorary girl.
Well, come on, girl. Let's find Teeny's skate. 2 hours I've been hunting that thing and...
Well, how'd you make out, McGee? Did you find it?
No, I and Doc Gamble turned that garage inside out. I'm sorry to state that your roller skate ain't here, Teeny.
Oh, gee. It's gotta be here someplace, Mr. McGee. I know it is. It's gotta be.
What makes you so sure?
Because I just went through the same thing with Mr. Toops and Mr. Fuller and, everybody on the whole block. This is the only house left.
Well, I don't know where else to...
I know it's here someplace. I distinctly remember roller skating up and down your driveway last Sunday morning.
I distinctly remember that, too, and that's another thing. While we're on that subject, sis, the next time you get up at 6 a.m. and you got nothing to do, just go back to bed and don't...
Grocery boy! Oh, the groceries. Go help him, McGee.
He's okay. Come on in, old-timer.
I'll try, Johnny, but I'm loaded down with canned goods. If I can open the screen door with my nose, maybe I...
Well,
Oh, dear.
Oh, my gosh.
There it is. There's my roller skate. I told you we forgot to look someplace. It was right there on those back steps all the time. Oh, gee, thanks for finding my roller skate, Mr. Oldtimer. You know, we looked and looked
Who was that on the phone, Molly?
Teeny. She just called to say she was made an honorary boy.
Oh, no. Don't tell me she skated down that dangerous hill after promising us faithfully that...
No, a strange thing happened. It seems the boys all had their skates on Willie Toops' porch, and somehow or other, they disappeared.
Yeah?
Teeny offered to find them for the kids if they'd make her an honorary boy, so they did.
No kidding. Where'd she find the skates?
Under her bed.
Well, so long, everybody.
See you Monday.
The Old Timer is played by Bill Thompson and Dr. Gamble by Arthur Q. Bryan. Now, enjoy yourselves over the weekend, but don't forget to be back with us again Monday when our Mr. McGee wins a prize in a big nationwide contest. This is John Wald inviting you to join the fun then.
January 13th, 1956, Fibber McGee and Molly on Classic Radio Theater.
Our religious institutions are strongholds of the American way of life. Our country was founded by men who had faith in God and who were willing to endure hardship and sacrifice for the sake of that faith. Today, the religious institutions in your community need your interest and support, so take an active part in religious affairs. Your pastor, rabbi, or priest will give you invaluable family counsel and aid if you are a newcomer to the community. To face the problems of the future, America must be morally strong. And that moral strength comes through worship and faith. Go to church this week and take someone with you.
Thanks for joining us on Classic Radio Theater. I'm going to give you our mailing address here in just a moment. After I remind you can contact us through Facebook or MeWe or through email. You search Classic Radio Theater on Facebook or MeWe. Our email address, classicradiotheater@gmail.com. You can also contact me through our webpage, which is classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. And you can find our podcast anywhere fine podcasts are served. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. If you'd like to drop me a card or letter, love to hear from you. Classic Radio Theater, care of KELY Radio, HC33, Box 33155 in Ely, E-L-Y, Ely, Nevada, 89301. I'm Wyatt Cox. Thanks for listening. Thank this station, support the advertisers, and as always, tell a friend. The great radio shows are back. Classic Radio Theater right here on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone, even for no income check loans. Big drop in mortgage rates. Big opportunity for you to save money. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825. Save on mortgage payments. Save on closing costs. Call Zoom Refi. 888-913-1825. Advertising by marketing entity Zoom Refi. Zoom Refi is not a bank or financial company. Calls and other inquiries may be forwarded to third-party lenders who are solely responsible for reviewing, approving, and servicing any loan. Zoom Refi is not affiliated with any state or federal agency and does not provide mortgage advice or help. No income check loans are for investment properties only, and income must be sufficient to service debt.
It's Heidi Summers, health and wellness expert with your local health update. I get so many emails and calls about CBD, the incredible oil from the hemp plant that's being used to provide relief to millions for joint discomfort, inflammation, and nagging injuries. It's the most talked about alternative health breakthrough in years. The CBD product I always recommend comes from CBD Labs, the gold standard of CBD. CBD Labs oil goes to work fast to relieve your discomfort and deliver the results one thought nearly impossible without a prescription. This powerful oil is not marijuana and contains no THC, the ingredient that gets you high. Oh yeah, CBD Labs oil has also been used to help thousands get a great night's sleep. Don't be fooled by all the imitators. Call now and find out how to get a free bottle while supplies last.
To get your free bottle of CBD Labs CBD oil, call 800-650-9814. That's 800-650-9814. Get your free bottle for a limited time. Call now. 800-650-9814. 800-650-9814.
Attention! Do you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt? Millions of Americans like you owe the IRS more than $10,000 and are facing liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, penalty abatements, and other IRS enforcement actions. Newly authorized debt forgiveness programs allow you to settle your debts for less than ever before. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? If so, then call our tax settlement helpline now. You work hard for your money. Protect it, protect your assets, and protect your lifestyle too by calling our tax settlement helpline. Our network of tax professionals will fight for you. They have helped save their clients millions of dollars over the years and can help you save too. Call Tax Settlement Helpline today to see if you qualify to pay a fraction of what you owe. Don't stress over your unpaid tax problems any longer. Call our Tax Settlement Helpline now at 800-830-9110. 800-830-9110. That is 800-830-9110.
If you're fed up with your credit card's high interest rates and your balances are so out of control that they never seem to go down, one call to Consolidated Credit can get the relief you need. Consolidated Credit has helped over 6 million people with credit card debt, and their certified credit counselors are ready to help you. They can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast without destroying your credit. The program works, and the consultation is free. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-214-3104. 800-214-3104. That's 800-214-3104. Consolidated Credit Solutions, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Not a loan.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to moneynow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to moneynow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to moneynow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow100.com.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-908-0265. That's 1-800-908-0265.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-908-0265. That's 1-800-908-0265.
Call today.
We paid less for our Craftmatic today than we did 20 years ago.
If you're still searching for the perfect solution to a good night's sleep, call now for prices and free information on today's Craftmatic adjustable beds. And then decide when you see how little they cost. Rated #1 by consumers nationwide on ConsumerAffairs.com. Craftmatic beds come in all mattress types, including cool gel memory foam for up to 50% less than today's leading memory foam brand. Enjoy temporary relief of low back pain, poor circulation, nighttime heartburn, mild arthritis. You'll sleep better in a Craftmatic adjustable bed. So if you're still searching for the perfect solution to a good night's sleep, call now for prices and information. And then decide when you see how little they cost. Discover Craftmatic for less, up to 50% less than today's leading memory foam brand.
Call 1-800-689-0049. That's 1-800-689-0049. Call 1-800-689-0049. Call now.
My mom's a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and it saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call 800-750-7220 to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not. Call 800-750-7220. The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early, like they did with my mom. Donate today. 800-750-7220. 800-750-7220.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast for January the 13th, 2020. I'm Mike Clifford. Defense Secretary Mark Esper Sunday would not provide intelligence to back up President Trump's claim that Iran's top military general was planning an attack on 4 embassies in the Middle East before he was killed by U.S. forces. That from multiple sources, including CNN. The president never said there was specific intelligence to 4 different embassies, Esper told CNN's Jake Tapper on State of the Union, but Esper said he shared the president's belief that the embassies were threatened by Soleimani. In a separate interview that aired Sunday morning, Esper said he didn't see a specific threat against 4 embassies in any intelligence. Just over the past few years, the U.S. Senate has confirmed 185 of President Donald Trump's judicial nominees, the majority of whom have a conservative track record.
Along with 2 Supreme Court justices, senators have confirmed 50 circuit court and 133 district court judges. According to States Newsroom reporter Allison Stevens, who has covered politics for nearly a decade, the sheer number of conservative confirmations amounts to what some are calling a repeal of progressive reforms that harken back to the New Deal.
And what President Trump is doing and Mitch McConnell is supporting and doing in the Senate is supporting hundreds of conservative judges who oppose a lot of progressive reforms throughout the country.
The Senate recently confirmed University of North Carolina law professor Richard Myers II as federal judge for North Carolina's Eastern District, which includes Fayetteville, Greenville, Raleigh, and Wilmington. I'm Nadia Ramlagan.
According to the American Constitution Society, more than 70 vacancies on district and circuit courts have yet to be filled. And homeless service providers in the state of New Mexico say it is a solvable problem, but only if lawmakers step up funding for 2 evidence-based intervention programs.
Ahead of the 2020 legislative session that starts on January 21st, the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness has prepared a report to show how much it would cost to end homelessness. Hank Hughes leads the coalition and is encouraging lawmakers to make a one-time $48 million investment to build permanent supportive housing and $61 million over 2 years on programs to address homelessness directly.
One being permanent supportive housing for people with disabilities. The other thing we want them to fund is rapid rehousing, which is short-term rental assistance for people who just need a hand up for a short period of time to get out of homelessness.
I'm Roz Brown.
A recent study by the University of New Mexico showed a 31% decrease in service utilization costs when a group of chronically homeless people in Albuquerque were housed for a 1-year period. 15,000 to 20,000 New Mexicans experience homelessness each year. This is PNS. In Pennsylvania, Andrea Sears reports Allegheny County was once again among the 5 worst counties in the entire nation for air quality over the Christmas holidays. Area residents are demanding action.
From December 21st to 26th, the weather system trapped pollution over the region, forcing people to breathe some of the worst air in the country. And it wasn't the first time. Violations of air quality standards frequently make the county out of compliance with the Federal Clean Air Act. According to Matthew Mahalik, who heads the Breathe Project, poor air quality is a chronic problem that has plagued Allegheny County for decades.
We have large industrial facilities that leak because they're old and not well maintained and results in emissions occurring all the time.
Residents and environmentalists held a news conference Friday to demand that the Allegheny Health Department update emission regulations and hold U.S. Steel accountable. I'm Andrea Sears reporting.
On Friday, that county's health department said it would take up new coke oven regulations, as well as exploring instituting a weather-related response plan. And from the Department of Not Exactly Welcome news, tax season officially starts in a few weeks. On the bright side, hundreds of volunteers are finalizing their training so they can help folks in states like Michigan prepare their returns. Peter Elliott heads up the group's Michigan tax aid team, and he says roughly 800 counselors will be available in that state at 150 different sites.
All of our counselors, in addition to the training, they have to pass 3 competency tests that the IRS provides. If they don't pass that, then they're not allowed to do returns. So everybody is trained and certified.
AARP tax prep services are free to folks of all ages. If you'd like to find one near you, check out aarpfoundation.org/taxhelp. Finally, Eric Gladys reports Sunday marked 25 years since wolves were reintroduced in Yellowstone National Park and central Idaho. Wildlife advocates are hoping Colorado voters will consider program successes when deciding on Initiative 107 that happens on the November ballot.
The measure would direct Colorado Parks and Wildlife to create a plan to reintroduce wolves by December 2023. Jonathan Proctor with Defenders of Wildlife says the work in Yellowstone offers a blueprint for bringing the predator back to its historic habitat.
We have 25 years of experience and data and facts to understand the benefits of wolf restoration to the Northern Rockies. We can use those lessons learned and finish the job here in the Southern Rockies.
Some hunters oppose the measure, citing concerns about the potential loss of elk. Proctor says after wolves returned to Wyoming, elk populations actually increased and hunters had higher success rates.
A recent survey showed about 2/3 of Colorado voters support reintroducing the wolves. I'm Mike Clifford from Public News Service. We are member and listener supported, and we're online at publicnewsservice.org.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet.
This is classic radio theater.
Gangbusters!
I was a communist for the FBI. Lights out, everybody.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
An episode of Crime Classics this hour from January 13th, 1954, and A Tale of Murder. How Supan got the hook outside Bombay. Brother versus brother in old Bombay. Next on Classic Radio Theater.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That was a beaten iron bailing hook. A native of India named Kanak just plunged it into a bale of cotton. It was his favorite tool. He used it to plunge into logs when he needed logs. He used it to tear up the hard, sun-packed earth when he wanted to plant. And, mighty hunter that he was, he used it to plunge into charging wild boars whenever he wanted to show the fellows how it was done. And when Kanak went to kill his brother Supan, oh, this beaten iron bailing hook was a veritable handy home workshop. So tonight, my report to you on how Supan got the hook outside Bombay.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
I would like to address a few pertinent remarks to those of you who may never have been in South Konkan province, India. It lies athwart the Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea. In 1856, the time that concerns us, the province claimed many more vultures than it does now. It was a place of contrasts, of beggars and marble temples, of havildars and pakasabs, of monsoon and searing sun, barren fields, jackals, pomegranates, cobra, Englishmen, fakirs, and veiled maidens, and life and death. Now there lived in this section of the country two brothers, whose names were Kanak and Supan, and on an early April evening, they were consoling each other.
Weep not for our dead father.
That was Kanak, tall and well-formed, of sinew, and who could not bring himself to cry over his dead father.
No, I shall not. For he was a good man, and gentle, and he goes to his peace.
That was Supan, brother to Kanak and younger. He couldn't cry either.
See how he burns there on the Ghat. The end of a man. The just end of a man. Ashes.
The last of the wood, brother. Let us together throw it upon the pyre.
Together. Noble thought. Ready?
Together. Now.
He taught us well, our father.
How to be brothers.
To love each other.
I must tell you something.
Then I to you.
Often our father would lead me to the clearing below the tent of the unveiled women, and there he would say to me, whatever betide, love thee
your brother, which is what I wish to tell you.
Then he would pour the oil of blessing on my head and on my shoulders.
And to me.
Brother.
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 Yes, brother.
Our father left no will.
Fret not, brother.
Nor should you fret.
How should I fret when our father left to me all his worldly goods, and also the fertile acres near the waterfall?
Poor brother, you are mad with grief.
How can I be mad when I remember so well our father's very words? Supan, he said, to you all my worldly goods, and also the
fertile acres near the waterfall, which is what our father said to me. Supan.
Yes?
I am the older.
I was the favorite.
But you are a liar.
You are poison-hearted.
You are a thief.
You are an usurper of your father's will.
Supan.
Yes, brother?
Our father's wealth is mine.
No.
Well, we shall see.
Yes.
Oh, infamous one.
Oh, vulture.
The wealth is mine.
Mine.
And your wife is just like you.
And your wife...
People who were cremating dear ones this evening were diverted by two fighting brothers. It was a macabre scene. Violence in a field of burning bodies. Hate being shouted, names bandied about concerning each other and their wives, and so on for another hour. Then, bloodied and singed, they were separated. Not by onlookers, and not by mourners, but by their wives, who had been told of what was going on.
Come, Kanak. Do not fight with your brother.
Not with your brother, Supan. Come, let us go home.
And they went. And in the tent of Supan, while washing wounds,
I watched. For some time before I came to you, I watched how you fought. And the dancing shadows the flames made on your body were lovely to see.
Lono, wife.
But close to you now, the bruises on you, which should heal them quickly.
Lono.
What of him, husband?
My brother?
Yes.
He says my father's wealth is his.
And did he tell you the other thing?
What?
How he covets me?
Foolish.
I am not one to attract. No? No.
But the names he called you this night.
He has guile.
You tell me the truth?
As long as he lives, he will covet me. He has said things to me of my hair and my ankles in such a way.
He should be dead.
Then we would have wealth, and no one to argue it. And the other thing, what you wanted for so long.
A handmaiden.
A handmaiden. A silently moving handmaiden who would clean our tent and wait upon us, who would walk in bare feet, and who would wear a jewel at her throat, and hear bells, to make joyous the times of her waiting upon you.
Lono.
Yes?
This is terrible that my brother should covet you.
He should be dead.
Yes.
It is very logical, Kanak.
Careful how you bathe my shoulder.
The pain will pass. But what has happened tonight cannot. It is very logical.
Always you say it is logical. What now is logical?
That in some way you should arrange the passing of your brother.
Huh? What do you speak of?
It is written.
A thing is either logical or it is written. Now what?
It is written. Sons are brothers only when a father can keep them away from each other.
What fool wrote that? What gentle woman.
Then listen to me. It is logical that since there is no will, your brother, your younger brother, can legally claim half of what should be yours.
Well, he's done that already. That's why we've fought.
And will you keep fighting and screaming at each other while the fertile acres near the waterfalls turns to weed? Or will you be rich?
Huh? And if I be rich?
It is logical you will be able to afford what you dearly want.
Truly?
A handmaiden.
A handmaiden.
It is written, a man's tent needs 2 women, a wife to heal the hurt and love, a handmaiden to carry goat's milk.
Yes.
Well?
It will be pleasant to be rich.
I know.
You must admit both brothers had a pretty busy day. Father dead, taking him out to the Ghats, burning him, fighting over his possessions, then home to wives who whisper murder in their respective ears. No wonder they didn't sleep. They tossed all night on their pads, and it wasn't until almost dawn.
Hush, Kanak. Hush.
And down the street.
Sleep, Supani. Now sleep.
And morning came, hot and bright, and over it hung the vultures and the smoke from funeral fires. And in the fields, Kanak was piling bales of cotton with, that's right, the beaten iron baling hook. Piling high the cotton and thinking about what happened yesterday. Thinking about it so hard that...
Snake.
That one would say it had gotten the better of him.
Vulture. Crawling.
Who, brother?
What?
With such vigor you attacked the cotton, you did not hear me approaching.
What do you do here in the fields?
I came from my spinning to ask you to walk with me.
Walk?
I've been thinking about yesterday, and I want to talk with you.
All right. Let's walk.
Need you take along your hook?
What, in case a wild boar attacks?
6 months have passed and there have been no boars. Leave your hook, brother.
Oh, very well, brother. Let us walk.
Toward the waterfall.
Good.
Brother.
Yes.
We should not quarrel.
No.
We are brothers.
Yes.
And these fertile acres should belong to both of us.
Indeed.
It would be wisdom.
Hey, do you speak in truth?
We are brothers.
Yes.
Could I have a serpent's tongue when I speak of brotherly things? I would not be worthy then of the name brother.
Nor I.
Let us walk then with arms about the shoulders as brothers do.
Yes. Young brother.
Old brother and dear to me.
Our father must be proud seeing us now.
Yes. Brother?
Yes.
Look at the waterfall.
Our esteemed waterfall. See how its spray makes a rainbow and...
Kanak. Brother.
Yes.
Let us contemplate the rainbow-making waterfall.
I want to.
You stand here.
Oh, where will you stand?
Here.
Near...
The edge where I can watch you be washed by the river and be carried to the sea. And so, to me, you are now a widow. My brother Kanak, your husband, fell from the heights into the torrent of the waterfall.
Oh.
Nor should you weep, for as he fell, he cried your name.
Oh.
And though he could not hear it, I yelled to him that I would always take care of you, my brother's wife.
What will you do with me?
I have discussed it with my wife, and we have concluded...
What will you do with me?
I am rich now.
Oh.
A handmaiden is wanted in my tent.
Oh. Kanak.
Why do you look beyond my shoulder and call to him? He is dead. I saw him myself fall into the...
It was Kanak, all right. Beaten iron baling hook in hand. A rather wet Kanak, but certainly not a drowned one. Not a dead one. But his brother was dead. This is known as turning the tables.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland.
Originally broadcast January 13th, 1954. Crime Classics on Classic Radio Theater.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Classic Radio Theater family, I've got a serious question for you. How did you sleep last night? No, really, how did you sleep? I know, on your bed, I know, but did you sleep well? Did you sleep through the night? Were you a restless sleeper and get up and toss and turn because the pillow wasn't right? You know that's a bigger problem in sleep than you think it is, and that's why I suggest you get a MyPillow. The best deal about a MyPillow right now is if you go to stores, you're going to see them sold for $50, $60 or more. You get it through MyPillow.com. You can get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for $69.98. You got 60 days to try them out, 60 days to sleep on it. If it doesn't give you the best sleep of your life, send it back. No problem. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special. Tell them I sent you.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-985-1813 now, and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today, and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-985-1813 now. Again, that's 800-985-1813. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station, continuing with more of Crime Classics. January 13th, 1954, how Supan got the hook outside Bombay.
And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on how Supan got the hook outside Bombay.
The spring of 1856 in South Konkan Province, India, was a good one. The season was fair for the cotton and the butternut. The grain was gold almost to the sea, and the hives were overflowing. And it was this spring, you'll remember, when Lady May Smallwood appeared briefly on the pages of history to make her mark in Indian affairs, only to disappear with her secrets up the Khyber Pass, with a wave and a smile never to be heard of again. And it was this spring when Kanak bludgeoned his brother to death with a hook. Now, Kanak was no fool, for, as he told his wife,
"If the authorities find out, they'll hang me."
Then see to it that they don't.
Good advice. And Kanak was a man who heeded good advice. So, within an hour after he'd committed murder, he presented himself to the mayor.
"Have you paid your taxes, Kanak?"
Which was always the mayor's opening gambit. For collecting taxes was the mayor's chief duty, and to this particular mayor, duty was an obsession.
"Good. What brings you to me?"
"Yesterday, my father died."
"I know."
"I will inherit."
"You will inherit. And your brother?"
"Today, my brother died."
"Oh?"
"He knelt in the field, and a tiger sprang upon him."
"A tiger?"
"A tiger."
"I have heard that tigers do spring upon those who kneel in fields when tigers are about, and who are hungry or who have become frightened."
"A huge tiger with great talons and foam-flecked muzzle, an angry tiger."
"What angered him?"
"Who knows the way of tigers?"
"Who indeed?"
We were speaking, my brother and I, and my brother knelt to pick a pebble that had lodged in his sandal.
Which frightened the near-passing tiger.
The huge near-passing tiger.
And made the beast angry.
Caused him to make terrible roar.
And spring.
And with one blow nearly sever my brother's head.
And so killed him.
Yes.
Bow not down your head, Kanak. Lift it up, and tell to me of the fertile acres by the waterfall.
They are mine.
So many acres.
Some people may doubt my story of how my brother died.
I have heard, so fertile are your acres, that one need but throw the seed upon the earth, and it flourishes and brings riches.
Some may say like this, we saw no tiger, we heard no tiger.
Then they would be wrong, for I heard a tiger.
How perceptive you are.
And saw him, carrying your brother between his jaws.
A huge tiger.
Oh, do not recall the hugeness of him. I tremble.
Oh, for the fright I caused you, a gift.
The quarter section south from the stream. Did I pluck the words from you?
Wise mayor. My brother, my poor dead brother, is for some reason at my house now.
I will see he is not there for long.
Then I go with my grief.
Go then.
For the good of the village, according to the mayor in later testimony, that's the only reason why he'd made such an arrangement. For, should word drift down to the authorities that foul play was suspected, the whole village would have been packed up and moved to Bombay and held for questioning, which is the way things worked in those days. The animals would have been untended, the fields unwatered and seared by the sun, and who would look after the shops? In effect, the questioning over, the village would hardly be worth coming back to.
With this in mind, I made the foregoing arrangement with Kanak.
But why did you accept a bribe of the quarter section south of the stream?
For the good of Kanak, so that he would have a quarter less to worry about.
Didn't you suspect that he might have murdered his brother?
Let he who suspects others suspect himself. For so it is written.
Kanak, having made an arrangement with the mayor, Kanak, had another arrangement to make. He went to the home of his brother to seek out Lono, his brother's wife. She wasn't there. So he followed the smallest footprints in the warm dust. And, eventually...
I did not mean to startle you, sister-in-law.
The way you swooped upon me.
I didn't swoop.
As I wash my hair in the stream.
Do it.
What?
Your hair in the small current of the stream.
Why?
Beautiful.
If your brother Supan heard you speak so to me.
He cannot.
To speak to me so, to say I'm beautiful. Do you think me beautiful?
I can say so now, and your husband will not hear.
How can you be sure?
He is dead.
Oh.
A huge and hungry tiger sprang upon him.
A tiger?
Ask the mayor.
And if I did, what would he say?
That a huge and hungry tiger sprang upon your husband and killed him?
Kanak.
Yes.
The conclusion of Crime Classics next. I'm Wyatt Cox, Classic Radio Theater. Classic Radio Theater family, let me ask you a question. How did you sleep last night? Did you toss and turn? Could you just not get comfortable? And that is one of the things that the MyPillow does for you. Because part and the bulk of the problem of not being able to get to sleep at night is because that doggone pillow. You just can't get comfortable. But with a MyPillow, I have the best sleep of my life. I'm in the best health of my life. I do the best work of my life. And it's not for any reason other than that the only thing that changed was my pillow. I have to tell you that, and you don't have to just take my word for it. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and use my promo code USA and get you the buy one, get one free special, $69.98. You cannot get a MyPillow in any retail store at that price. But here's the great deal. You get to sleep on it for 60 days at no risk. Because Mike Lindell says you're going to like it so much, and he's so confident that you're going to like it so much, and so am I, that all you have to do is, if you don't like it, send it back. Doesn't get more complicated than that. I mean, that's easy. Anybody could do that. And the best part, 10-year warranty. They are washable and dryable. Have you ever had a pillow that, has gotten yicked up after years? All you got to do is throw it in the washing machine. Pop it in the dryer. Comes out good as new. Made in the USA. MyPillow.com radio listener special. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. Tell them I sent you by, and now tell them you want your buy one, get one free special on the MyPillow Premium Pillow. Classic radio theater on your favorite station. Coming up next, the conclusion of the 5-part storyline, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, the conclusion of Crime Classics from January 13th, 1954.
What will become of me?
Poor widow.
What will become of me?
Now that I am rich, my tent needs a handmaiden.
Oh.
I have discussed it with Tumi, and she has said a handmaiden is needed.
It is written, a man's tent needs two.
I know. Handmaiden.
Yes.
Tanak! What?
Tanak!
Someone calls.
Kanak! Oh, Kanak. It is well I have found you before it is too late.
Too late? Too late for what?
The policeman has come.
Policeman?
Britisher from Bombay. On his inspection tour.
Inspection tour?
Lono, tell him what I have said. To me, he but repeats and does not react.
The British policeman has come from Bombay on an inspection tour.
And?
Already he has heard that your brother is dead.
Of course my brother is dead, Claude, by a huge...
Tanak.
Yes.
The quarter section is not enough.
A half section, then.
All of it.
All the fertile acres?
All. Else. Well, tigers.
Very well.
What you say is quite true, Mayor.
As you will see, it was a tiger. Claw.
Pity. Pity. A chap who doesn't know any better but to turn his back on a tiger. How big did you say? Oh, my.
The broken grass here is the path of the tiger as he carried the poor man to the clearing.
Quite.
Who knows about tigers?
Oh, I do.
Who knows about tigers, indeed?
I said, I did, old chap.
Oh?
Oh, yes, quite a studier of tigers. I am. Habitat, manners, etc. Oh, yes.
What brings you to our village, Major?
Passing through, old boy, just passing through. Now, what is it you wanted to know about tigers, old chap?
Will you be coming back next month?
Steady beggars, tigers.
Major?
Desert their mates when the cubs come. They're good swimmers, though.
Major?
They hardly ever attacks a human unless it's an old fellow. This tiger you saw must have been an old beggar.
But huge. Oh, and here he is, Major. Supan, the man who was struck down by...
Pity.
You see here the force of the tiger's blow, the depth.
Pity. Well...
Yes?
You make your arrangements, old boy. I've seen enough.
We will mourn Supan as he burns on the ghats tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Let us go back to the village, then, and we will have some tea.
I'll have some. most remarkable time of an Indian day, don't you think so, old chap?
Yes, I do.
Paddling into it like this. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
The population of your village, please.
312.
Mayor.
Yes?
A very huge tiger.
Do not recall it.
And old. Mayor. There hasn't been a tiger in these parts for 5 years.
Sahib.
Not one of those striped beggars in 5 years, I know. This area against the Arabian Sea has been shot clean of tigers, driven them inland. I know. A student of the chaps, you know. Well, here we are.
Sahib.
That chap there throwing more wood on the gat, he would be...
Kanak.
I'll wait here.
Sahib, I was only...
Of course. Of course you were.
Wait here. Kanak.
Mayor. Oh, grieve with me, Mayor. Grieve with me.
Murderer.
What?
Murderer.
Well, what of our arrangement?
You struck your brother down with a bailing hook.
But our arrangement...
Murderer. You are under arrest. Come. Get in. Here he is, Sahib.
That tiger thing, ridiculous, you know. There hasn't been one in these parts for 5 years. Went inland. Sorry, old boy.
Kanak was taken to Bombay, and the rest of the village, too. So eager were the townsfolk to get back to their town that each one pointed an accusing finger at Kanak. He was found guilty. He was hanged. He was sent back to the village. He was burned on the ghats. It is interesting to note that 3 weeks later, Kanak's wife, as she bent over to pick a pebble out of her sandal, was carried off by a tiger and eaten.
Suppan, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed by Bernard Herrmann and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Kanak, Byron Kane as Suppan, Lillian Bayef as Lono, Jack Crucian as the mayor, Julie Bennett as Toomey, and Alistair Duncan as Major Ellison. Bob Lamont speaking.
January 13th, 1954, Crime Classics. Up next, yours truly, Johnny Dollar on Classic Radio Theater. How did you sleep last night? I can guarantee you I slept better than you did, unless you've got a MyPillow. You know, I get the best sleep of my life. I work better, I sleep better, I interact with people better, and I have been healthy. The healthiest I've been in years, and it's all because I get a good night's sleep with my MyPillow. Now, it's not the cheapest thing you're ever going to find, but guess what? Good health is worth everything. Try a MyPillow. If you don't like it, you can send it back in 60 days. And you've got a 10-year warranty. It's made in the USA. And Mike Lindell guarantees you're going to love your MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get a great deal on a MyPillow by using my promo code, and I guarantee you'll get a good night's sleep or you get your money back.
Are you looking for senior care for your mom or dad but don't know where to start? Hi, I'm Joan London with The Place for Mom. Nobody knows your parent or loved one better than you, and nobody knows senior living better than the experts at A Place for Mom. They've helped thousands of families find the right place for their mom or dad.
I was so glad that I called A Place for Mom. My advisor really listened and was truly my partner in finding senior care for my dad. She went out of her way to get to know him as a person and was always there whenever I had a question.
The senior living advisors at A Place for Mom partner with thousands of families every month, listening and offering local knowledge and advice to help find the best senior living communities across the country. And it's a free service. Here's the number.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715.
There's a place for answers, a place for mom. Call today.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715. That's 1-800-370-2715.
Our prime responsibility is protecting our families, but we also need to protect our families' assets. For years, I've studied economics in the Bible and as a financial professional. I'm Dr. Tom Barrett. I found gold to be the best way to protect assets from a government gone wild. Gold is ridiculed by leftist elites who say it's old-fashioned and not suitable for financial planning. But gold is anything but outdated. Smart families use it as part of their retirement plans. Gold has been the only universally recognized money since the beginning of time. Precious metals are the only money in the Bible, and they're the only constitutional money. Your paper money is just government IOUs backed by nothing. No paper money has ever survived. They crash on average in 27 years. The dollar will not be the first to defy this law of economics. Learn more at investmentgradegold.com. That's investmentgradegold.com for your free 10-10-10 financial survival plan.
Now on Classic Radio Theater, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, January 13th, 1953, Part 5 of the 5-part storyline, The Todd Matter.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, baby. Dan Mapes. Glad they gave you a telephone in your room.
Yeah, that's the only thing good about it.
Well, hospitals are designed to make a man impatient. You're a pretty lucky fella at that. Let me tell you about your operation.
Yeah, please do.
You stopped 2 slugs. They pried one out of your neck and another one out of your rib cage. Missed your heart by a snake's whisker.
I was luckier than Gloria Tierney.
Yeah, yes you were. I'm on my way up to see you. Don't run out on me.
Oh, fat chance.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to 4-State Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Todd matter. Expense account item 11, $3.05, breakfast. I got mad at the nurse when she brought in a bowl of hot cereal and a glass of milk. So I bribed an orderly to slip across the street and get me a tray of bacon and eggs. I was just finishing same when up came Sergeant Mapes. He looked haggard and tired and worried.
You nearly got it for good, baby.
I got enough of it.
You sure did. What do you remember, if anything?
Well, we tailed Melva Charles to an apartment house. We stepped inside, and somebody began trying to kill me, and that's when I left town.
Yeah, it was quite a mess. Coroner had a real job in his hands.
Yeah. Hey, how about you?
Not a scratch.
Coroner, did you say?
Yeah. Melva Charles got it. Her husband stuffed a butcher knife in her back.
Oh.
That was for trying to sell him out to you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he thought he was worth more than $2,500.
Maybe. A man named Henderson, who happened to be walking down the hall at the wrong minute, took 3 in the head. He was dead before he hit the floor. Woman on the street got hit, not too bad. 2 people outside, just getting into a car, got cut up pretty bad when bullets smashed their windshield. You keeping track of all this?
I'm trying to. This all happened after we got there, huh?
Yeah. You see, when you and I walked in there, William Charles had just finished killing his wife. He saw us and began pumping. You got hit, and I pumped back at him.
You get him?
Yeah, but not till he had shot up everybody else. He's on the floor above you, hanging on by a hair. He knew his ticket was up, and he just didn't care. It's my fault you're here, baby. I'd have rather cut off my arm than get you in on this.
What do you mean?
Well, tagging you and going after her. I didn't use my head.
You know what?
What?
I still think you're a pretty good copper, Mapes.
Thanks, Johnny. Here, I brought you a book of poetry.
Poetry?
Read. Take it easy. We'll be talking again soon.
I felt awful. Sergeant Mapes dropped in later that afternoon, but I was half asleep. Vaguely, I remember they wheelchaired me down the hall for x-rays and lab tests. Expense account item 12, 10 cents, the morning paper. The story of the shooting was splashed all over page 1, and the solution to the Gloria Tierney killing in part. Slugs from William Charles' gun were matched with those that had killed Gloria Tierney. No mention was made of any loot from the Todd burglary being found in the Charles apartment. Between back rubs and sleeping pills, I worried about that. I didn't worry too much about the fact that William Charles, killer, gunman, burglar, was dying in the room directly above me. About midnight, Mapes showed up with a wheelchair.
There we are. Now, you all ready to go up and see what he has to say?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. I still have to finish my job.
Let's take it easy now.
All right. Hey, weak. Busy.
That won't last long. There. Now, here we go, baby.
It was the second time within a week I'd been in a hospital room with a dying person. The first one had been a young and beautiful woman who had been shot by the man who now lay dying of police bullets.
What'd they say?
You know what they say, Charles. You haven't got a prayer.
I didn't mean to kill Gloria. I didn't mean it at all. I want you to know that.
You took a lot of pains to do it. I was there, remember?
Yeah, I remember. Sorry. Been doing pretty good with those house jobs. Todd Place, another one in St. Louis. Doing all right. Enough to buy a nice car, live in a decent place, get around a little bit. Worked all alone. Met her. I liked her, wanted to marry her. I did. Really did.
You already had a wife.
You think I'm kidding? I gave her a mink coat, didn't I? Thought that it'd cinch. She didn't want to take it. Told me she was going to marry some other guy. Some guy she'd been married to before. I got mad. I came back that night, let her have it.
News team!
That's all, that's it, mister. Take it, please.
How did you meet her?
Mutual friend.
What friend?
None of your business.
All right, this is my business. Where's the rest of the stuff?
What stuff?
The stuff you took from the Todd place. Where have you got it? Oh, what's funny?
You think I'd tell you that?
Oh, what's the difference now? Come on, what's the difference now?
Oh, it's a laugh, kiddo. You know what? I'd die before I tell you.
He died, and he didn't tell me. Not a word. Later, a private ambulance took me from police emergency hospital to my hotel room. 3 days after that, I was able to get back on my feet. I went right down to Mapes' office at headquarters.
How do you feel?
Better now.
Boy, you sure look lousy. Here, sit down, baby.
All right, thanks.
Should you be out of bed?
Yeah, sure.
You're lying and you know it.
I suppose so. Well, how's it going?
You mean have we located the rest of the stuff? No, not a lick of it. Funny guy, wasn't he?
He had his last laugh.
Well, you shouldn't be worrying about this stuff now. You ought to be taking care of yourself.
I am. I'm sitting here helping you worry.
I'm not worried about anything.
You're worried about the same thing I am. Where's all the rest of the Todd stuff?
Well, it'll turn up somewhere.
Why, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Stromberg.
I read about what happened to you in the papers. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, well, I'm better now.
Well, come in, please.
Thanks.
Say, you'd better sit down, Mr. Dollar. I'll get you a cup of coffee.
Do you have any bourbon?
Why, yes, I think
so. All right,
so.
I'll take that.
Well, all right. Is water okay?
Yeah, sure, fine.
Should you be out of bed, Mr. Dollar?
You know, everybody asks that. No, I shouldn't, and yet I should.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's cheers. Remember the night Gloria was shot?
Of course, very well.
You know, I've been worried about that night.
Huh?
Uh-huh. Remember I came over here and I told you I was in the insurance business and you said you'd have her call me when she came in?
Yes.
Well, I remember pretty clearly you said you'd have her call me when she came in, not if you saw her come in.
Yes, did I?
Uh-huh. You saw to it that she called me, Mrs. Stromberg. You also saw to it that she wasn't here to meet me when I got here. She was out there somewhere. Because by then you knew I was an insurance investigator.
I don't understand you, Mr. Dollar. What are you trying
sent
to
her
say?
out so he could take care of her, and you were waiting in the hall for me.
Waiting for you? Why, no, I happened to see you, and I wondered
You wondered what kind of cock and bull story you could give me to get rid of me.
That's silly.
They sound that way. That's a good drink. But not so silly if you knew that coat she was wearing was stolen and that I was after it and her.
How would I possibly know that?
Because you introduced her to one of your friends one night and he went overboard for her? And eventually he gave her that little present?
Are you saying that I had anything to do with Gloria's trouble?
Yeah.
Why, that's silly.
Oh, here's something sillier. A small-time burglar and thief lay on a hospital bed yesterday and wouldn't tell me how he met Gloria Tierney. Oh, he was a real gallant one, this bird. He killed an innocent girl because she was wearing a mink coat and might tell me who gave it to her.
Mr. Dollar.
He shot up 2 or 3 people in an apartment, including me. He got shot himself. He knew he was dying. But a simple thing like telling me how he met her wouldn't come out. He wouldn't tell me that for anything. Now, where could he meet her? Was he her kind? Did he go in the same circles? Did he? Nah. He was introduced by a mutual friend, Mrs. Stromberg. You, the manager of the apartment house.
No.
Something else he wouldn't tell me. What happened to the rest of the loot from the Todd burglary? 2 things he wouldn't tell me. He didn't have to when I sat down and thought it out. You've been working with him right along. You've been keeping all the stuff here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Not so fantastic at all, Mrs. Stromberg, when you think that his wife, and she was a girl who'd do anything for money, they tell me, was willing to sell him to me for $2,500. $2,500, when there's still over $60,000 worth of loot from the Todd burglary lying around. She didn't know where it was, but you do, Mrs. Stromberg.
Well, if you say I do, I do. Now what?
Let's go down to Sergeant Mapes.
Oh, no,
I'd like a good excuse to use this.
Yes. Suppose you would. If I can't charm you or plead with you, can I buy you?
You could have prevented her death. You practically ordered it.
What is it you want?
You. Behind bars.
You're silly, but I'll go.
For a while, it did look silly. Mapes and his men searched the apartment house from top to bottom and found no trace of the Todd loot. That is, until they found a movable cement block in the basement. Well, the Todd matter ended with a 90% recovery of the stolen items. About $70,000 in dollars and cents. In lives, Gloria Tierney, 1 innocent bystander, and William Charles. For me, let's see. Expense account item 14, $162.30. Hotel and board while in New York. Item 15, $17.40. Airfare and incidentals back to Hartford. Item 18, $230. Miscellaneous. Expense account total, $1,095. Remarks, nil. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, a music lesson on a priceless Amati violin. Music and mystery and danger. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Vivi Janis, Barbara Fuller, Shirley Mitchell, Lawrence Dobkin, Frank Gerstle, and Marvin Miller. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
From January 13th, 1953, the last of the 5-part storyline, The Todd Matter, from yours truly, Johnny Dollar, on Classic Radio Theater. And we are flat out of time. You can visit us on Facebook. Just type Classic Radio Theater in the search bar, or visit us online at usaradio.com. I'm Wyatt Cox. The great radio shows are back. Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station at the USA Radio Network.
This is Matt Siraj, 4th-generation owner of Community Coffee. My great-grandfather named it Community, just out of appreciation and respect for his friends and neighbors. And for 100 years, our family has been about two things: great tasting coffee and great people. And as America's #1 family-owned retail coffee brand, we believe it's our responsibility to continue to give them the best tasting coffee experience possible. And it's why we're excited for you to discover your new favorite blend. Look for Community Coffee at a store near you.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow100.com.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-908-0265. That's 1-800-908-0265.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-908-0265. That's 1-800-908-0265.
Call today.
We paid less for our Craftmatic today than we did 20 years ago.
If you're still searching for the perfect solution to a good night's sleep, call now for prices and free information on today's Craftmatic adjustable beds. And then decide when you see how little they cost. Rated #1 by consumers nationwide on ConsumerAffairs.com. Craftmatic beds come in all mattress types, including cool gel memory foam for up to 50% less than today's leading memory foam brand. Enjoy temporary relief of low back pain, poor circulation, nighttime heartburn, mild arthritis. You'll sleep better in a Craftmatic adjustable bed. So if you're still searching for the perfect solution to a good night's sleep, call now for prices and information. And then decide when you see how little they cost. Discover Craftmatic for less, up to 50% less than today's leading memory foam brand.
Call 1-800-689-0049. That's 1-800-689-0049. Call 1-800-689-0049. Call now.
My mom's a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and it saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call 800-750-7220 to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not. Call 800-750-7220. The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early, like they did with my mom. Donate today. 800-750-7220. 800-750-7220.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates.
Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562. Silver at $18.12. And Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes. In an article titled "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group, May Have Killed Civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty, with a smile.
That surface could be useful for creating an off-world space Australia, where strength is the only law. However, they caution it is too early to say whether or not fights among the space jail's prisoners would be broadcast here on Earth for the entertainment of wealthy gamblers. But NASA's lead researchers do say that Mercury's ability to support human life raises important questions about who the prison guards would be.
Perhaps the guards themselves would be space mercenaries, or maybe we just use robots.
The robots would have guns for hands.
Well, obviously.
Critics inside NASA caution against funneling too many resources into the Mercury project when it would be so much cooler to build a prison on the moon ruled by clones of the prisoners themselves. Researchers encourage the public to read their findings, which have been released in the form of a graphic novel titled The Mercury Cipher.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live. You dial toll free to join us here. Number 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm, so feel free to jump in over there, and we will get you on the air with us. With you in the studio tonight, it's Ian.
It's Nobody from electnobody.com.
And the Reverend Captain Kickass is here.
Nobody, welcome back. It's been too long, my friend.
Welcome back.
Nobody's been here in a long time.
Was that a welcome back, Cotter?
It was, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You've been on an extended vacation. Went to visit the family up in Michigan for basically all of the holidays.
I showed up there just before Thanksgiving and just got back yesterday.
And so welcome back, and I figured, you know what, we got an open seat. It's Monday night. Let's drag you in.
Gotta like it.
Have you slept since 3 in the morning? Because I heard you come in when you got home.
Yeah, I slept some.
Okay, good. So we'll take your calls and thoughts about whatever is on your mind. As always, there's plenty in the news to discuss here tonight. Coming up, there's a California newspaper that is ending its publication after 161 years.
Out with the old, in with the new.
Plus, a conservative group is mad at Burger King for using the D word on a commercial that they produced.
I talk about, damn.
And you guessed it. I thought it was going to be the word that we can't say on the radio. Yeah, that one. But we'll tell you more about what happened there and why these moms are upset about it.
Oh, is that the 1 million moms or whatever?
Yeah, it's that, I think. Right. Yep.
When my father was growing up, Gone with the Wind came out.
Oh, wow.
And his mother wouldn't let him go see it because they said, word. Frankly, my dear, I don't really give a damn.
Yeah.
And it's funny, we can say that on the radio now.
It's true.
I was forbid from watching the movie On Golden Pond. Old 80s movie, but
I remember it.
It was filled with cussing.
Really?
Yeah, and so that's why I wasn't allowed to see it. It was otherwise a pretty, coming of age film, about family and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember it as a very tame. Yeah. It's Henry Fonda. Wasn't his
Henry
daughter
Fonda,
in that
I think Jane is in it too. Yeah,
yeah.
But it's filled with cussing by old and young alike. You know what I mean? So,
wow.
But
I've never seen it.
That's what made it great. Was that? I mean, in my opinion.
So did you finally get to watch it? At some
I did,
point?
And then I was like, "This movie's great. Not only is it a good movie and well written and acted, but there's plenty of cussing, which is my favorite."
And at that time, it was probably even more exciting
because I was forbid from seeing it. Right,
that's what made it more interesting. So you can bring up anything that you want. We got a lot to talk about here tonight. I didn't even have a chance to ask you, Nobody, if there was something you wanted to discuss. So if there is, you can bring that up later. But we're going to jump into a story that you wanted to bring up, Captain. I think it was this weekend, and I don't think we just never got to it, about the gold-back microeconomy that you've created.
So, yeah.
And we have to define what a gold-back is first.
Okay. Do you want to do that?
You can do it.
Okay. So a gold-back is essentially 1/1000th of an ounce of gold flattened into what appears to be a piece of paper.
I don't know if flattening is the right word, and I'm going to say
it's sprayed on.
It's like I've heard it's called like atomically sprayed. I don't know what that really means, but it's some sort of 21st century process that flattening sort of gives you the idea of like somebody's got a hammer.
Well, I'm just trying to paint a picture.
It's gold foil inside, so it's definitely been flattened.
No, it's not foil. It's being sprayed on
like they reduce
atom
it
by
to
atom,
powder
apparently, or
and
something
then
like
spray
that.
it on the pot. Anyway, it's spendable gold. It's in the shape of what you would immediately confuse with currency.
It fits in your wallet.
It fits in your wallet. But it's way shiny and it's way cool. And,
so cool, yeah.
It's Utah, the state of Utah, has legalized it as legal tender in
Just to be clear,
state.
Utah legalized gold and silver pieces from the U.S. Mint. So I looked at it. Actually, I looked at it over the weekend. I pulled up their gold and silver legal tender law that passed in 2011. And so you can't just go into the state of Utah with a stack of gold backs and pay your tax bill. They won't take them.
Yeah, and that kind of matters also because if it's a legal tender law, then they're saying those things trade at face value. Mm-hmm. What they stamp on an ounce of gold is $50.
Yeah.
So, you could trade your ounce of gold for $50. Kids, don't try this at home.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they did make it so gold and silver are legal tender, and I don't remember if they addressed that in the statute as far as the value of it, but that's the restriction. So you can't just take any old ounce of gold and go pay taxes in Utah with it.
Right.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but they also made it clear that it did not obligate people to accept gold and silver. So even though it's legal tender, meaning the government could accept it for payment of taxes and debts, you as a business owner aren't obligated to accept.
Which isn't what economists mean when they say legal tender. Normally when an economist says talks about a legal tender law, he's talking about a law that makes a particular currency, what are the words on the dollar bill? Legal tender for payment of all debts, public and private.
That's exactly
so
it.
Basically, you can't, if somebody owes you money, if you win a judgment in court and they bring you dollars, you can't say, no, I don't want dollars, I want gold.
Or diamonds or whatever, right? Yeah. I want oil or whatever, right? Yeah.
But we did some research recently as well, because I'd always been confused about legal tender, and we determined basically, and we're not attorneys, but from what we could understand, you absolutely can, however, run a business and refuse to accept dollars. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's actually true. I was thinking about that. Yeah, it's kind of strange because that's what I have always thought of legal tender laws as being, but they don't really have that effect. The thing the thing that forces you to accept dollars is the fact that if you don't pay your taxes in dollars, they'll take your stuff.
That's true.
That's the thing. That's the iron law of you have to have dollars or they'll kill you.
And I think you're right. If certainly in a court situation, the court's going to make a judgment in dollars. Obviously, it's their money, so they're going to do that. However, I don't think that, and it would be interesting to find out this. This is a question I don't really know the answer to. If we are in a contract, with one another for gold, instead of dollars, like I've loaned you some gold or something like that, and you've reneged on the deal and you've violated the contract. Can you then be given the option to pay that debt in dollars because it goes to a court?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons that strange bit of nonsense is in our law is when FDR confiscated the gold, there were all kinds of contracts out there that had gold escalator contract clauses that said, basically they would specify something based on the price of gold. Well, all of a sudden there was no market for gold. So they had to know how to resolve those things, and so they just said, you can't require gold in payment. You have to accept dollars, and the court would probably just arbitrarily, set a I don't know.
Now,
where
I wonder
they
if
would
you
get
could
the
avoid
data.
that by having an arbitration clause, meaning that the parties would agree in advance, this isn't going to court. If there's a dispute, we're going to a private venue.
I would think so. That's common in most contracts.
Yeah, it is.
Well, you got to remember, though, this is in the context of illegal private ownership of gold.
No, I'm not talking about back then. I mean now.
Right.
So if we had a private contract where it wasn't under a court's jurisdiction, it was only arbitration clause, then would somebody be able to, say, well, I'm not paying you back with gold, I'm paying you back with dollars because legal tender? And I wonder about that.
It is an interesting question. It would be interesting to see how that played out in court, because the other thing is, I can imagine a bullion shop or foundry that you kept ordering gold and they kept sending you dollars, and it's like, I don't want dollars, I'm sending you dollars.
All right, so because contracts have to be supreme, right? More coming up here in moments. 855-450 free. That's 855-450-3733. You can join us on Free Talk Live. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app, and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
Have you heard of LibertyCon? LibertyCon is not only a convention with great speakers like Whole Foods CEO and co-founder John Mackey and Nobel Prize winner Vernon Smith, but it's also unique because you get a chance to network with more than 70 pro-liberty organizations, one-on-one for the purpose of career advancement, business, and internship opportunities. April 3rd through 5th in Washington, D.C. You can learn more by visiting LibertyCon.com and use code FTL for a $10 discount on your registration. That's LibertyCon.com. I want to tell you about my favorite cryptocurrency wallet, Edge Wallet, at edge.app. Edge is the wallet I use more than any other, and that was true long before Edge Wallet became a sponsor of Free Talk Live. Edge Wallet allows you to buy, sell, trade, and securely hold your cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, tokens, Monero, Ripple, Dash, Bitcoin Cash, and more. It's available for both Android and iOS, and you can download it via the Play or App Store or via Edge Wallet's website, edge.app. Secure your freedom with Edge Wallet.
The political world is a maddening cesspool of corruption and lies. Nobody tells the truth. Nobody keeps campaign promises. Nobody obeys the Constitution. Nobody puts the people first. How can we ever escape this web of tyranny? Vote for nobody.
Hi, my name is Nobody. I'm running for governor of New Hampshire because nobody knows how to live your life better than you do, and nobody deserves that kind of power. I want to put you back in control of your money, your lifestyle, your work, your body, and your life. Nobody should rule you but you. New Hampshire convicts many people of so-called crimes that should never have been prosecuted. If elected, I will pardon every victimless crime in New Hampshire history. This includes drug, gambling, prostitution, gun, and driving offenses. Nobody should have a criminal record when they have not harmed anybody.
Wouldn't it be nice to have nobody telling you what to do? Learn more at electnobody.com. electnobody.com.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
There are basically two types of advertising: direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You bring up what you want here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms at discord.lrn.fm. And lots of features are available to you on our website, so please get on over to freetalklive.com. We were talking about ForkFest just a moment ago off the air, but we should talk about it on the air as well because it's coming up in June and July, starting June 29th through July 5th, which means for the very first time, ForkFest, the Libertarian Decentralized Camping Festival, is going to encompass Independence Day. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be a great excuse to come hang out with other liberty-minded people, people that care about freedom, all hanging out at the same campground together and doing more than just hanging out because there's usually things that people create to do, meaning, put together a poker game, put together a musical performance or a play or a speaker session or whatever, kind of thing you want to do. Board games. I mean, there's just all kinds of options, but it's up to you to decide what to do. Do you just want to come hang out, or do you want to create something for the people who are there to do? That's what you decide over at forkfest.party. That's where you can learn more about the event. It's June 29th through July 5th. It's going to be the fourth ever ForkFest, and it'll be also the first year that it happens after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, which is the festival that ForkFest came from. That's where it forked off of. So we're looking forward to seeing you there. Free Talk Live will be broadcasting from the event. Nobody, I imagine you're going to be attending again.
Nobody will be there.
And Captain Kickass, for your first time ever?
I will be there for at least 4 days. I'm trying to figure out how to get more.
Which 4?
The important 4.
So the one including the Independence Day?
The last 4, really. Right on. So I believe it's through the night of so I depart or check out, whatever they call it.
On the 5th.
On the 5th, right. Yeah.
Perfect.
I do suggest trying to get up earlier if you can, just so you can catch the tail end of the Porcupine Freedom Festival, because we forked, but I'm going to be at both of them. Yeah. I mean, these are both great events. And
ultimately, I'd like to do both. I don't know that I can pull that off. I might be able to catch the last day of the Porcupine Festival and then stay the week. I don't know how it's going to turn out, so stay tuned.
Well, the problem with only going to one day of the Porcupine Freedom Festival is you still have to pay if you're going for one day, whereas ForkFest, there's no ticket price, so show up for as much or as little as you want. It's all good. Just get your camping site or RV site or motel room from Rogers Campground, which is the beautiful location in the White Mountains where we'll be. Again, June 29th through July 5th. Let's go to your phone calls and thoughts, and we can talk more about the goldbacks, which we didn't really get into that deeply, and the microeconomy that you created, apparently, Captain Kickass. But first, we go to Scotty in Arizona. You're on Free Talk Live. Hello, Scotty.
Good evening. How you guys doing today?
Hey, Scotty, what's on your mind?
Hey, man, I just wanted to talk to you about the Bitcoin because I heard the advertisement, and I wanted to talk about how people are using that instead of actually, a lot of people are using those instead of actually using money now.
You're kind of fading out a little bit. I don't know if you're on a headset or something. Oh, it was a crank call. That's too bad. It sounded like it was going to be interesting. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. But yeah, we like Bitcoin. Bitcoin's cool. Cryptocurrency.
We do.
We're big fans.
I like alternative currencies.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
And crypto is obviously the coup de grace at this point of alternative currencies, right? We've seen what happens with the Liberty Dollar and, what happened to Bernard von Nothaus and, that
That's
type of thing.
That's the founder of the Liberty Dollar, and they got raided.
Yeah, and so if some person or single entity creates a currency, as soon as, we'll talk about the United States, as soon as the United States government feels like it might be infringing on their turf, they come in, shut it down, arrest people, and confiscate whatever it is. So that's why cryptocurrency is winning right now. But my enthusiasm was piqued by the Goldback when you introduced me to them.
And I was introduced to them over the summer when I attended Freedom Fest in Vegas and met the creators of the Goldback there.
For anybody that's watching on our live stream video, I'm holding up a Goldback right now, and you can see it's a little bit smaller than a U.S. dollar bill. It's got some printing on it. It says 1 Utah Goldback. The 1 stands for 1/1000th of an ounce of gold that's baked into this, foil-looking sheet of foil. It's
actually plastic.
But it's been sprayed with gold, and so it has 1/1000th of gold in it. And you can find out all about it at, what is it,
Goldback.com.
Goldback.com. Yeah. So,
and they're not an advertiser, by the way. I'd just like to point that out. We are not sponsored by Goldback. I would love to be sponsored.
We should call them up and ask them.
If you work for Goldback,
I'm actually in touch with them.
And you're listening, and you want us to, pimp the Goldback more than we already do.
We do give it some good pimping already.
Give us a call. Call on in.
Well, it's better. The best thing you can have advertised is something that you're really excited about, and so this would be an ideal advertising for us.
So, prior to moving to Keene, I worked in an office in Seattle, Washington, and
you still work there. You just don't work there.
Yeah, I got a bunch of friends who are in that office, and I started a holiday tradition. And I'm going to give away the secret right now, but I started a holiday tradition called the Booze Fairy.
Yeah.
Right. And so I would go to the liquor store and I would get little airplane bottles of like whiskey or, whatever you could get for like $1 or $2. And I'd get enough to leave one on everybody's desk. And I'd show up early, like probably right after or the weekend of New Year's or whatever. So it was between Christmas and New Year's. And I'd show up early one day and put a bottle of booze
So
on
you're the only
desk.
one there. Nobody else was.
Right. And so people are like, well, where did this come from? I don't know. Must be the Booze Fairy, right? Some folks figured out it was me after some time, and then they just kind of carried on the charade. But so I'm not there this year, right?
Right.
And so,
no more booze.
I didn't fly back to Seattle and visit the liquor store and show up to the office.
Right. It would have been an expensive
So instead
Christmas.
What I did is I made a deal where somebody supplied me with about 35 of these things. And what's the market on, like $3 right now?
Right now, about $3 a piece. Actually, they've gone up on the AppNext site. They were charging like $3.50 a piece for them.
So I packaged these up, one in an envelope. I wrote, everybody's name on each envelope and sent them to one of my trusted coworkers, at the office, and they did the thing, right? So they came in early and left one of these envelopes on everybody's desk that had one Goldback each in it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So you've got 35 people now in an office that each have
a
one
Goldback.
Goldback. What do you think happened?
Well, I think you're going to tell us what happened.
Some guy bought them all up.
Well, somebody's trying anyway.
I would have been that guy.
It did spark a bit of, shall we say, economic discussion as far as the philosophy of currency. And, a couple of guys who kind of have more knowledge in the area of currency than others sort of educated those who didn't. Oh, well, why does any currency have value? Well, because of what you think it has value of, right? So they're having these philosophical conversations about value and all this. And so, I get an email from one of the guys, and, it's kind of a joke email, right? They're joking around with each other, but it's still kind of entertaining. So I just grabbed a couple of excerpts that I'll read from for you.
You also got some cool pictures with people like holding up their Goldbacks and looking very silly.
I got a bunch of selfies from people going, "Thanks for the gold bar! Wow, this is awesome!" and kind of thing. So. But I can read this to you.
Yeah, we're going to do that coming up
back.
here. 855-450 free. That's 855-450-3733. And, we're big fans of alternative currencies here on Free Talk Live, and especially if other people can get excited about alternatives, that's like super exciting. So you can bring up whatever you want. Join us here on the radio, 855-450 free. Like freedom.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556 ICAGoldSilver.com.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you get the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at anypayinc.com. anypayinc.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. What do you shop for that you could otherwise buy at Amazon? Pretty much everything, right? Amazon has competitive pricing and they deliver, and that's a big plus. If you could plan ahead in your shopping, would you be interested in saving up to 33%? There's a catch. You have to do your shopping in Bitcoin. But imagine those savings. It's like a huge raise. All you have to do is go to saveatpurse.com. We've saved thousands, and you can too. Plan ahead and save. Saveatpurse.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
Hi, I'm Derek J. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
Join the LRN.FM Discord for live chat 24/7 at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can take control of the airwaves here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We like shiny things.
It's shiny.
On Free Talk Live.
Got a shiny object in the camera.
We're talking about gold. Specifically the gold back, but just alternative currencies in general. We have done a lot of discussions of cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and Ethereum and the various different cryptos, Bitcoin Cash, Dash over the years here on Free Talk Live, and we're still huge fans of that. But when this gold back thing came out back in October, I got pretty excited about it. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But also want to say thanks to the folks over at Bitcoin.com because they're longtime sponsors here on Free Talk Live. And they've got a pretty great new site out that came out over the summertime called local.bitcoin.com that allows you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash with dozens of payment methods. And it's global. So you can trade with people halfway across the world. There's no identification requirements to sign up for the site at local.bitcoin.com. That's local.bitcoin.com. So get started trading, buying, and selling Bitcoin Cash. All right, so Captain Kickass, you were telling us about this kind of holiday tradition that you created at the office for which you still work, but you now work remotely.
I still work for that company, and so the Seattle office is near and dear to my heart. I made some friends
you got
there,
some good
my
friends,
coworkers.
Your coworkers. You every year we're leaving, quietly leaving gifts for the whole office, sort of like a secret thing, and you gave away liquor. But this year you gave them something useful. They can't drink the gold back in this case, and you left one gold back for everybody that you knew in the office, so roughly 35 or so. Yeah. That you left, and it was like Christmas morning or that week or something like that.
I think everybody, like when they came back from the holiday break, if you will, so probably post the new year, right? So January 2nd, January 3rd, everybody found an envelope on their desk with their name on it.
Without your name. It was just no note or anything like that, just a gold back sitting in there. So somebody probably went online, what is this thing? And then they started talking about it, and people were talking about money and what value is and value-backed monies. And so you had something you wanted to share.
So at some point, somebody figured out that instead of getting booze, that they got the gold back, right? Mm-hmm. From the, and so I had to make up a story about what happened to the booze fairy. And so the story was that the booze fairy had to check into rehab for its porn addiction. And so it couldn't make it to the liquor store. And so that's why they got gold backs instead.
Okay.
But somebody emailed me and said, I thought you might be interested in the conversations these Utah goldbacks have been sparking. Mostly we've been focusing on trying to pinpoint the value of a goldback. As we all know, a currency is only worth what people agree it's worth, and an item is only worth what someone will pay for it. Therefore, we've tried to set some bartering constraints to determine the value. So far, now keep in mind this is an office full of like tech guys,
people,
right? So we're talking nerds with nerdy senses of humor, right? Okay. So far, Steve will trade a piece of used floss for a goldback, but not much else on his desk. Steve will not trade his Blue Company branded sunglasses for a goldback. Steve will also not trade for a pair of Blue Company branded sunglasses using his goldback.
What if he had 10 of those?
Well, Steve wasn't
10 pair of sunglasses?
Yeah, somebody ought to give him 9 more pairs of sunglasses and see if his valuations change.
Yeah.
That's marginal value.
This created an economic quandary that Brandon cannot wrap his head around. Glenn will take an undetermined amount of beef jerky for a goldback.
Okay.
Phil will not stop bothering me for a goldback. We are still by iteration working out the value of a Utah goldback. I will keep you updated. Thanks.
That's cute.
So, yeah, I mean, like, so they started going, oh, well, this is worth something, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure several people Googled it. They shared the link, amongst the office. And
so I think this is a teachable moment.
Absolutely.
And I think the lesson to teach at this point is if you want to know what it's worth, set up a dollar auction for them.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And
place your bids.
Huh?
Place your bids on the goldback, right?
Exactly. And that shows you the value of the dollar, where it's like, it really matters how many pairs of sunglasses you have before you don't value, your 1,000th pair of sunglasses nearly as highly as you did your first one, and as a matter of fact, by this time they're getting underfoot. They're getting frigging irritating unless you're actually in the sunglasses business.
Right, you're tripping over them. So at any rate, another person responded to everybody on this email thread and said,
oh, so this is a giant CC'd everybody kind of thread?
7-8 people, something like that. So so this is a person who can confirm. He says, I can confirm in the office, one Utah goldback currently has a value equivalent to 0.5, that's 1/2 ounce, of Righteous Felon brand Bourbon Franklin flavored beef jerky sold to this other guy, Brian.
Okay.
Also, it's worth one bowl of Jai Jiang instant noodles sold to this guy named Hans. Of course, value is subject to market fluctuations. Thank you. Right. So
instant noodles, all this sort of office food reminds me of being in jail.
Yeah. So you show up for work, and then all of a sudden there's this shiny object that's maybe worth $3, and so people start bartering things for it. Like
interesting,
selling a bowl of ramen noodles for a goldback, right?
So cool.
A 1/2 ounce of beef jerky, a pair of sunglasses, whatever, right? So a microeconomy has been created in this enclosed environment of 35 people using nothing but the goldbacks.
And you did it. You started this.
I'm like, I did that. That's awesome,
cool, man. Thank you for sharing that. I love it. By the way, the price right now of the Goldback on goldback.com is at the highest I've ever seen it. It's $2.81. And that's before you factor in shipping them, right? So you're going to end up paying more. If you go to APMEX, which is like one of the bigger metals companies out there, they sell gold and silver bullion. They are now selling the Goldback, and they're asking $3.54, again, before the shipping cost is factored in. So that gives you some idea of what people are paying.
So what was the first number? Was that somebody's buy price?
The official price from goldback.com is $2.81.
That's what they'll sell it for?
That's what they're selling them for. Yeah.
Huh. So I wonder why you would trouble yourself to buy them from APMEX.
You can pay with crypto on APMEX, and they don't take that at Goldback. APMEX will give you free shipping, I think, on 5. So if you get like the whole set, you get free shipping on that. Right. But APMEX has to pay $2.81 or whatever the rate they're getting. Sure. So they got to make something on it. They got to mark it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a fascinating little piece, and we're going to, definitely talk more about it in the future. I've been in touch with the Goldback people here, and so I'm hoping that new exciting things can be announced later this year about these things, because I want to see them get bigger. I want to see more people using these things, because the thing that they've done that's brilliant here, and again, they're not a sponsor, but I would love for them to be. The brilliance of the Goldback is to allow people to actually have useful gold.
Spendable gold. Right? Because isn't that like one of the problems, even though gold is portable and fungible and that kind of thing, like, carrying around an ounce of gold, not practical.
No, not practical. And also it's not practical to carry around 1/10 of an ounce of gold.
Right.
Because you can lose the thing. I mean, those things are so tiny, it's like the size of your thumbnail. And it's $160.
Right. Yeah.
If that thing falls out of your wallet,
you've got to put it in a. I've seen people carry them. They always have them in this cardboard containers,
right?
Because they're too small to keep track of.
It's the same thing with the crypto. It's the coffee conundrum, right? Everybody goes, "Well, it's not going to be real currency until I can buy a cup of coffee with it, right?
I can buy a cup of coffee tonight.
Well, here you go. Utah Goldback. It's worth $3. I can go get a cup of coffee for $3,
presuming someone will accept it from you, and they just might."
And the place where I really think that backed currencies, people don't like the word stablecoin. I understand that, but the great thing about backed currencies is the idea that you can give somebody a solid ounce of silver to pay for your cup of coffee, and instead of having to cut that silver coin up to give you change, he can send you back your change in the form of a silver-backed crypto,
right?
So this many ounces or this many grams is your change.
Well, since we're talking about good money, let's talk about bad money. Coming up here, China is looking to issue their own, what the media is calling, cryptocurrency. We'll get into that coming up here in
moments. What you want.
Why you say? 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. And this is a real bad idea. Coming up.
Most of you know that heart disease is the #1 silent killer in the U.S. What if I told you for just $54.95 a month you could fight against heart disease naturally? At Heart and Body Extract, we've been helping thousands of people get back to a healthier heart. Don't just take my word for it. Check out all of the success stories at hbextract.com. Or to order, call 866-295-5305. That's 866-295-5305. hbextract.com. Don't risk it when you can take charge of it.
Jake was in big trouble with the IRS. He owed how much?
$92,000.
Ouch. The IRS left no room for Jake to breathe.
They put a lien on my house, took all the money out of my bank account, took money out of my paychecks. So it was a nightmare.
He needed help fast.
I figured that all these companies were the same until I called Federal Tax Management. You could just tell they knew what they were talking about. Right then and there, I felt like I had some hope.
Stop the liens, levies, and garnishments fast and qualify for one of several special IRS programs that could reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. So, how'd it go for Jake?
They did what they said they would do. They came through for me. I ended up saving an unbelievable amount. I was so jazzed. I was extremely happy.
If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, Take Jake's advice.
Give Federal Tax Management a phone call. If they help me, they can help anybody.
Call the Federal Tax Management Hotline now. 800-503-8625. 800-503-8625. 800-503-8625.
This is George Norrie from Coast to Coast AM and History Channel's Ancient Aliens. We support the amazing energy, nutrition, and skincare products from Jeunesse. Jeunesse products are designed by leading doctors in their field with natural ingredients and even stem cell technology. These products help your body perform and look better. Shop Jeunesse at gcnlife.com or call 1-844-443-6637. gcnlife.com or 844-443-6637.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and one with just the Edgington Post. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You can dial in toll-free here at 855-450, free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. Here tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody.
And the captain.
Also want to say thanks to Wild Bill from Seaville. He is a Free Talk Live silver amplifier. Wild Bill contributing $5 a month to the AMP program, which you can join as well over at ampamp.freetalklive.com.
Is that like Wild Bill Hickok?
It's Wild Bill from Seaville.
Oh, Seaville.
I don't know if that's Charlottesville or what ville that is, but that's where he's from. Seaville. You can join up over at amp.freetalklive.com, and you can do it with credit card. You can do PayPal. You can do also Bitcoin BTC to help us advertise, market, and promote Free Talk Live. If you like the ideas that we talk about here on Free Talk Live, talking about, in this case, financial freedoms here tonight, but overarching topics tend to be freedom-related. If you appreciate the message that we have on this show, then please join the AMP program. We could use your help. It's your $5 a month, or in this case, Bill's $5 a month that gets pooled together with other folks, and then it helps us get on more new radio stations. We've got over 200 stations now from coast to coast and beyond, as far away as Guam and Alaska, even to the U.S. Virgin Islands. And it's because of listeners like you contributing to the AMP program and listeners like Wild Bill from Seaville. You can go to amp.freetalklive.com to get signed up there. That's ampamp.freetalklive.com.
Real quick, just to wrap up on the Utah Goldbuck microeconomy that I created in an office. People often think that currency is a human construct, and that's not true.
Who made it?
This microeconomy reminded me precisely of some sort of a documentary that I watched years ago, where primates, right? Orangutans, apes, baboons, also just sort of naturally use things as currency. They'll use
sort of
like
naturally arose, basically.
pebbles, things like that. And you will notice, like in observable. I don't know what you call a family of orangutans, or but a captive observable audience of those. If they start trading these things that are seen as value, all of a sudden you see stuff like prostitution amongst apes.
Really?
Right? So the guys will all fight over it, and whoever collects the most will go and bring it to the female of the species and offer it to her in exchange for sex.
Wow.
So
it is the oldest profession, isn't it?
Currency is not specifically a human construct.
Interesting.
It occurs naturally in primates as well.
Wow.
And that's what this experiment reminded me of, because I'm kind of calling all my friends back in Seattle a bunch of apes for, trading the goldbacks now.
Yeah. And the thing is, people say, we should eliminate money. The commies are always saying, we should eliminate money. And it's like, how do you do that? If there's no legal tender, cigarettes become money.
Well,
weed becomes money. Anything of value can become money.
Exactly. Even absent the state, think about all the different things that have been used as money, right? Tea, grain, right? Rice, salt. Right? These are things that are considered money, at least historically speaking, right? So, absolutely spot on. Even absent the state, if somebody says we're going to get rid of money, it's never going to happen. People are going to use whatever is convenient for them to barter in.
The commies are constantly pushing for people to go against their nature, right? So that's one example. You just gave us an example of how money is natural, that it comes about naturally. And so the commies are saying, well, we need to reject that idea. We need to just stop using money. We need to get rid of all of that. And as you guys have pointed out, that just can't happen, because it's a natural thing. In the same way that it's also against human nature for people to give away, everything that they have, everything that they've worked for, and to where the people who aren't working, the people who are completely living off of the generosity of others, are getting all this stuff and they're not working for it. It's inevitable that somebody's going to be upset about that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. And so good luck to them. I don't want to participate in that. And that's the other thing. They've got to force people by the threat of violence to participate in a system that's that crappy.
And that's what I'm trying to tie these people down on, because it is so hard talking to an NCOM.
An anarcho-communist?
An anarcho-communist or anarcho-socialist, to get him to pin down exactly how his system works. It's like it gets down to the hand-waving level of detail, and beyond that, it's like they won't go into the mechanics of how this thing is supposed to work. And that's just frightening to me. We want to sell you the system, but we're not going to tell you how it works. If you ask, we'll get mad at you.
Well, some of them have come up with, remember there was actually somebody mentioned it in the chat room last night. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but the Venus Project, which
I remember that,
has been described as the newer version is Marxism with robots.
That guy with two first names, Peter something or other?
I thought it was like Jacques or something like that, but I don't know. But anyway, it started in the 1970s, I think, and now it's been modified by the Zeitgeist movement to essentially be, their plan is, it'll be a giant computer that decides everything.
Oh, it was Peter.
So that's the plan.
The funny thing is,
Peter Joseph.
The Venus Project could actually kind of work if but the thing is, there's only one way to implement it that it would work.
Voluntarily.
Each person has their own little terminal in this system, and they're basically trading with each other. And the reason
that's not what they want.
That's not what they want. I mean, and that's the thing is, I remember thinking about, okay, I'm writing a computer game. How do I implement a free market economy? And the answer is, I don't. I just give the people the interface to interact with each other.
Right.
And apart from that, I do nothing except, write the code to make it possible for them to give each other stuff.
Right. I have no problem with people who wish to start a commune. operate within a commune, be a part of a commune.
Have at it.
Have at it, as long as you're not forcing anybody else to your way, your life, your preferences. Right. Far out, solid, and right on. I fully think that in an actual, non-statist society, that there will be pockets of communes everywhere, and some of them will work great, and some of them will fail horribly.
Most of them,
right? But as long as they're not coercing other folks to their way, to their preference, go commune away. Be as hippie as you want to be.
Show us that some of this can work. Prove your case before you try to writ it large across an entire society.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest problem with so-called scientific socialism is you don't impose new innovations on society by first globally without finding out if they work. That is not a scientific way to approach the world.
Yeah. Well, and just because your idea might work on a farm with 20 or 30 or however many people does not mean it's going to scale up to 20,000 or 200,000.
Nor should it.
Or 2 million.
Yeah, and it probably won't, because the thing is, in a smaller group, you can have actual bonds. Like, if you have a tribe of people that are genuinely attached to each other, okay, then within a group of like 150, you could manage that like a tribe. The problem is a tribe can't grow above 150 people.
Right,
It'll split.
the Dunbar number.
Yeah.
As we've seen with every group that's ever existed, splitting, whether it be religious disagreements, splitting religions, whether it be political disagreements, splitting political parties and political movements, you just cannot grow a group past a very small number.
And speaking of vernacular, what do people call their neighborhood? The community, right? So, I mean, it seems to me that a community can't exceed sort of the Dunbar number as well, right?
Well, I mean, it can.
It can, but as far as your ability to affect it.
You get divisions within it.
Right.
So we can talk about the Chinese government. They are stepping up to the plate, or at least they want you to think they are.
Speaking of communists.
In the world of currency. Are the commie Chinese, the red Chinese, actually going to be the first government on the planet to release its own so-called cryptocurrency? It's digital currency.
I guess the first thing is I think that at this point, calling the Chinese communist is...
that's what they call themselves.
It is what they call themselves, but it's almost disingenuous at this point. More on their part than on yours. But
how so? Nobody.
I don't want to confuse people into thinking that in the 70s they were real communists. They had the Great Leap Forward, and a few million people starved to death. And the Cultural Revolution, where they killed all the educated people. I mean, that's real communism. But then they moved somewhat toward a much freer market whilst having still iron political control.
Yeah, it's a bizarre situation over there. We'll talk more about it coming up in hour 2 next on Free Talk Live.
Do you wish you could do whatever you wanted in your dating and relationship life, even if you're married? Do you wish you made more money on less hours? I'm Caleb Jones, and I've taught hundreds of thousands of men how to create low-work, high-income businesses and how to date women under your terms. Watch our free on-demand replay training with me so you can learn how to create location-independent income and date women the way you want. Go to alpha.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live is now on more than 200 radio stations nationwide. We've had more than 18 million podcast downloads, and we claim millions of listens a month. We're a multimedia ad venue with print, email, web, and terrestrial radio marketing platforms. We strive to have ad packages that cater to advertisers big and small. Contact me today at marketfreetalklive.com to see what we can do for you. Marketfreetalklive.com. If you're a local advertiser, contact this station. But if you can service a national audience, contact me, marketfreetalklive.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562, silver at $18.12, and Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals, high-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes, in an article titled "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group, May Have Killed Civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire, has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activists Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Use that existential pain to push themselves even farther. Users keep the device on their wrist at all times. It not only records running times and distances, it also analyzes all of the user's social interactions and emotional patterns. It then creates a unique, detailed profile that dredges the inspiring well of inner turmoil inside every runner. Early users say they notice a big impact on their workout.
I started marathoning when I was 28. I thought it was time to get in shape, but then once I realized I was actually running from my meaningless job in ad sales, I started running a lot more, like all the time.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up whatever you want as we launch into the second hour of the program. The toll-free number tonight is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. Coming up, we got to get to this conservative group of moms who are really mad over Burger King's use of the D word in a commercial, apparently, but we're still talking about money. We spent a good portion of the first. Yeah, we'll get into it. The good portion of not that one. Okay. Good portion of the first, but I'm sure that would upset them too, knowing these people. But the first hour, we talked a lot about money and alternative currencies here on Free Talk Live, and it led me to a story I've been sitting on for a couple days about China and their new, or supposedly soon to be released, digital currency. Of course, the news media is getting this wrong, and they're calling it a cryptocurrency, and we can talk about why that's wrong coming up here in a moment. But with you tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody. I've got something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away. It's the captain.
And yes, he is Captain Kickass. We're going to go actually to your calls here. In this case, we've got a call from the future where Mark Edge, our co-host, who has been traveling over the last 48 hours or so, is calling from Hong Kong. Hello, Mark.
Oh, can I get tomorrow's lottery numbers?
Do we have you, Mark? Are you with us? Too bad. I was giving him some assistance on changing his settings right before we went on the air, and maybe he changed them in the wrong way. I was instructing him on how to adjust his settings to where his voice activation would not be clipping him, but maybe he
missed the mark.
He might have slid the slider in the completely wrong direction. I told him to take it down. Maybe he took it all the way up. So we'll try to get him back on.
That's going to leave a mark.
We'll try to get him back a little bit later on. Toll-free number, Vaginitarian.
Mark my words.
In the chat room on the Discord server says, classic Mark.
Mark my words.
Screwing up the tech. It's going to be fun when he tries to put his broadcast set together when he gets to the Mariana Islands. I got everything labeled for him though, so we'll see. I think I feel like he can do this.
Do they have duct tape in the Marianas Islands? I feel like he's going to need it.
Yep. So anyway, we'll get back to him here when we can iron out whatever these difficulties are. The story coming from decrypt.co, China's central bank has issued a paper stating that it has completed much of the development for its new digital currency. Reporting according to local news outlet JRJ. The report says that the Chinese central bank has finished the top-level design for the currency. It has formulated the necessary standards, research and development, and completed testing for the currency, both as a substitution for base money and for anonymity. According to
substitution for anonymity?
No, well, yeah.
Well, yeah,
depends on how you read it.
That sentence is weird.
According to the Chinese,
that was unintentional accuracy.
Yeah, the Chinese media site Caixin, the currency known as DCEP will debut as a small scale experiments in Shenzhen and Suzhou. Observers said the cities were chosen because they are near to the central bank, reporting Chinese crypto news site Jints. The government has also piloted measures to restrict the withdrawal of physical money. State-run news agents, because they want you to get into their digital currency, they don't want you to get out of the digital currency.
You can get in, but you can't get out.
State-run.
See, and that's why I think that we should always be buying Bitcoin.
What do you mean?
Because it looks that way if you're like, yeah, I'll sell it to you, but I don't want to buy it back.
Oh, you mean you should be buying it back from somebody to whom you've sold it, is what you're saying.
Yeah. See, I always think that I think that in terms of inspiring confidence, that goes a lot further than any gain the price gets by, not wanting to trade it for dollars.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. I don't think you're wrong for saying that. It's just that buying it back adds a level of complexity when you're doing it more on just the occasional, oh, hey, I'll buy that from you. But if you're doing it regularly for anybody that walks through the door, it gets a little bit more complicated, just as far as like if you're running a vending machine, for instance.
Regarding this Chinese digital currency, I'm reluctant to call it a cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Because I don't know certain things.
Well, it's not a cryptocurrency.
Is it blockchain-based at all?
Why would it be?
Okay, so then in as much as the U.S. dollar
and
is
even hold on, even if it was
digital,
blockchain-based, what good would it be if it were blockchain but run by the government? Because they can still manipulate whatever.
No, I just wanted to know, so I feel like the term cryptocurrency is getting co-opted, and it is, right? So people are going to start calling things cryptocurrencies that are not.
Like the Facebook coin, Libra.
That is not a cryptocurrency.
Not yet.
Right.
It doesn't seem like it's going to be.
And it
doesn't exist.
I don't think it's going to be anything from.
You don't think it's going to come out?
But
no, it's not looking good for them from everything I hear.
They did too much telegraphing on that. They should not have announced it. They should have just developed it and rreleased it. But instead, they had to make a big to-do about it, and then the government got in.
It would have been so
wondering
easy.
if that was a strategic play. But
what would the benefit be of that?
Well, for one thing, it was only a matter of time before some big tech company floated this idea. So maybe the federal government wanted the most frightening company on earth to float it so they can shoot it down and everybody would cheer.
And that would put a dampener on anybody else doing the same thing, basically?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So Google doesn't try it, or somebody more freaking competent than Facebook.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to buy a cryptocurrency from the company that is, when they're not selling your data, they're losing it.
Yeah.
They have had some success with the, what do they call it, the marketplace? The Facebook
I've heard
marketplace.
About that, yeah.
And so, as a business such as they are, their entire goal is to continue to forward, the profit machine, right? Figure out where they can, make more money and, profit off of their enterprise. So that seems like it would sort of flow, right? Oh, they want to use their own cryptocurrency or their own digital currency to power their own marketplace to make it easier to trade between people. That makes sense. But my question all along has been, why? I mean, cryptocurrency in and of itself is permissionless. It never asked.
Right.
And it's never going to. And it doesn't care, right? So,
it doesn't care who you are. You can just get some.
If I were Zuckerberg, I would have just developed the thing and released it.
That's what
Because he has the money to pay the developers, to bring on the brightest minds in the cryptocurrency world. Could have just kept, put them all
Worst case, there might have been a few leaks, but it wouldn't have been the end of the world. It would have all been pure speculation.
That was already coming, right? They were already kind of leaking that.
But it wasn't a leak.
On a thing.
No, it wasn't a leak. They put it out there.
No, but before that. before that, right? There was some like...
Well, it was April of last year when they put it... There wasn't any real rumors before it came out that they were doing this.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a leak. It was, this is confirmed. Facebook is doing this. They announced their big consortium where they announced PayPal and they announced MasterCard.
But before that, there were rumors that Facebook was dabbling in cryptocurrency. They hired, some cryptocurrency guy and blah, blah, blah.
And that was the first thing that worried me about Libra in terms of it's not going to come out, is they had this huge lineup of people who were completely opposed to the existence of cryptocurrency and actively resisting it in every way they can. And, it's like, having the John Birch Society trying to get together and do real communism.
So I think we all agree that the Chinese currency, as well as the United States currency, is already digital.
Sure.
Right?
That's what you pay with your credit card.
Right. So
digital version
what's
of
the
dollar.
actual news?
Well, basically what they've probably done is written an online banking app, basically, that you can run on your Palm Pilot.
It just sounds to me like
that's the question.
Well,
is
they already
it
have
denominated in yuan?
It sounds to me like it's a new way to get rid of cash.
They're not. I don't have that detail at this point, Rich. They're saying here they're calling it the DCEP, but I don't know what that really stands for or what it means or how many yuan it will be worth or whatever. But let's go on. Here's a little bit more. The government has piloted measures to restrict the withdrawal of physical money. State-run news agency Xinhua said the pilot is a measure to combat money laundering. Crypto analyst Dovey Wan tweeted that it's a precursor to test out the suitability of digital cash. And as you pointed out, they already have a digital form of currency over there. You can buy things with WeChat Pay and with Alipay. These are two digital forms that are very, very highly used in China. We can talk more about what their plans are coming up here in moments. 855-450 free if you want to join us. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com. Have you heard of LibertyCon? LibertyCon is not only a convention with great speakers like Whole Foods CEO and co-founder John Mackey and Nobel Prize winner Vernon Smith, but it's also unique because you get a chance to network with more than 70 pro-liberty organizations, one-on-one for the purpose of career advancement, business, and internship opportunities. April 3rd through 5th in Washington, D.C. You can learn more by visiting LibertyCon.com and use code FTL for a $10 discount on your registration. That's LibertyCon.com.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org. I can definitely say that I have found the best cryptocurrency wallet. Certainly the best named one. I'm Mark Edge, and I love the Edge wallet. I've been using it for the last few months. You can buy, sell, trade, and hold your cryptocurrency securely. I trust my holdings of all the major cryptocurrencies to Edge wallet, and you should too. No long phrases to memorize, just a username and password. Secure your freedom with Edge wallet. Get it now on Apple or Android in the App Store or at edge.app.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. The LRN.FM's social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
This is Free Talk Live. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms at discord.lrn.fm. With you in the studio tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody.
And I'm all right. Don't nobody worry about me.
We weren't.
It's the captain.
But we're glad you're here.
I meant that specifically for nobody.
Yes. Edge Wallet, by the way. I want you to know about this. You can use it to buy, sell, trade, and securely hold cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, BTC, Dash, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, tokens, Monero, Ripple, Stellar, Ravencoin, and not the Chinese Commie Coin. You cannot use that in Edge Wallet. And hopefully you'll never be able to, because it's not a real cryptocurrency. But Edge is great because they got a veteran team behind it. They've been building crypto wallets since 2014. It's user-controlled, meaning you control your money, not some bureaucrat somewhere who can pull a lever and make it so you can't get access to your coins. So you have full access. It's iOS and Android devices, so whichever one you got, there's an Edge wallet waiting for you in your app or Play Store. Just go and download it. Or if you want to learn more about it, before you download it, go to edge.app and they'll tell you about the technology behind it there. That's EDGE edge.app. And we were talking about this China coin that they say is on the verge of coming out. The story from decrypt.co, the government of China saying it's almost ready. Now, what that actually means, it could be months down the road, it could be another year, but they want you to believe it's imminent. And they're talking about ways to restrict the physical withdrawal or the withdrawal of physical money, meaning they want people to get into this state coin, but they don't want them to get out of it.
That phrasing just...
Is there an exchange rate established with the Petro yet?
That's an excellent question.
Good question.
It's supposed to be...
Ask him how many Petros one of these...
The China coin is worth?
Digiwan's worth.
Yeah, well, that was interesting. So I'm glad you brought that up, Nobody, because I had a contact recently, and I'm trying to remember if it was email or if it's somebody who sent me a message on Discord. Yeah, it was Discord. And I'll just read this statement here from Feliz Caracas. He writes to me, he says, "Hi, Ian. I've been living in Venezuela during the past 9 months, and the last 2 weeks I've been assisting in a bakery to accept the Petro, registered on an exchange, traded Petro for Bitcoin, and cashed out. I can answer any question regarding the Petro and Venezuelan crypto adoption. I've seen all the systems they're using, how people are lining up to spend their Petro, and how merchants are accepting it. Now, mind you, this is the first I have heard about this, And we've looked.
Yeah, I was
going to
say, yeah.
We've looked and we've looked and we've tried to understand where this petro is, how it's available, how one can get it, if it's even possible. The last we'd heard, they were issuing paper certificates for the petro. It was just
Well, that
mess.
gives us like a dozen questions to send this guy. Let's see what he says.
Well, I told him, well, let me finish what he says here. He says, I would like to share these real insights with the community, as the information about the petro is often extremely biased. And it does seem that way. I can also tell you about my general experience in Venezuela, as I've been living in various places, connecting with various classes of the population. I would be very interested. I told him, hey, we're on 7 to 10 at night, 7 nights a week. Please call in whenever is good for you.
Right.
So I don't know when or if he's actually going to call, but that's the first person we've heard of saying that they've actually had possession of a petro.
Yeah, I've never heard of anybody having a wallet with a petro or a wallet that would hold petro or anything like that. I've not seen an exchange with petro on it as far as a crypto exchange is concerned, and I would assume that's where it would be traded. So, I don't know. And going back to the wording of your article, just the way the words were strung together made me think that this might be it sounds like they're trying to wrap getting rid of cash into this thing.
Sure,
like
why not?
The cashless society, right? That's the government's dream.
Isn't that what they ultimately want to do in all governments everywhere? Is get rid of cash. That way they can track every transaction. That's the benefit to them of running a system like this. But that also makes one of the upcoming statements even more confusing. So we'll get a little deeper here into the story. But addressing concerns that the DCEP, which is what they're going to be calling this thing, will be used as a mechanism for financial surveillance, Mu Changchun, who leads the bank's Digital Currency Research Institute, told an audience at a conference in Singapore in November, quote, "We know the demand from the general public is to keep anonymity by using paper money and coins. We will give those people who demand it anonymity in their transactions." I don't believe it.
How are they going to do that?
I don't believe it. The answer is that's not going to be a possibility. I don't know why they're saying that.
I mean, unless they give everybody the privacy within their coin, right? If they develop the coin in such a way that it is a privacy coin.
But they won't, because that would require them to release the code to the coin.
Right.
Would require them to be able to allow people to, sort of roll their own, take the code and generate their own executable from it or whatever, right? It would require them to give this data out to people, and a closed system like states create is not going to do that kind of thing.
Right, and it violates the 5 pillars too, right? So the 5 pillars is what Andreas talks about, the 5 things that make a cryptocurrency a cryptocurrency.
Can you recap those?
Yeah, open, borderless, decentralized, neutral, and censorship resistant. Well, already
it violates all of them.
Already, it's not borderless.
Yeah,
right. It's not open, obviously, if they're going to keep the code to themselves, right? It's not neutral.
Yeah.
Right. It's not decentralized, and it's not censor. Well, it might be censorship resistant. We don't know what the other qualities of it are.
Well, it's being run by the censors, so
yeah,
I'm gonna guess no.
They're gonna make it so that if they want to freeze, if you're a Chinese dissident and you have a wallet on this system and it's got some China coin in it, or DCEP. And they decide that you are bad boy, Captain Kickass, and they're going to punish you. They're going to punish you. They'll just go ahead and freeze your account.
Right. Switch. You're off. You don't exist anymore.
Yeah, and it won't be like they have to now, where they have to call a bank up and say, hey, can you freeze Captain Kickass's account, which the banks will always do. Now they'll just go ahead and freeze you. So they've cut out the middleman in that case. They can just do their dirty work immediately.
Right.
And more efficiently and effectively in that case. I don't believe this for a moment, that they're going to have anonymous transactions on this network. Maybe they'll have some sort of fake anonymous thing like, yeah, just check this box and you're anonymous.
I would expect there to be just a back door in it so that, it keeps your friends from seeing the outgoing transaction, but if the government wants to see it, I will bet they'll be able to.
It's anonymous to anybody you use it to pay, except for the government, right? Yeah.
Maybe you might be onto something there, and that would be sort of kind of true. It would make her statement kind of true.
They'd at least, in one context, be okay using the word anonymous.
The publication, according to the story here at decrypt.co, of the central bank's latest report follows an announcement by the Chinese government this week that it could launch a nationwide blockchain network called BSN. Emphasis on the BS.
It's immediately what I thought.
Yeah.
BSN.
The BS
if the
network.
last word is network.
Yeah. Soon as April, the initiative is separate to the digital currency, but supported by large payments companies such as China Mobile, China UnionPay, and China Merchants Bank, and others. So there's not much more to this story, just basically beyond the claim that they're going to make some sort of claim to anonymous transactions on a state-run coin, and the state coin is claiming that they're almost ready.
That's a more accurate term, state coin.
Yeah. Toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. However, if they do this and they're successful with actually making this thing come out, they will likely be, unless you count the Petro, which it's hard to really count the Petro for anything, they'll be the first state to do it. We're coming up.
What is it costing you in vet bills for that convenience of just pulling open a bag of
formulated, extruded, processed cereal bits that cost a ton of money anyways?
How do you feed your dog to derive not only energy, but a good coat, bright eyes, and a great attitude?
Come to Dynovite for help.
DINOVITE.com.
I found his raw meat diet on Dynovite.com. With just the raw meat and the eggs and the Dynovite and the Super Omega on top of it.
Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
Ground beef, white rice, eggs, including the shells, and the Dynovite supplement, and then the Lico Chops.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
It just balances out his body and his mind and his spirit.
Adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
Their skin is so much better now that they're on the raw diet. I don't even give them the kibble anymore.
DINOVITE.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up anything you want here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. And by the way, all this talk about Bitcoin, we've driven the price up, gentlemen. The price has gone up in the last hour. By the way, with you in the studio tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody.
And the captain.
Last hour, Bitcoin's up 2.38%, up almost $200.
Nice. What's it at now?
8,360.
Very well.
8,360. So you can bring up whatever you want here. We've been trashing on the China coin thing that they're supposedly going to be coming out with sometime soon. We don't know.
State coin.
Yeah, we don't know how soon that's going to be. But if they do manage to come out with this thing, then they will hold the claim to of being the first state in the first nation state, which of course we all want to abolish those things, but they'll be the first one to do their own currency, their own digital currency, and I mean that's a claim to fame to some extent.
Well, not if the Petro's out there.
But that's the thing; you can't even tell if the Petro's out there. There are people who say it is, but good luck getting it.
In my mind, it's a non-accomplishment because their currency is already digital.
You mean the Chinese currency?
Yeah. I mean, all
this
state
one gives them more
coins
control.
All state currencies are currently digital, at least more so than they are physical.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
There's not enough dollars in the world to satisfy all of the dollars that are in, quote, circulation, unquote. Right? There's not a one-for-one relationship. In fact, there's a very small percentage of actual cash that exists in relation to the number of zeros in everybody's bank accounts.
If you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash, well, turn to AnyPay because they make it easy for local businesses to accept those things, those cryptocurrencies. And now you can actually earn passive income for every purchase made in those cryptocurrencies at your local businesses that you bring on board. So if you make it happen, you get the rewards now with AnyPay's new ambassador program. What you do is you download the AnyPay Cash Register app on iOS or Android, set it up for yourself. So you put your own crypto wallet addresses in the back end of your account on AnyPay. And then you sign up your business, get them to download the AnyPay Cash Register app, whatever local business it is you want to get on board, local coffee shop or whatever. And then you let AnyPay know at anypayinc.com. Tell them what you did at anypayinc.com. Let's go to Mark, who I believe we have a mostly working connection with him now at this point. He's on hotel Wi-Fi calling us in Hong Kong. Mark.
From the future.
Hey, there you are. And I think you're 13 hours into the future, so it's already tomorrow.
Nice.
Where you are. So how goes it? It sounds like you made it through the communist customs. Okay, I presume.
Found communist customs. I'm in Hong Kong.
So wait, they're not being run by the Chinese. The customs there is not being run by the Chinese government?
Well, I couldn't tell you that for sure, but I can tell you that coming into Hong Kong was pretty much better than coming into the U.S.
Really?
No TSA?
Faster.
Yeah, Hong Kong is theoretically self-governing, although China exercises a lot of influence in their politics.
Well, I've got 2 interviews scheduled for today with different protesters, and I'll I was out on the Edgington Post in the near future.
Nice.
And the Edgington Post is a podcast series that you do where you kind of just interview people you want to talk to because we don't really do interviews on Free Talk Live very often. And that gives you the ability to talk to whoever you want. And you're there in Hong Kong for the next few days. I heard you're going to be taken around on a tour by some of the folks from the Epoch Times.
A tour. They're going to be setting me up with protesters, and you know, I was told where one was going to be yesterday, but I was kind of stuck and wasn't able to go. But hopefully we'll see something the next day or two.
Do you know anything about what's been going on? I mean, we haven't heard too much recently here about, you know, the ongoing conflicts between the Chinese government, central government, and the protesters there.
There seems to have been some ramping down of the most violent of conflicts, or if you want to use that terminology, but it's still, there's still protests going on, and these people still want more freedom.
So, I mean, you've only been there for, what, like a day now? Is this day number 2 for you?
Yeah, I showed up about 24 hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Any observations? I mean, Hong Kong's a big city. It's an international city. There's a lot of languages there. Just some first things that kind of, you might want to share out with our listeners?
And Mexico, not as clean as New York City.
We missed the first few words there. What about Mexico? Cleaner than Mexico?
Cleaner than Mexico, yeah.
Cleaner than. All right. Cool. And
I would say that the section of town that I'm in, it's not like I've never seen a white guy, but rare enough that they'll stop and take a look.
Wow, really?
Huh.
That's surprising. Yeah. What's it called, the section of town that you're in?
Kowloon.
I've heard of it.
Perhaps.
I've heard of it. Kowloon. Very cool.
Wow. I like the word. I don't know what else to say about it. It's been really great, and everybody's been very kind to me. The worst thing I can possibly say about what happened is I may have overpaid for a pound of cherries.
Oh, okay. Could be worse. Could be a lot.
Yes, and if I overpaid, overpaid by like $1.50.
Gotcha.
Do you feel different as a minority now?
I like it. It's nice.
No, I remember we've heard about, years ago we talked about Hong Kong here on Free Talk Live, sort of around the time when, or it was closer to the changeover. I guess it was 1997. We weren't on the air yet at that point. But the old claim was if you were going to be a waitress in Hong Kong, you had to know like 3 to 5 languages at minimum. So it was a very highly competitive environment, even for the most low skill, what we would traditionally consider, anybody could be a waitress. Well, in America, that's true. But there, you're in high competition. So has there been a lot of English around you?
Or another way to look at it is, in that particular city, waitressing is a high skill job.
Yeah. But that's just it. There aren't any low-skill jobs that deal with other people, right? Like you've got to be able to interact with an international community of tourists and business people that are there. So, I mean, have you had a lot of English being spoken around you?
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that that the amount of language they know doesn't necessarily dictate their skill level.
Mm-hmm.
That most people know some English, and I'm talking about the oldest people I've talked to here can figure out what I'm talking about. They know enough rudimentary English. They can say thank you and things like that. They can figure out that I want a pound of cherries and 1 banana, not a bunch. So it's going pretty well.
So we've been talking about cryptocurrency here tonight. Have you seen, I remember when I was in Tokyo, there were advertisements for Bitcoin that were actually in the streets in one of the sections of town. Have you seen any, Bitcoin or cryptocurrency related signage or billboards or activity or anything that was obvious?
No, and my normal activity of asking people, I've suspended here because the communication is just too difficult.
Interesting. All right. Anything else you want to share tonight about your journey so far? It's still relatively early, and you got more to do.
No, I think this is really awesome. I can't wait to get these protesters on the mic and find out what's going on with them.
Cool. Hey, thanks for taking time out of your morning to call in, and we'll hear from you again, I'm sure, before you head to the Mariana Islands, which is your next step on the journey coming up later this week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. That's Mark Edge.
Safe journey, Mark.
Yep, Free Talk Live co-host going to the Mariana Islands after he's done in Hong Kong. He's going to be there for an indeterminate amount of time. I mean, I've been saying he's moving to the Mariana Islands.
It's so cool, though. Like,
it's actually going to be hot in the Mariana Islands.
Well, okay, but like, he's on an adventure, right? He's out doing the thing. He's going to end up in arguably the least governed possession of the United States of America, as near as I can tell.
That's the claim.
And get together with some other people that are into the cryptocurrency and try
at least
to make
one other guy.
Yeah, try to somehow make a go of that. I mean, that's as pioneering and pilgriming as like a guy can get these days, unless of course you're trying to go to outer space.
Well, yeah, and he is going to what's called the Crypto Frontier. Right. So that's the name of this new project, and it is pretty early. It is really a frontier.
And hopefully he doesn't
need a programmer for this.
Hopefully he doesn't die of dysentery.
Ooh, yeah, don't drink the water out there.
It's no Oregon Trail.
So we got more coming up. You can join us here. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. and you can bring up whatever's on your mind. We'll talk about the D word. Some people are really upset in the year 2020 about this. Coming up.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you could move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry MyPillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-870-0305 and use promo code GCN. That's MyPillow.com or 800-870-0305 with promo code GCN.
Let me ask you something. What are you doing when you put money in a 401k or IRA, or store jumper cables in your vehicle, or purchase health insurance? You're preparing. You're preparing to ensure you have enough money for retirement. You're preparing for when your car battery dies, or to have assistance paying a major unexpected medical bill. That all makes sense. The same goes for building a food storage plan. You're preparing for when emergencies or disasters strike and shelves go empty at your grocery store. The best way to prepare is with My Patriot Supply. They've helped 1 million hardworking Americans become more self-sufficient. My Patriot Supply sells hundreds of items, including dozens of emergency food kits at MyPatriotSupply.com. It could be an earthquake, a cyber attack freezing our banking system, or a disaster that shuts down our power grid for weeks. For all these emergencies and more, get your supplies and prepare today at MyPatriotSupply.com. No more rushing to find empty store shelves because you're too late. Do it now so you're ready. MyPatriotSupply.com.
A civilian casualty is flattered to have been mistaken for a Hamas leader, and an asexually reproduced sea sponge is worried she's turning into herself. This news summary is best enjoyed in a state of leisurely repose, so sit back, relax, and let the waves of condensed news gently lap at your brain. This is the Onion Week in Review. Hoping to foster a lifelong connection to the airline, Delta announced the launch of its official alumni magazine, Flown, this week, a quarterly publication for people who have been passengers with the airline at some point in the past. A press release from Delta confirmed that the magazine will feature obituaries, wedding announcements, and profiles of prominent flyers that celebrate the shared experiences and interests of the airline's 900 million alumni.
I think it's a nice thing for Delta to do. I mean, it's always interesting to just skim through an issue, see what the old boarding group's up to. It kind of makes me nostalgic for the few hours back when I was on that flight to Tampa. Simpler days.
This is the Onion News Network.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can take control of the airwaves here. The toll-free number is 855-450, free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We're going to talk about the D word coming up. Some moms are apparently very upset at Burger King over one of their commercials. But first, in the studio with you tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody.
And I am the ape man. I am the walrus.
Cuckoo Choo.
No, I'm Captain Kick-Ass. Very good.
AnyPay, we already told you about them. Hey, Divvy, I want you to know about this. The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to spend, earn, store, and exchange digital money in seconds. Divvy says you'll be able to send money around the globe in only a swipe and instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat currencies like the dollar in the mobile app and then withdraw directly to your bank account. There's no need to wait, however, because Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with their multi-tiered masternodes, allowing anyone to earn by supporting the Divvy network. When the new Divvy wallet launches, because of Divvy's relationship with Western Union, Divvy will be in 200 countries, including the United States. You can learn more at divvyproject.org. That's divvyproject.org. As we continue, we're going to go to your calls and thoughts, and then we'll get into the Burger King controversy here in moments. But first, Patrick is on the line, watching us on DLive. Go ahead, Patrick.
Hello. Hey, listen. Am I on the radio right now?
You are on the radio, yes, sir.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Hey, listen. I have to make an apology to that fellow from MyPillow.
Okay.
At first, I got my MyPillow for Christmas, and I don't think I threw the instructions away. I did.
Uh-oh.
I admit
All right.
it.
Well, it's not that complicated.
Big mistake.
Put your
Why?
head on it and sleep.
Did you have a dream about eating a giant marshmallow and you woke up and your pillow was gone?
I didn't adjust the pillow correctly, and at first I didn't like it. Now that I've adjusted it, the best pillow I've ever had.
Oh, interesting. So I love the MyPillow, I got to say. And, they don't pay me to endorse it. It's a great product. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they paid somebody because I heard an ad.
No. Those ads are what they call in the business per acquisition ads, meaning that you only get paid if somebody buys a MyPillow.
Obviously, you got a way bigger brain than me because I don't know nothing about that. But anyway, all I'm saying is that my pillow, now that I've adjusted it, is much better. What I'd like to talk to you guys about is individualism versus collectivism.
Okay.
And the morality of that. So do you, it's easy to. I used to be a libertarian just like you guys.
Oh,
and
you're the guy who called in a few nights ago saying that you used to be libertarian. I find folks like you fascinating.
Well, it's not like I found some other solution, right? Anyway, back to my point. So, do you believe that there is moral good and evil?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think most of the people who are doing what I would consider to be evil believe they're doing good. I think that they believe that they're helping, that they believe that the things that they're doing are going to make society better, and that they're doing them for what they believe are the right reasons, but ultimately their means are corrupted. That's what I believe. Now, nobody. What do you think about that?
The phrase that sprung to mind was those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. I think it's a lot.
Yeah, that's well said. Yeah,
I think it's a lot easier to trick people down a purportedly good moral path than to sell people on the idea of just let's go be flat out evil.
But are the people who are doing you're using the term trick, so are the people who are doing the tricking, are they evil? Do they think they're evil and they're trying to recruit people?
I think that if you're a very intelligent person and you're near the top of this system, and you're still doing it, then I would say you have to be evil. If you have the capacity to understand what the system is doing, and you're continuing to operate the system, then I would say you would have to be
Am I muted?
evil.
Nope, you're right here. Go ahead.
No, so lacking a moral compass, right? That's what we call evil, right? Like we all know, me and you. I've never met you, but I assume you know how to treat people right and wrong. the golden rule, I suppose.
Sure. Do unto others, and yeah.
Yeah, well,
don't hit people,
use a derivative of that. I assume that other people are living by the golden rule and doing unto me as they want me to do unto them. So I do unto them as they do unto me, and that way they get what they want.
That's a twisted version of the golden rule, sir.
I'm a twisted individual.
You don't do unto others as they do unto you. You do unto others as you would have done unto yourself.
Well, that's what you do.
If possible, I'll do unto others before they get a chance to do unto me.
Yeah.
Now hold on, Patrick. Patrick, I want to give Captain Kickass a chance to answer your question about evil in the world.
I'll be quiet.
I know that evil exists, and I know that good exists based on my experiences. I have experienced what I will call good. I have also experienced what I will call evil. What creates those? What conditions do they fall under? I mean, that's all subject to individual interpretation. But I will say that the evil that I have seen and experienced, the people, and I'm talking about like the most evil things, the people conducting the evil were fully aware that what they were doing was less than moral.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I could taste the evil. How did it taste?
I've seen evil personified, so it's a subject near and dear to my heart.
All right, so Patrick, where are you going with this question?
I guess my point is that in a pure like libertarian like anarcho-capitalist society, there's a need for the general populace to be basically moral.
And I think they basically are. I think most people are generally good. And I think that's the reason why we have as peaceful of a society as we do, and as the reason why we have as an effective and productive of a society as we do. People aren't out there, robbing everybody blind left and right and attacking and pillaging and raping. And it's not because there's some cops, somewhere in the vicinity. It's because it benefits people to be good to one another. It benefits people to treat each other fairly and honestly.
And I hate to. If I may, may I?
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. But and I'm going to sound like a leftist here. That's a privileged opinion. You're seeing it from a person who doesn't live in the less agency parts of the world. That's fine, dude. In Oviedo, Florida, where I'm close to, it's all upper middle class. The cops don't have to do anything. They just sit around and write speeding tickets. But in Baltimore,
so wait, are you saying
different.
Okay, so you're saying that in some parts of the world there's more crime than in others?
Yeah,
but there's.
I'm not
for the most
that.
part, things are very
fact.
peaceful. I'm going to give you another example of this. In Acapulco, Mexico, where I've gone for the last few years. We're not going this year, by the way, to Acapulco. We just couldn't make it just didn't work out, unfortunately.
Why would you ever go to Mexico?
There was a great party that was thrown down there.
The most violent place on the planet.
Right? That's what everybody says. But hey, guess what? When you're in Acapulco, the most violent place, one of the most, the murder capital or whatever of Mexico, or certainly one of the most violent places in Mexico, Guerrero province or Guerrero state, very, very high crime rate compared to the other states in Mexico. It's still peaceful. Day in, day out, for the most part. If you're not involved in drug dealing, and competing with the cartels, the odds are good. You're probably not going to get into any kind of, fracas.
Okay,
or whatever.
But did you?
The other thing,
I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, and I promise you, I've been listening to y'all's radio show on D-Live for like a couple weeks. I've called in the last couple days.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, did you try to project any power?
Well, the thing is, certainly you would want the ability to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupted.
You don't have to keep apologizing. Let's just keep going with the conversation.
Certainly you need the ability to project power, and that was something I was going to mention that hasn't come up yet, is in an ANCAP society, it's quite likely especially at first, that everybody would be walking around armed. So your first level of defense, your first ability to project power would be having a personal firearm and knowing how to use it.
Which you cannot do in Acapulco. And Patrick, if you want to keep discussing this, we can hang on to standby, because last time when you called, we had full phones and we had to let you go after a segment. But right now, we don't have anybody else on the line, so I want to keep this conversation going. We'll continue here if Patrick wants to stick with us through the news into hour number 3.
Hang out.
I think it's an interesting discussion. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, but guns are not legal for the average person to carry around. Certainly, tourists can't be, walking around with them in Mexico. But yet, for the most part, everybody gets along. Free Talk Live.
Are you able to set your own schedule, work, play, or sleep whenever you want, 7 days a week? Are you free to date whomever you want, even if you're already married? I'm Caleb Jones, and I've taught hundreds of thousands of men how to create low-work, high-income businesses and how to date women under your terms. Watch our free, on-demand replay training with me so you can learn how to create location-independent income and date women the way you want. Go to alpha.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live is now on more than 200 radio stations nationwide. We've had more than 18 million podcast downloads, and we claim millions of listens a month. We're a multimedia ad venue with print, email, web, and terrestrial radio marketing platforms. We strive to have ad packages that cater to advertisers big and small. Contact me today at marketfreetalklive.com to see what we can do for you. Marketfreetalklive.com. If you're a local advertiser, contact this station. But if you can service a national audience, contact me, marketfreetalklive.com.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to Live.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562, silver at $18.12, and Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals, high-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes, in an article titled "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group. May have killed civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Eating habits, Subway is clarifying its marketing, adjusting language on menus and in television commercials like this one. $5 footlongs? Wow, that's $2.50 per person. Subway's corporate leadership says they were horrified to learn of the misunderstanding.
It's frightening. I mean, you don't see people eating entire pizzas by themselves. We even cut the footlongs in half into 2 regular-sized sandwiches before handing them to you. But I guess that wasn't clear enough.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can take control of the airwaves here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733 as we launch into the third hour of the program. With you tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody. And the captain.
We're going to get back into your calls and thoughts here, but still to come, we do have the story about this conservative group of moms who's all in a flutter about the D word being used in a Burger King commercial.
Quick, somebody panic.
And isn't their acronym also MOM? I believe the organization is called Millions of Moms.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to like combine the D word with moms or something. I wasn't sure what you were going to do and which D word we were talking about.
I've done that before, but let's not talk about my personal life.
Let's get back to Patrick, though. He's on the line. He's been waiting patiently here through the news. And Patrick, you called in with some interesting questions. You brought up individualism. You talked about evil. Hold on. I got to recap here for Patrick. We got to recap briefly for our listeners that are just tuning in. You got to remember, we're on the radio, so there's always somebody, like right now, somebody just got in their car at the airport. They turned the key in the ignition, and they're hearing us just now for the first time. So I always got to keep that in mind. So Patrick, you brought up questions about evil and good in the world, and we talked about different societies and that sort of thing. And so anyway, what were you trying to say there? Go ahead.
Well, I think I was trying to say, is there a moral? Do you believe in moral good and evil? And I think you guys kind of equivocated a bit.
I think we all had somewhat different answers between the three of us.
Yeah. No, I mean it was yes, of course.
And
what do you believe?
There's also a matter of sense. I mean, there are things that I think, I have a moral code that I live by. I think it's a good code.
Do you think that your neighbor should live by that code, sir?
Well, they could do worse, but it's not my job to pick their code.
So what if, I mean, could their code be anything, or does it have to be something?
If they want to stay alive, their code has to involve not doing bad things to me and mine.
Okay, hold on, dude. If you ask a question, you got to let him answer the question and not keep talking.
I apologize.
If you're talking,
stop talking.
Okay, if you're talking, we know you can't be listening, right?
You're right.
Okay, so can you re-answer that question, nobody, please?
I can't remember what I just said.
You alluded to the fact that the other person's moral code had best not include aggressing upon you if he wants to remain in the living world.
Yeah, and that's pretty much my only requirement that I place on other people's moral codes. And it comes down to Thomas Jefferson wrote that rightful liberty was unobstructed action according to our will, bounded only by the equal rights of others. I do not add within the limit of the law, because the law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the right of the individual.
That's a good one.
I like it.
All right. Patrick?
Yeah. So what he's saying, I think, if I'm hearing it correctly, if my neighbor lets his dog shit on my lawn.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can't let you say that on the radio. So sorry, but you have to remember, we are actually on a broadcast radio show. It's too bad. It was going pretty good. I think that was an honest mistake. I don't think that.
Sorry, Patrick.
I don't think Patrick called in with the intention to do that after 15 minutes.
We can finish his thought, I guess.
He was talking about a dog evacuating.
Yeah, if a dog decides to take care of business on your lawn, has your neighbor now aggressed upon you?
And I would say, yeah. I mean, if my neighbor is keeping a beast, then it's his responsibility to keep up with his
right.
beast.
But that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that you should have a right to blast him in the face with a gun, right? That's a disproportionate response to the dog crapping in the yard.
Right.
That's what Chris
really
Cantwell would advocate. Chris Cantwell would say if you steal a paperclip, then you should be able to blast somebody and take their life. And I would say that's ridiculous.
Wow.
Well. And I mean, to some extent, there's always a question of how it starts versus how it ends, because most fatal disputes, I think people don't think those disputes are going to be fatal when they
at the beginning
get into them.
Well, yeah, if you escalate a situation,
I think most people who die in disputes live their afterlife in eternal surprise. Like, I can't believe he did that.
I mean, sometimes folks, when they start thinking about the ideas of liberty, or they start thinking about philosophy, or all of the things we talk about on this program, they come up with these scenarios, right? And like, in an effort to understand, and I get it, right? Because you're thinking about it now. You're like, okay, well, if you believe in the non-aggression principle, and the neighbor's dog, decides to take care of business on your lawn, how do you solve that problem without the state? Well, first of all, who has that problem that they can't solve by themselves with their neighbor? If you have that problem that you can't solve by yourself with your neighbor, you need to work on your neighborly skills.
There are people, not only are there people who are timid, but there are also a-hole neighbors who don't give an F about what you think.
Right. So
those people do exist.
So do you think the majority of the people who have a problem with their neighbor's dog taking a dump in their yard or whatever are solving the problem with the state? Or are they solving it by being neighborly?
Oh, you're more likely to solve it by...
Most of them are solving it by being neighborly, but then the question becomes, and okay, 99% of the time you can, but what about that 1%?
What about it?
Well, what happens if you go over neighborly and the guy says my dog will do his business wherever he pleases? I'm
a big fan of 3 strikes, right? So, I'll give your dog 3 times of, defecating in my yard. And if you don't come and clean it up when they do, I'll take photos. I'll stamp it with the time and the date. I'll send it to you. I'll send receipts of, the time and date when your dog does so. And if you don't take care of it, then after the 3rd time, I am going to
the dog.
Yeah.
Yep. If you've given a fair warning like that, I feel like that's completely fair.
Yeah.
And, as long as that person respects your privacy.
It kind of sucks for the dog.
Good point. Yeah, that does suck.
The dog is the real loser in this scenario.
Maybe, maybe the target is incorrect in that scenario. I don't know. I'd have to think about that for a while.
But I don't blame you for saying that. I don't think that's an irrational response at that point. I mean, it gives the person the opportunity to make amends, to make things right, to apologize, to say they'll do their best to keep their dog under control, assuming they're not a total psychopath and they're like, well, F you, I don't care what you do, and if you shoot my dog, I'll shoot you.
Right.
And it could come to that.
Could.
Yeah, and at that point, I think that's where the having protection agencies would be a good thing. The thing is, it should be protection agencies you subscribe to. And if you don't like the service you're getting from the people you're getting your protection service from, you should be able to go get it from somebody else.
Sure. And then, of course, we also get into the question of, reputation in this future society that we all would like to see a stateless society, one without some monopoly on protection, without a monopoly government that is cramming its way down our throats and demanding that we obey their rules, even when they themselves won't obey their own rules. I mean, what we have today is bad. There's no doubt about it. What could be better? Well, a lot of things could be better. Do we know exactly what it would look like? No, we really don't know. What it would look like. We can sit here and speculate, but until that monopoly status is taken away from the state, and until there is the freedom to innovate and to have these protection services like you talk about, nobody, and we can talk about what it might look like, but again, that's just the 3 people sitting here speculating.
I love the slavery analogy, right? When overt slavery was still around and en vogue, everybody knew it was wrong, but it was done anyway. Because that's just how it's always been. But eventually it went away. Why? Because everybody knew it was wrong.
Did everybody know that?
Well, a majority of people did, right? They knew that it was wrong to hurt other human beings. So it went away, and I'm sure people were like, who will pick the cotton? We didn't know. We didn't know it'd be large machines powered by gasoline that would, pick the cotton.
The market figured it out.
But it ended anyway, and then the market figured it out.
855 450 free. Now the market, or some people in the market, are upset about the D word. We'll tell you about it coming up.
Have you heard of LibertyCon? LibertyCon is not only a convention with great speakers like Whole Foods CEO and co-founder John Mackey and Nobel Prize winner Vernon Smith, but it's also unique because you get a chance to network with more than 70 pro-liberty organizations, one-on-one for the purpose of career advancement, business, and internship opportunities. April 3rd through 5th in Washington, D.C. You can learn more by visiting LibertyCon.com and use code FTL for a $10 discount on your registration. That's LibertyCon.com.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy? Come to Dynavite for help.
Order a 90-day supply of Dynavite.
Dynavite for life.
Pick up 2 tubes of Doggo Suds.
Get the 3rd tube free.
Peppermint, tea tree, lavender, Doggo Sud shampoo.
Made with all-natural coconut, jojoba, aloe. Great for healthy skin and soft, shiny coats.
But no itchy, harsh chemicals.
Lather up, rinse away.
Try Doggo Suds. Buy 2, get 1 free.
At Dynavite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
A congressman recently revealed that legislation totaling 2,900 pages and involving more than $1 trillion was available to members of Congress for less than 48 hours to study and consider. That's over 60 pages of legislation per hour. Do you think anyone read the entire bill? I'm Jim Babka with DownsizeDC.org. Consider a proposal buried in a 3,200-page, $388 billion bill, which would have empowered committee chairmen or their agents to examine Americans' tax returns. When this horrible provision came to light, no one claimed to know how it got into the bill. One congressman questioned said, "I didn't write it, I didn't approve it, I wasn't even consulted." If your attorney represented you this way, he might be disbarred. But this is how Congress represents you every day. That's why DownsizeDC.org has created the Read the Bills Act. You can force Congress to read their bills before they pass them at DownsizeDC.org.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and one with just the Edgington Post. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you get the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at AnyPayInc.com. AnyPayInc.com.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can join us here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. It's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms as well over at discord.lrn.fm. That's where you can call in and sound almost like you're sitting here in the studio with us. Tonight, it's Ian.
Nobody. And I can see for miles and miles. It's the captain.
LibertyCon is happening April 3rd through the 5th. You can join us in Washington, D.C. We're going to be there. Well, at least I know I'm going to be there. I don't know. Mark may or may not. I don't know if you can get away from the Mariana Islands to go, in which case I might drag somebody else with me. So we'll see, because I'm looking forward to checking out LibertyCon April 3rd through the 5th in D.C. with more than 70 pro-liberty organizations there at this event. You want to do some networking for career advancement, business, and internship opportunities? This is going to be the place to be.
Plus, you get to see some great speakers like John Mackey, the Whole Foods CEO and co-founder, Vernon Smith, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics, Miriam Issa, a pop culture expert with over 300 million YouTube views, and Nassim Nicholas Taleb, who is the author of The Black Swan. There's a lot more to learn. Go to libertycon.com for more information about the event. You can also use code FTL to save $10 on your tickets, which are available now and are shockingly affordable for a 3-day long event like this. Under $100 is the regular ticket price, and knock $10 off with code FTL if you go to libertycon.com to get signed up. And student travel scholarships are available, so if you're a young person, you're a student, and you want to attend this thing, but you're tight on cash, they're going to help you get there. That's pretty cool. Plus, discounted rooms are also available for everyone attending and staying at the Marriott Marquis. So use code FTL to get $10 off at libertycon.com and mark your calendar for April 3rd through the 5th in Washington, D.C. So I do want to share the caller that we had on the line, Patrick, who we had a really interesting conversation until he sadly said the S word on the air. We had to hit the dump button. But he is in our D-Live chat room, and he says, I was going to say something along the lines of, you shouldn't shoot a dude for letting his dog S in your yard. And I agree.
Yes.
You shouldn't. Nor should you shoot a little girl for stomping on your flowers in your flower bed. I mean, that's not a nice thing for the girl to do, but it should not result in a disproportionate punishment. Right. And disproportionate would be shooting her over that. Try to be more creative in how you handle situations.
Or compromise and work together. I mean, that's the heart of humanity. We all have to live on this floating rock together. So.
There's more comments here, though, that I wanted to share. So he says, so even though it's a property crime in the strictest sense, another person in the chat room, Stephen B., says property can turn into its own tyranny if you hold it as a hard dogma. He says it's one of the big problems I have with anarcho-capitalists.
Okay.
Well, I have a problem with waking up with strange hippies in my bed. And...
Depending on who they are.
Again?
I mean, uninvited, strange hippies.
I thought you had the pest removal guy over, took care of that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there are certain hippies that I expect to appreciate, but you don't want random ones turning up in your bed. Nope. And so I'm a great believer in private property with respect to I want to have a place where I can keep my stuff.
Right.
And my stuff can be safe, because otherwise I'm going to be irritable.
Yeah, I think people miss the mark with some of the the rigidity of property rights, where like you still have to be a human being to other people, right? Now, if you don't want to, okay, great.
Well, as long as you have to live with other people, you should be human and humane towards them. But if you are somehow the most self-reliant person, you can do everything, live off the land. You don't need other human beings to fix anything for you, to do anything for you, to provide you with anything.
Frickin' Adams.
Yeah, you can be as rude as you want to everybody else at that point because you don't need them.
Right.
Yeah, and you want to be alone for your whole life, then just go ahead. Right. Have that life. But for the most part, most of us are social animals, and we need other people in our lives. We want to specialize ourselves and do one thing really, really well, or a couple things really, really well, so which means we can't do a bunch of other stuff because we haven't focused on that. So we need other people to do those things.
Well, now, of course, there's a whole lot of different definitions of what's rude.
Sure.
And the nice thing is, you can... most people can find a social circle that can tolerate their idea of neighbors, their idea of manners, even if their goods are not for all markets.
Well, that comes to the next line here in this chat room. So Bogey Thrim, who was the guy that called in, he says, my question is this: what is best for society as a whole? And then he repeats that as a whole in all caps. And my question to that is, who decides what's best for society? That's the big problem here, is all these politicians, they think they know what's best for society, and they are going to force it down your throat at the point of a gun.
Yeah. Why should anybody decide what's best for society as a whole?
No one should. Yeah.
And not nobody.
No one at all.
As much as nobody would want to.
Because there are always going to be different opinions on what is best in the direction that...
What's best for society as a whole is to allow everybody to be an individual.
And let each person be to the best of their ability the change they want to see in the world.
Absolutely.
So if there's something you don't like about the world, change it.
Indeed. Let's go on. We've got Ralph. He's on the line in Maine. Ralph, you're on Free Talk Live with Ian, Nobody, and the Captain.
Yeah. First, Trump said that he killed General Soleimani because he killed hundreds of Americans, and there was no proof of that. No. The general actually destroyed ISIS, even though the U.S. and Israel were helping the terrorists. And then Trump changed and said, well, Trump said there was an imminent threat that he was going to attack 4 embassies. And yet the Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, was just in the news this weekend saying that he saw no specific evidence that Iran was planning any embassy attacks. And now I read in the Jerusalem Post that Israeli intelligence was actually behind this assassination. They helped finger the general. They had informants and spies at the Syrian airport and even on the plane. So they knew exactly where and when he was going to be at the airport. And then Netanyahu comes out and says, this is not our fight. We aren't involved. And yet Netanyahu was the only world leader given advance notice of the hit. I mean, are we Israelis bitch or what?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and have been for a long time. You ever heard of a guy named Epstein?
Oh, yeah.
The guy didn't kill himself?
Nope.
I'll tell you what. Epstein was a guy who liked to traffic in very young prostitutes, and he also liked to film people in the act with said prostitutes and use that material for blackmail. And it's widely believed now that he was doing all this on behalf of Mossad. So
yes, and Ghislaine Maxwell, his madam, is still running around, jet-setting around the world, and nobody's after her. She's the one that procured all these young ladies.
She's one of the ones.
I'm probably in the minority, but I think this whole Epstein didn't kill himself thing has ruined the character Epstein from Welcome Back, Kotter for me.
I still love Epstein from Welcome Back, Kotter. Nothing can touch.
What was the old line? Up your nose with a rubber hose?
Up your, or twice as far with a chocolate bar.
That was Epstein, right? Who was
in your ear with a can of beer?
Yeah, 855-450 free. I haven't seen that show, God, 25 years. 855-450 free like freedom. This is Free Talk Live. I want to tell you about my favorite cryptocurrency wallet, Edge Wallet at edge.app. Edge is the wallet I use more than any other, and that was true long before Edge Wallet became a sponsor of Free Talk Live. Edge Wallet allows you to buy, sell, trade, and securely hold your cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, tokens, Monero, Ripple, Dash, Bitcoin Cash, and more. It's available for both Android and iOS, and you can download it via the Play or App Store or via Edge Wallet's website, edge.app. Secure your freedom with Edge Wallet.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this, right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
My name is Jacob Hornberger. I'm president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, which Congressman Ron Paul awarded for having an outstanding freedom website. Write us at fff@fff.org, and we'll send you a free 3-month subscription to our monthly journal of libertarian essays and our booklet, Economic Liberty in the Constitution, which George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams praised in a recent column. That's fff@fff.org.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project early movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want right here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We've got the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm, so feel free to hop into any of those, and we will join you in there, and then you'll be on the air with us, and you can talk about whatever is on your mind. Coming up still, the story about Burger King. They're in the news, not because of the Impossible Whopper itself, but apparently a commercial about it that uses the D word, according to Fox News. So we'll get into that. Some people are really upset, like inordinately upset about this. With you in the studio tonight, it's me, Ian.
Nobody.
And I fought the law, and the law won.
They need
At
to
least
stop
they
winning.
didn't use the 17-letter S word.
And I'm the captain.
By the way, you can join the Free Talk Live email list. That's easy to do. You go to freetalklive.com. You'll find the email sign-up box there near the top and middle of the site, so check that out over at freetalklive.com. Or actually, if it's during our live hours, the sign-up box is all the way at the bottom of the site, so just keep your eyes open. You'll see it there at freetalklive.com. So let's get into the story here from Fox. The conservative group 1 Million Moms. Now, I don't know anything about this group, but what little I do know from this article, they sound like a real fun bunch.
I'm wrong about their acronym, too. It's apparently OMM.
Yeah.
It sounds like, if Karens formed a street gang.
It sounds awful.
Frightening.
It's accusing Burger King of crossing the line over an Impossible Whopper commercial that uses the D word.
Do
Quote,
they want to talk to the manager?
Quote, Burger King is airing a commercial that uses profanity to advertise its Impossible Whopper, a burger made from plants instead of beef, the group's website reads.
That's impossible.
They go on to say, the language in the commercial is offensive, and it's sad that this once family restaurant has made yet another deliberate decision to produce a controversial advertisement instead of a wholesome one.
You know what kind of families I've ever seen in Burger King? Poor ones.
Yeah.
How can you fit that much sand in one vagina?
The group, which is a division of the American Family Association, called out a commercial that documents the reactions of taste tests of the now popular meatless burger. One man, completely stunned by the Impossible Whopper's tastiness, says, "Damn, that's good."
Was this a publicity stunt? Is this something that their PR people wrote
So you think Burger King put them up to this?
Oh, maybe.
I think Burger King may have made this press release to get people reading about the Impossible Burger thing.
Maybe Burger King made a donation to these sandiest of vagina 1 million moms to release said press release, claiming that they're offended by the word "damn."
I think we may actually have the commercial here, courtesy of the Burger King Twitter.
We invited Impossible fans to the opening of a very special restaurant.
Tonight we are at the grand opening of the Impossible Burger restaurant.
I love Impossible Burgers. I hunt them down. I camped out.
By the way, the Impossible Burger.
She hunts Impossible Burgers down? Like, aren't they made of not beef?
Right.
So
are these something that exists in the wild? Do you have to catch them and skin them?
Here we see the wild, impossible creature.
Now,
in its
I
natural
would
habitat.
never eat one of those things.
I tried one of these sorts of things when I was in Vegas.
If I knew this would be the topic tonight, I'd have done it tonight.
You'd have had one?
No, I'd have done the improbable burger that I keep talking about.
Oh, right.
That's one patty of regular beef and one impossible patty on the same burger.
But
It's
would you
called
have
the
hunted
improbable
it?
burger.
Would you have hunted them and put them together, or would you have just ordered?
Not 3 hours ago. They was in the trees and singing.
I've put on some weight recently. I might need to upgrade my tree stand to one that'll hold me now.
Yeah, so I did try one of these things in Vegas. There was, everything's way too expensive. I didn't go to Burger King. It was actually in the hotel that we were at. But they had the very same brand, I think it was, the Impossible Burger brand. But whoever the company is that's doing that, there's like, Burger King isn't making the meat. They're contracting. And, it was fine. I thought it was fine. You put all the regular toppings on it or whatever, and you can't really tell that it's not meat. And I guess that's the idea behind it, right?
Silent Green is people.
But as I found out recently, and maybe these million moms should be happy about this, I don't know, but apparently these things have a lot of estrogen in them. I don't know if you heard about this, but there was like a meat industry press release that came out comparing the normal Whopper to the Impossible Whopper. And it's like 18 million times more estrogen in the Impossible Whopper as compared to the normal one.
Well, that's soybeans.
Maybe so.
That's why they call them soy boys.
Soy boys, yeah.
The hunters of these impossible creatures are well aware that the estrogen is where the real value is.
So let's go on here with the this Burger King commercial.
I camped out to have the Impossible Burger. I have pictures. If you
now,
want.
what did they beep there?
Location, maybe? I camped out at.
I don't know. Very weird. They put like a little letter over her mouth, and this is from the Burger King Twitter here, so this must be the way it aired originally.
And it feels like we're experiencing something big.
And we had some great news for them.
Okay, so what they did there was they flipped down they're outside of this location, this fake Impossible restaurant thing, and then they flipped down the signage and it revealed
big reveal.
It's actually a Burger King, and here's people's reactions.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Now, are these actually people, or are they real reactions? Or
I'm pretty sure they're actually people. Building them out of CGI would be far too expensive.
Not these days with the deep fakes.
You can get actors for like $25 a day,
or a free burger,
a free burger.
Either way.
Yep, it's not an Impossible restaurant.
I don't know. I might be disappointed. I might be excited.
I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this.
Okay, you
I've
probably
been
can't
stalking
get professional
Burger King.
actors
The
at
Impossible
$25.
Whopper is now available in New York City.
Yes, but no. The Impossible Whopper is going nationwide.
Damn, that's good.
That's it. He even had his mouth full. You could barely
He said, damn, that's good.
Right. Yeah, you could barely even understand what he said.
That's good.
That was it.
1 million moms upset.
Yeah, they're mad.
Damn, that's good.
Taste the flame, girl.
Yeah, I wonder if
perfect.
Mothers for Good Table Manners are going to bring him up on the guy talking with his mouth full.
That's the most offensive part of this, actually.
I think that perhaps a large percentage of these 1 million moms are just horrible cooks because they've never had anybody eat anything they cooked and go,
damn, that's good. Yeah, it's a good point.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
This is incredible. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's here.
Now, they blurred that guy's shirt out. The guy that said this is incredible.
Was it a McDonald's shirt?
I don't know. Whatever it was too offensive to be put into this, or maybe it was some sort of commercial thing. It suggests that it was a real guy, right? Like they're trying to make you think this is a real person that's really coming in off the street to.
Or maybe they
out.
CGI'd a blurred out thing and his shirt actually said nothing.
That would be really unnecessary.
It's here and it's in every Burger
Have you
King
ever
everywhere.
seen the unnecessary
Impossible
censorship skits?
Yeah, where they bleep out words that weren't curse words, and it sounds like they were curse words.
Yeah,
because your brain fills in the dirty stuff.
Yeah. Exactly. Right? It's brilliant comedy.
Whopper is now available nationwide. You too can go to any Burger King near you and try the Impossible Whopper with a patty made from plants, no beef. Get it while it lasts.
I mean,
only at Burger
with a patty made from beef.
That's what these people are.
Hey, 1 million moms, you know what
livid?
you should be upset about? You should be upset about the fact that the damn schools aren't doing what they should for your children. That the damn schools are indoctrinating them and forcing them, brainwashing them into an otherwise authoritarian society.
Now define Karen. You brought this up before. The Karen. What's a Karen?
The Karen is kind of the stereotypical soccer mom who wants to talk to the manager.
Okay.
Every place she goes.
It's the white girl
She's
at
got
Starbucks
that haircut
with the Starbucks order. The Starbucks
Yeah.
order that's like 7 words long or whatever.
Yeah. That would be. I realize that's a very, very rough description.
If only there were a device.
But I'm a very rough guy.
Is there like a Karen meme too?
Oh, there's many.
There's many Karen memes, but yeah, that's kind of how Karen has entered the modern parlance.
I'll look it up so we can tell the
You might want to
audience
check
what
it
it
out on Urban Dictionary.
Good
as
idea.
well.
And there's also Know Your Meme, right? That's another great site.
Yeah, this is more a word than a meme, I think.
There's more coming up.
There have been Karen memes.
855, 450 free. You want to join us, talk about Burger King's offensive commercial on the way.
Hunters, anglers, campers, and survivalists. Get back to nature. Expand your horizons with the highest quality, most versatile, unique slingshots and sling bows on the market at slingbow.com. Sling bow products are compact and models start from just $17.98. They're perfect for your bug out bag or storing in your vehicle. Give yourself and your loved ones the excitement and tradition of sling bow. A new frontier in archery and truly modern twist on this primitive survival tool. Feel the thrill only at slingbow.com.
Dehibo Tea Club's original pure Pau d'Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on, so it naturally has antifungal, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-infection, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. But maybe more importantly, Dehibo Tea Club's original pure Pau d'Arco Super Tea builds corpuscles in the blood, which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer happens to die in oxygen. The tea is great for healthy people and can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. Dehibo Tea Club's original pure Pau d'Arco Super Tea is only $34.95 plus shipping. Order now at shopsupertea.com or call 818-984-6100. That's shopsupertea.com or call 818-984-6100. Shopsupertea.com.
Most of you know that heart disease is the #1 silent killer in the U.S. What if I told you for just $54.95 a month you could fight against heart disease naturally? At Heart Extract, we've been helping thousands of people get back to a healthier heart. Don't just take my word for it. Check out all of the success stories at hbextract.com, or to order, call 866-295-5305. That's 866-295-5305. hbextract.com. Don't risk it when you can take charge of it.
Anyone can publish on the internet, but not everyone is publishing material suited for online reading. According to the Yahoo Style Guide, it cautions that internet content has a few seconds, 3 or less, to encourage people to read more, to take action, or navigate to another one of your pages. So make it easy for readers to pick and choose. Isn't that the way you poke around online? Use short words, short sentences, short paragraphs, bulleted lists, and short pages. Front load what you write, putting the most important information at the beginning of headlines and paragraphs and sentences. Same goes for your keywords, what someone would likely type into the search box on Yahoo or Google. For more tips on communicating better online or in a job interview or everyday life, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can join us on the radio. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms as well over at discord.lrn.fm. That's where we're going to go to here shortly. We got somebody waiting patiently in one of those rooms. You can be one of those people too, and we'll try to get you in here in the remaining moments. Also, we've got a forum for Free Talk Live listeners. Now, it is now nowhere near as busy as the Discord, but if you want to check out the forum, you can go to forum.freetalklive.com. That's forum.freetalklive.com. If you prefer a little more of an organized discussion, that's what forums are good for. So we're talking about the angry moms, or the Karens, as you guys put it. These women who are apparently just looking for something to complain about. They have focused their vitriol against Burger King over and I don't even know if this is a television commercial. At least the version that they're airing on Twitter is 1:09, so it's like 9 seconds too long to actually fit in a television break. Maybe they cut out 9 seconds of it and put it on.
Just for the audience, Karen is a mocking slang term for an entitled, obnoxious, middle-aged white woman.
Yep, and now there's 1 million of those women who, or at least they claim to have 1 million. Who knows what their actual numbers are? Because there's been all these million whatever marches in D.C. and they almost never have 1 million people. But they are mad about a man who mumbles in a Burger King commercial. He's eating
mouthful of burger,
Impossible Whopper, and he mumbles that it's damn good.
It goes, damn, that's good.
Yeah, something like that. And quote. This is from their press release. 1 million moms finds this highly inappropriate. When responding to the taste test, he didn't have to curse. Or if, in fact, it was a real and unscripted interview in which the man was not an actor, then Burger King could have simply chosen to edit the profanity out of the commercial. Unquote. The group called the ad irresponsible and tasteless. They continued their rampant destruction of all things that are decent.
Get a life, lady, or ladies, or whomever. I mean, really, this is what you choose to focus your time and effort on?
They said further, quote, "It is extremely destructive and damaging to impressionable children. Viewing the commercial, we all know children repeat what they hear." Unquote.
Damn.
Damn, lady.
1 million moms called for the public to sign a petition urging Burger King to cancel the commercial, quote,
commercial.
Or at the very least, edit out the cuss word immediately, they said.
Just edit the damn thing out.
It isn't the first time the group, which claims its mission is to, quote, stop the exploitation of our children, unquote, has used its platform.
And our naughty words.
Can we call them and talk to them about their damn organization?
He's used a platform to call out a commercial it doesn't agree with. Last month, the group caused the Hallmark Channel to initially pull a Zola commercial, I don't know what that is, featuring two brides kissing during a same-sex wedding ceremony.
Oh, wow. We should all make donations to Planned Parenthood in their name.
1 million moms said at the time, quote, now parents can no longer trust Hallmark because Hallmark is no longer allowing parents to be the primary educators when it comes to sex and sexual morality.
I can just see somebody now, like, in a grocery store or a coffee shop. Don't you know who I am? I'm one of the 1 million moms. We will shut your business down with our nosiness.
Yeah.
And then, so here's the rest of the story with Hallmark. In this case, they later announced they decided to pull the commercial just days after 1 million moms marched with their petition, or they didn't march, they called for this petition. But then, after more backlash from the other public that supports, gay marriage, Hallmark then reversed its reversal and reinstated the same-sex marriage commercials.
Well, we got to start a damn pro-damn movement.
Indeed.
Damn it.
One thing we know, the Hallmark Channel, no balls.
Let's go to Robert. He's in Bellows Falls, Vermont. You're on Free Talk Live. Hello, Robert.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Thanks for
damn good.
At us.
Go ahead.
All right. So this is really kind of exciting what I want to share with you.
All right.
Among the more than 100 bills under the consideration by Vermont lawmakers this session is a measure to legalize prostitution.
Nice.
Yeah, I heard about this.
In Vermont?
The bill, which is co-sponsored by 4 women lawmakers, will repeal laws that ban prostitution by consenting adults, but it would keep state and federal laws against human trafficking.
Wait, 4 women politicians have sponsored this bill?
Yeah.
Are they hot?
I highly doubt it.
I have no reason to ask that other than curiosity. I just want to know.
They're politicians. What do you think?
I'm guessing no.
Well, yeah. I gotta say that as politicians go, a politician that would sponsor this bill is my kind of girl.
For sure.
They have not solved the homeliness problem that I've brought up repeatedly on this show. So
the politician homeliness problem?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, if anybody who's for increasing freedom in any dimension has a little spot in my heart. Right. It's like Tulsi Gabbard's there for just foreign policy. That's all she's got.
She's attractive.
Well,
surprisingly,
she is actually very, very.
She's
attractive.
Unusually attractive for a politician, and I hope she gets out of that business so she doesn't completely have her soul devoured by politics.
Might be too late.
Yeah,
well,
maybe.
I hope she finds the inner contradictions and becomes a libertarian.
Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like Robert didn't finish his statement.
No, yeah, go ahead, Robert, please.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so House Bill 569 is pending in the House Judiciary Committee.
569.
If enacted, it would take effect July 1st, 2020.
All right,
so,
you're lining. Are you going to be lining up? Huh?
If you're not all spanked out, this is the place you want to come.
Damn,
Robert, are you starting a service there that we can, advertise, market, and promote?
Oh well, I mean that is an idea.
Well, it's still a legitimate role for somebody to be a connector, somebody who finds the jobs for the prostitutes, whether you want to call that a pimp or a madam or whatever.
There's talent. A better way to do it, though.
Booker.
There's a much better way to do it. Put it on the blockchain.
Now, what would that look like?
Just like you could do Uber on the blockchain, you could do prostitution.
There was going to be an app like that. We were at Anarchapulco a couple years ago, and there were some girls there, ladies, there from Pink Date. And I don't think that thing ever went through. I think the ICO bombed or whatever. Something happened where...
Oh, really? An ICO bombed?
Yeah, I don't think it ended up coming out. But they had that idea. They had the idea of essentially a decentralized prostitution app. And
I've wanted to
Uber,
write this...
Right.
forever, and I think it could be done.
We'll get to it
legally if you just say not for use in locations where prostitution is illegal.
Right. It's not your responsibility who downloads the thing.
Well, exactly, and the way I would design it would be instead of having servers that can be shut down, each person hosts their own information, and they host the information of their friends, and that's how things are, and that's how things are propagated.
Decentralized.
So there's nobody to sue. You can't sue Facebook and make them take it down because there's nobody to sue except the 20,000 people who happen to have the content you object to sitting on their drive. Right,
Robert, let us know what happens with this bill over time. I appreciate the call tonight.
Robert.
Thanks,
great
man.
News.
Let's bring up Mortified Penguin here on our Discord server. Go ahead, Penguin.
Hey, I wanted to call in because you guys mentioned the Impossible Whopper, and I mean, look, if the Impossible Whopper really, if the 44 milligrams or whatever of estrogen really counted, I would be further along in my transition than Aria.
So you've been eating a lot of these things?
I mean, yes, quite a few. And
you haven't had any breast growth or anything like that?
Your moobs are roughly the same size?
No, all pecs. No, it's so phytoestrogen, plant estrogen does not break down to estrogen in the human body. It can in some animals like ruminants that eat it. I got clarified on Discord myself because I was that's a really high number, but it just doesn't work out that way. It's a plant estrogen and it doesn't break down to the human hormone.
Huh. And how's everything working for you? Strong like bull?
Yeah, so far, yes, seems pretty good. Possible Whopper's pretty good. Tastes like a regular Burger King Whopper. I'm not sure if that's the highest bar.
I was told that I was told that the Impossible Whopper tastes pretty good if you get it fresh, but if it's been sitting in the warmer for a couple of minutes, that it's not so good. Is that true?
I think they make them to order. I mean, if you
have it your way.
Right.
Your way right away. Hey, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate hearing from you tonight. We're out of time. If you didn't get on tonight, no worries. We're back tomorrow. You can join us online in the meantime at freetalklive.com. Check out Captain Kickass, his website, lcaptainkickass.com. And your website, Nobody.
electnobody.com.
electnobody.com. He's running for governor here in New Hampshire, and you're going to want to follow the campaign. It's going to be fun.
Do you like going to your job every day? Can you set your own schedule and take long vacations whenever you want? Are you free to do whatever you want in your dating or sex life? I'm Caleb Jones, and I've taught hundreds of thousands of men how to create low-work, high-income businesses and how to date women under your terms. Watch our free on-demand replay training with me so you can learn how to create location-independent income and date women the way you want. Go to alpha.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live is now on more than 200 radio stations nationwide. We've had more than 18 million podcast downloads, and we claim millions of listens a month. We're a multimedia ad venue with print, email, web, and terrestrial radio marketing platforms. We strive to have ad packages that cater to advertisers big and small. Contact me today at mark@freetalklive.com to see what we can do for you. mark@freetalklive.com. If you're a local advertiser, contact this station. But if you can service a national audience, contact me, mark@freetalklive.com. Is oral health important to you? If you don't like your own teeth, fresh breath, or kissing people, then by all means stop listening. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I became passionate about the product that she created and never want to live without it. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, but I find it does much more. They want you to love My Magic Mud as much as I do, so they're giving you a money-back guarantee plus 20% off. Go to mymagicmud.com and use coupon code FTL20 at checkout. mymagicmud.com, FTL20.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
Coming up.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562. Silver at $18.12. And Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes. In an article titled, "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group, May Have Killed Civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
National programming service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be across this great country of ours and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. Good to have you back here on America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline. I hope you had a good weekend. How did you enjoy those games this weekend in the NFL? This is my favorite weekend in the NFL. I usually don't sit around and just watch football games, but on this weekend, I watched football games, all four of those games. And, of course, the big upset, Titans 28, Ravens 12. Wow. Of course, when you can run the football like Derrick Henry did, almost 200 yards, threw for a touchdown pass, you're going to be able to control the tempo of the game, and that is exactly what they did. The Titans ran the ball right down their throat, and, of course, they did the same thing the week before to the New England Patriots. But probably the most exciting game of the weekend certainly was the Chiefs-Texans game. I don't think, as I think back, I don't ever remember a team going up 24-0 and then losing 51-31. I mean, it just doesn't happen. But it certainly did happen in that particular game. The Chiefs became the first team in NFL history to win a playoff game by at least 20 points after trailing by at least 20 points, and they matched the fourth biggest comeback in playoff history. Game that I covered, of course, this weekend was the Vikings against the 49ers. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than what it turned out to be because the 49ers defense just smashed Minnesota. I was surprised at this stat. The 49ers had 6 sacks in that game. That is one less than the number of first downs that the Minnesota Vikings had. And when you take a look at what the 49ers did and how they're playing now, they got some defensive players back healthy. You got to believe maybe in this game coming up against Green Bay, who beat the Seahawks 28-23, that may be a difficult thing for the Packers to do. They lost to the 49ers earlier this season when San Francisco beat them 37-8. We're going to kick things off talking some basketball with a name you know, Dan Marley, 14 years in the NBA, primarily with the Phoenix Suns, also with the Miami Heat, and he was known as Thunder Dan for his thunderous dunks, and of course he's been inducted into the Suns Ring of Honor. And then we'll talk with the author, Steve Bevan. He's got a book out. Check it out. It's called We Will Rise. We're ready to go here on America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline.
Come on, let's ride.
Hey, guys and gals, Scott Turnage here, the old G3 sportsman. You know, we're awfully proud to have G3 Boats as the official boat sponsor for the Outdoor Guys radio show. From time to time, Ken will be talking with some of our G3 Sportsman field staff for the best fishing tips and where they're biting across the country. Be sure and check out our new lineup of G3 boats at your local dealer or visit us at g3boats.com and come join the G3 Life.
This is an urgent health notice for all residents suffering from back, neck, knee, and wrist pain. You may qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you, but the deadline is fast approaching. Simply call the Health Alert Hotline now.
You heard right. You may qualify for a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace. These items may even be covered by Medicare or your private insurance. The Health Alert Hotline is your brace company. These specialized braces have been tested for pain relief. Call us toll-free right now to determine determine your eligibility and to learn how to use your private insurance or Medicare to minimize your out-of-pocket cost. Don't wait. If the deadline passes, you may lose your opportunity to get a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace at little or no cost to you.
800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow100.com.
Welcome back to Sports View. Next topic. Is it really all about power? Makes me think of Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Gives you the power to find options based on your budget. Let's go to Chuck for an irrelevant analogy.
Man, back in the day, people didn't ask how many oranges are in the crate. They just took the oranges. They didn't say, are there 6, 7, 12, 15, whatever. It was just oranges. You get me?
We get you, Chuck. In a word, oranges.
Give it to us straight with the Progressive Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Dan Marley joins us on Sports Byline. Played 14 years in the NBA, primarily with the Phoenix Suns, but also with the Miami Heat and briefly the Cleveland Cavaliers. He won a bronze medal with the U.S. national team at the 88 Summer Olympics and a gold medal at the 94 FIBA World Championships, and he played his college ball at Central Michigan University. Dan, how did you end up at Central Michigan?
Well, I grew up in Traverse City, Michigan, which is about 2 hours north of there. And back then, that was the first year you could sign after your junior year in high school, and I had some interest in a lot of the Mid-American schools, and not much interest from Michigan and Michigan State, and Central Michigan was close to home. I knew that my parents would be able to get to all the games, and I really liked the coach there and what they were about, so I ended up signing early, and then went on to my senior year and averaged 38 and 16, and still yell at Coach Frieder from Michigan, who was there at the time and now here at Arizona, that he should have recruited. Maybe I've been a Wolverine, but obviously things worked out really well for me in Central Michigan.
That's very interesting because they have the big universities like Michigan, Michigan State, and you can go to those schools. But if you go to a Central Michigan University, there's a different kind of atmosphere and, I guess, approach to basketball. What's the difference between the two?
Well, I think the big thing, and it was for me, that sometimes when you go to those bigger universities, sometimes they over-recruit you or over-recruit and recruit over you and sometimes don't wait. And I had a rash of injuries when I was in college. I had a couple ankle surgeries and a back surgery. And, if I would have went to a Michigan or a Michigan State, those guys are always looking for players, and they may have recruited right over me. But going to a smaller school like Central Michigan, they waited on me. They knew that I was going to be a big part of the program, and I got to play right away. And I got to battle through some injuries and got a lot of playing time and success, and was able to help bring that program back to where it should be, and played in the NCAA tournament my junior year and had some great years there. So sometimes there's a blessing to going to a smaller school because they'll wait on you and you get to play 4 years and get a lot of experience.
There's another aspect to it, and correct me if you think I'm wrong about this, Dan, but when you go to the bigger schools, they've recruited the blue-chip players, and so they have reputations. They probably have egos and attitudes to go along with that. But if you go to a smaller school, everybody's brought in. The teamwork, the chemistry that you need to have seems to come together a lot better. Is it more challenging for the coach at the big school than it might be like at a Central Michigan?
Well, I think so, especially with this day of age. A lot of those bigger programs have guys come in, and they may be only there for a year.
So the mid-majors have guys that they come in, and it's their job as a coach to really help develop the player, and then you develop chemistry, and you have guys together that are there for 4 years and learn how to play, and then they're playing, you have seniors who are playing against bigger schools, and they have freshmen and sophomores, so you've had 4 years of training your kids and getting used to your system and how they play. So I think there's a lot of advantages to going to the smaller schools. You get to develop players, and you get to develop the game.
When you take a look back at your college experience, is there anything you came away with that you'll always remember?
Just, going there as a young freshman and playing the center position and not a very good team, and then progressing and moving more to a forward to a guard and seeing our program take steps 1 year at a time. And like I said, we ended up winning the Mid-America Conference and going to the NCAA tournament. So I take great pride in being able to go to Central Michigan when they were in a down period, and then leaving there where we were a very good team and representing the MAC and winning the conference. So I just think the progression of that, said a lot about my teammates and the coaching staff and how we were able to turn that program around in the 4 or 5 years I was there.
I know you're the head coach now at Grand Canyon University in their first season as the Division I team, but I've always wondered about what drove people to go into coaching. Now, it's understandable if basketball has been a part of your life for a long period of time that somebody will just continue on after they finish playing at the high level that you did. But there's got to be more to it. What was it that kind of hooked you on wanting to go that direction after your playing career?
To me, it was the competition. You said it. You play at the highest level and playing against the greatest athletes in the world, and then you wake up one day and you're all done, and you can never really find that type of competition again. I play, intramural. I do baseball. I play a lot of golf, and you try to find competition there, but nothing ever really comes close. And I got onto the TV side of it, where I was able to stay in basketball and broadcast games for the Phoenix Suns, and it was a lot of fun, but you really never feel a part of the team. So I got back into the coaching, and that competition thing really came back because you're in the locker room with 12 players and the coaching staff, and you're all thriving for something, and that's to win a championship. And you're there every day, you're pushing, and you may not be able to play anymore, but you're in there helping guys get better, and that old competition comes back. So that really got me back to where I was at as far as that drive, and really enjoyed it and loved it. And I knew right from the beginning when I was assistant coach that one day I wanted to be a head coach, and I would hope to be at the NBA level, and that didn't work out. And to be able to go to Grand Canyon, which is a fantastic university, has been one of the best Division II programs for quite a while, and now to jump into Division I, to be able to be at the helm of that is something that's very exciting for me.
You mentioned about doing the broadcasts, and I've always felt that gives a former player a perspective of the game that maybe they didn't get when they were involved in the game. Am I correct in that observation? And what perspective did you get broadcasting the games that maybe was different from when you played them?
Well, you get to see a lot of things, and that as a former player and you broadcast, that players are out there trying, they put out the work, and it's your job to see what you see and to relay it to the viewers. And a lot of broadcasters will talk about, why aren't they doing this or why aren't they doing that, or they should be doing that, and they just don't realize how hard it is. So you get to sit there and you get to broadcast and you watch the teams, and you understand that they're trying to do things, but it's never as easy as a lot of people make it out to be. And I'll tell you one thing, that the coaches see those players, they know a lot more about the game than the broadcasters do, and just because you can sit on the sides and say that they should be doing something, that it usually isn't that easy.
Am I correct in assuming that communication may be one of the greatest assets that a coach has, and how he communicates with his players, no matter whether it's at the pro level or at the college level, that being able to say what you want and when you want it is probably a key thing in being successful?
Yeah, I think what players really want is they want to be told the truth. And I knew that as a player from the coaches that I had. And it may not always be good news or the news you want to hear, but it's just got to be truthful. You can't say one thing to the player and mean a different thing. They want to just be told the truth, and that's what I do as a coach. I go out there and I teach them. I'm hard on them. I let them know why I'm doing what I'm doing. But to me, it's always about being truthful and being honest and being true to your word. And for the most part, players really enjoy that, and they understand that and respect that. And if they respect you, they're going to play hard for you.
you know, when you're in the NBA and you're developing a team, drafting is really important, scouting is very important, but at the college level, it's recruiting. And I'm just wondering, when you think back, Dan, how you were recruited and what it was like being recruited back then, and compare that to what you have to do when you go out to try to get an athlete and the way it is today, what do you see as the major changes?
Well, it's a lot different. You know, now recruiting-wise, you can be, I mean, I'm all over the place. Since I think I've been at this job now for almost 8 months, and, you know, I've been all over the place. I've been to Australia once already. My assistant coaches have been back, so we've been to Australia twice. I tell a story that I was in Compton, California. I was in Crenshaw, California. I flew to Austin, and I was in Kansas, all in a matter of 3 days, looking at all kinds of different players. So you're all over the place looking for players. There's a lot of players to be had and a lot of players that you have to go out and find. And the thing about college recruiting now is, especially for my job and where I'm at, is you got to look at potential and how good a player can be, because right now Grand Canyon isn't able to go out and get the top blue chip type of player. So I have to go out and I got to kind of find a dime in the rough, a guy that I know that in 2 or 3 years may be a very good player that maybe a big university is going to pass by right now. So I'm all over the place looking for kids, looking for their, you know, they got to be competitive. They got to be kids who love to play basketball, who are winners and really enjoy the game.
Is a blue chip player really a two-edged sword for a coach today, Dan? And what I mean by that is, if you do recruit one that's really good, you almost know he's not going to stay very long, maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years. And so can it be disruptive to the development of a program?
Well, I think, I'll tell you this. I'd love to have a few blue chips right now. I'd take that right now, because that kind of puts your program on the map. And, you know, if we can land a couple players like that, it almost tells the other blue chip players that it's okay to go to a place like Grand Canyon at the moment. And since we can't do that, we have to build a program. We have to get the kids that we can develop and turn our program into a place that maybe the blue chip players would want to come to. So, yeah, I think it's a little bit of a problem, but if you can get those blue chip players, then that allows for other blue chip players to come to your organization.
A very insightful conversation with the head coach at the Grand Canyon University. He also had a fine 14-year career in the NBA. We're talking about Dan Marley, shooting guard, small forward. We'll talk about his NBA career as we continue across the country and around the world. We've got you on America's Sports Talk Show.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words: buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Dan Marley has joined us on Sports Byline, 14 years in the NBA, most of those with the Miami Heat. Did you have, by design, a desire to play in the NBA, Dan? And if so, at what moment did that kind of thought come into your head?
You know, I really didn't. I grew up, playing football, baseball, basketball. I just loved playing whatever sport was in season. I actually went to Central and played baseball for 2 years there, and back then there really wasn't a whole lot of guys leaving school early for the NBA. You pretty much stayed in for your whole 4 or 5 years. So I just loved playing, and then by the time my sophomore, my junior year, I started to realize that I may have a chance to play after my college years. And it wasn't probably till my senior year, after the year that I got invited to the Portsmouth tournament. So back then there was, I think, like 6 rounds in the NBA draft, and that was a place where all the third rounders they thought would go to this Portsmouth tournament. And I went there and I played against all the other college players and ended up playing really well, and then was invited to go to the Olympic tryouts in 1988, which was the last year that collegiate athletes were able to play in the Olympics. And I was one of 103 applicants who went to try out, and I saw all the big names that I saw that played on TV, and I held my own. And at that point, I knew that I could probably play professionally, and ended up making that team. And the greatest thing that ever happened to me was Jerry Colangelo, who was the owner of the Phoenix Suns, took a chance on me. Him and Cotton Fitzsimmons, who was the coach at the time, took me in the first round, the 14th pick, where not a lot of people knew who I was, and they kind of took a chance on me, and I came to a great organization that was fun to play for, and they took great care of me. And I think a lot of things when players get drafted, if you're drafted in the right situation, that's going to make your career, and I certainly believe that with the way the Phoenix Suns have treated me.
What was draft day like? Because the Suns, when they selected you with the 14th pick, they got you along with Kevin Johnson that they got in a trade as well. But during the draft, when they announced your name, your name was booed, and I never understood why.
Well, I was sitting in the basement of my home, in Traverse City, and I thought I was going to go to the Milwaukee Bucks, they were picking 13th. Milwaukee had told me that if I was available at 13, I was going to go there. And when that day came up, they took a kid who was his name was Jeff Greer, who was actually from Michigan, who had went to Iowa. I think it was Iowa or Iowa State. And I had no idea who was going to take me after that. I knew Phoenix was the next pick, but I hadn't even worked out for Phoenix, had no idea. When they announced my name, I was shocked. And then Al McCoy, who is the longtime radio announcer for the Suns, called me on the phone, and the first thing he said to me was, Dan, they're booing you here at the Phoenix Convention Center for the pick. And I understood why, because at the time, like I said, nobody knew who I was. I was out of Central Michigan. They wanted a big-name guy, and I wasn't him. And I understood it. And the great thing for me was I was able to go to the Olympics, and I played in the Olympics that summer. So by the time I got to Phoenix for my first year, the Olympics had that broadcast. Everybody in Phoenix knew who I was by then. So by the time I got to Phoenix, that had already changed.
Cotton Fitzsimmons certainly did come to your aid. He said, you'll be sorry you ever booed this young man, and he was absolutely right about that. When I was doing Sonic games, I used to have a chance to interact with Cotton. I always found him very interesting, but you talked about players wanting the truth. You talk about a guy that would tell you the truth. It certainly was Cotton, wasn't it?
It was. Cotton, like I said, I was very lucky to be drafted by the Suns and to have my first coach be Cotton. He was the ultimate player's coach. He told you exactly what he wanted you to do, and if you did it, you were fine, and if you didn't, you weren't fine. So I knew exactly what he wanted out of me. He told me to go out there, be a defensive guy, play as hard as you can. You're going to make mistakes, but do what I ask and play hard, and you'll be fine. And he not only cared about you as a player, but as a person, and made my transition from going to a small city in northern Michigan to a big city in Phoenix, and made sure I was good and doing the right things, and gave me a chance to play and make mistakes as a rookie, and I grew from there. So that situation was great, and I'm always in debt for Cotton for doing what he did. And he was a great man, and both off the floor and on the floor.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, Dan, invariably during the period that you played in professional basketball, and I've seen this across the board in other pro sports as well, there's a little bit of mentoring that goes on. There's always that veteran player that puts his arm around the rookie or the second-year player and say, hey, let me show you the ropes a little bit. Who was it in the early years of your years in the NBA that did that for you?
Well, I was lucky. I had a bunch of great scorers. I would say there was probably two or three. Obviously, Kevin Johnson, who was a young player, but was a great guy. Tom Chambers, who was a veteran, who also came in a trade from Seattle, a free agency from Seattle. Eddie Johnson, who had been a longtime scorer. And I think the guy mostly was Jeff Hornacek, who ironically now has been named the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. And I'll never forget Jeff for that, because Jeff was playing the same position I was playing. We were kind of battling for that position, and he was great. I mean, he kind of mentored me about the ways of the NBA, about work ethic, about what you had to do on the floor. And I remember him inviting me over to his house with his wife and cooking me dinner and doing all those things. So I was lucky to have a couple veterans who knew that I was going to be a good player, but kind of took me under their wing and helped me. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Jeff got traded to Philadelphia, but because of that trade, we were able to get Charles Barkley, and that really catapulted us up to being a really good team. But I'll never forget Jeff for the things that he helped me in my career earlier on.
Yeah, I was just headed in that direction to talk a little bit about Charles and also Kevin Johnson as well. With Charles, I don't even know how to put it into words. He had such great talent, but he also had such great energy as well. Tell me how the team fed off of him and how he fit in that brought the success to the Phoenix Suns.
Well, yeah, we drafted. Well, we traded for him in the 92-93 year, and we had really good teams before he came, and we would win 50-plus games, get into the playoffs, but we were never able to beat the LAs or the Portlands. We'd get to the first or the second round and could never really just get over the hump. And the Suns decided they need somebody who's going to be a game changer, and that's why we traded a good player like Jeff to get him. And that's exactly what Charles was. He was a dominant player, a guy who could kind of throw the whole team on the back and take you to a new level. And that year we won 62 games, had the best record in the league. We opened America West Arena, which is now U.S. Airways Arena in Phoenix that year. So that whole year was just magical. I opened my Marley Sports Grill that year. So 92-93 was a year that I'll never forget. And playing along a guy like Charles, who not only is a great player but a great person. He's got, like you said, a fantastic personality, would do anything for his teammates. But I've never played with a guy who can dominate a game like he did, especially his size. I mean, he was only 6'5", playing the power forward position. The things I saw him do on the basketball court were remarkable.
When I take a look at your pro playing career from 1988 to 2002, and I think about it, I think about all the great players that were playing during that time. And, of course, that was during the span in which the Chicago Bulls were winning 6 championships as well. That period of time and the players that played the game, you involved with it as well, how would you characterize the quality of the talent and the games that were played?
In my opinion, it was the best. I remember my first game lining up. We were playing the Lakers, and I was starting that game, and I looked at the jump ball center, and there was Kareem and Magic and Cooper and Byron Scott and Kurt Rambis, and just looking around, I had an opportunity to guard Larry Bird, who was just an idol of mine, and then playing against the Magics and the Jordans and the Reggie Millers and those. There was just every night that I went out, especially at my position, I was always guarding a superstar, and that was something I really thrived on and loved, that every night I was going to be challenged and had to go against some of the best players that ever played in the league. And you're right. In that area with Magic and Michael and Larry, and then the guys that came up after that, it was a lot of fun playing. And Michael's got a lot of the championships that I thought that I could have won, not only with the Phoenix Suns, but with when I was with the Miami Heat also.
We only have 2 minutes left, but I'm just wondering, when you look back during that period of time, do you think there was more of a team concept in pro basketball than what we find today? It's usually, one guy's the main option, there's a clear out, and then that person takes the shot. How do you see the two periods of time?
I think so. I mean, back then the game was a lot more physical. Defensively, the era of the bad boys and, teams like to get out and run. We were definitely a running team in Phoenix, but defensively you could do a lot more to try to stop one guy. With the rules that are now in place with the NBA, the hand checking and things like that, it's really almost impossible to stop a guy one-on-one. And then the athletes now are just so much bigger and stronger and athletic that, especially with the rules, that guys are going to be able to pretty much do whatever they do offensively. So there's some great guys now. I mean, you look at, obviously LeBron, and I'm a big fan of Kevin Durant. Those guys could have played in any era, obviously, but the game has definitely changed as far as, team, as you said. But there's some awfully good athletes who can just go out and score at will.
You made a very interesting point, and that is about defense. And I remember Dennis Johnson telling me one time, defense is attitude. I think you agree with that.
Well, I definitely agree. I think it's probably 80% attitude and 20% skill defensively. You got to have some skill to be able to be a good defensive player, but you got to want to be able to be a good defensive player, because a lot of that stuff never shows up in stats, and that's all about heart and hustle and never giving up. And that's just the way I always played. I was always a defensive guy, and I played 100% because. Quite honestly, I don't think I had enough talent. If I went in the league and just played at a 70-80% and kind of coasted, I wouldn't have lasted long. So whatever I did 100%. I took a lot of pride, and especially in my defense and doing whatever I could to help my team win.
Dan, I want to thank you very much for your time. This has been very insightful, and it's also been very interesting. I look forward to possibly getting together with you when I come down to the Valley of the Sun. Congratulations on a great career, and come back. You're welcome anytime here on Sports Byline.
Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Dan Marley with us. We continue with more of you and Sports Byline.
Come on, ride.
Hey guys and gals, Scott Turnage here, the old G3 sportsman. We're awfully proud to have G3 Boats as the official boat sponsor for the Outdoor Guys radio show. From time to time, Ken will be talking with some of our G3 Sportsman field staff for the best fishing tips and where they're biting across the country. Be sure and check out our new lineup of G3 boats at your local dealer or visit us at g3boats.com and come join the G3 Life.
Men, if you want to pee easier, listen to this. A new Nobel Prize discovery was just proven in a clinical trial to help men pee 241% more, ending multiple trips to the bathroom and the constant urge to go. This breakthrough is finally available in a pill called Prostavive LS, developed by famed men's health expert Dr. Al Sears, and for a limited time, you can get a free bottle. Call 800-769-8155. Patients who've taken Prostavive LS are singing its praises.
Hi, my name is Paul, and I'm 73 years old. I used to get up multiple times a night to go to the bathroom, but after taking Prostavive LS, I now sleep through the night.
Prostavive LS does not require a prescription, and there are no side effects. But this free bottle is not available in stores. Call 800-769-8155 to get your free bottle of this Nobel Prize-winning discovery proven in clinical trials to help men pee 241% more. That's 800-769-8155.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
Out with the old and ink with the new.
You can't print without ink.
Yeah, it's very hard. I've tried.
So stock up at Staples, because right now, all HB ink cartridges are buy one, get one 30% off.
Plus, get free overnight delivery on HB ink at staples.com. Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Valid 1/5/20 to 1/11/20. Restrictions apply. Free delivery excludes holidays and weekends. Order by 5 p.m. See store or staples.com/ink savings for details.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. That's right, annuity do's and don'ts for baby boomers and annuity rate report, both absolutely free for calling today.
800-720-5971, 800-720-5971, 800-720-5971. That's 800-720-5971.
Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Steve Bevan joins us on Sports Byline. He's a sports writer who is an Evansville, Indiana native. His work has appeared in the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune, and he has written the book We Will Rise, a true story of tragedy and resurrection in the American heartland. And this is a true story of the loss and triumph. It's also a powerful story of an underdog team and its fans and the unbreakable spirit of a community. Steve, let's start off by telling everybody about the small Midwest town of Evansville, Indiana.
Evansville is where I grew up. It's in southwestern Indiana on the Ohio River. It has long been a center for manufacturing, and that really peaked during World War II when the factories were sort of retrofitted to make ships and planes and ammunition. It was kind of an isolated town, hundreds of miles from any big city. And, starting in maybe the 50s through the late 70s, it fell on hard times in terms of the manufacturing economy. Factories closed, people were laid off. The economy really left the city struggling, but the small University of Evansville, had a great basketball team, and they won 5 Division II national championships in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. So as the economy kind of cratered. The University of Evansville basketball team was a real source of pride for Evansville.
I grew up or spent some time in the Midwest, and the one thing I always came away with is the importance of universities and also university sports teams in a particular town, especially small towns and places like the Midwest. Tell me about how important Evansville was, the Purple Aces, to that community.
Yeah, it's really amazing. The Purple Aces were coached by a guy named Arad McCutcheon, and he had played for Evansville College at the time in the early 30s. And, he built a great program based on kids that he recruited mostly locally. The basketball program was sort of a part of the civic identity, almost as much as the Ohio River. They would have, 12, 13,000 fans at home games, and like I said, it was a real point of pride for Evansville.
And, of course, he left the team, and there was a new coach that came on. Tell me a little bit about Bobby Watson.
Yeah, well, so what happened is that Arad announced his retirement in early '77, and everyone assumed that Jerry Sloan, who had been a UE player and won 2 national championships, that Jerry would leave the Chicago Bulls and take over the program when Coach McCutcheon retired. And that is exactly what happened, but only for a week, because Jerry inexplicably resigned after a week and said, "This just doesn't feel right to me." And so Evansville was, that was tough for the city, but the university went out and hired Bobby Watson, 6 feet, 8 inches tall, handsome guy, very charismatic, 34 years old, and he just kind of swept into town and took over and won everybody over. So heading into the 77 season, which would be the first season in Division I, Evansville, people were pretty excited about the prospects for the Aces.
Tell me about that night, December the 13th, 1977. The team was outbound to play a ball game. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, they had gone. They were going to play Middle Tennessee State the next day. So this is December 13th. The 14th, they would play Middle Tennessee State. So they went to the airport. They were expecting the flight, to fly out in the afternoon, but the flight was delayed. It was a charter flight, a company out of Indianapolis, and so they waited and they waited, and finally the plane landed. And the crew really hurriedly loaded all of the luggage into the back of the plane and did not do all of the mechanical checks that they should have done. And so the plane was unbalanced because all the luggage was in the back, and there were some problems with the wings, which made it difficult for the pilot to steer the plane. So it took off, and it was only in the air for about 82 seconds. It was flying really low. It circled around a nearby neighborhood, and it took off the tops of trees and a street light. And the pilot was apparently heading back to the airport for a crash landing when the plane, dropped from the sky along some railroad tracks and burst into flames.
How many people were in the traveling party?
Well, there were 29 people on the plane total. 5 of them were, crew, and then so 24 people from the University of Evansville, including players, Bobby Watson, Marv Bates, the play-by-play man, the sports information director, folks like that.
You mentioned about Jerry Sloan saying it just didn't feel right. Did you have a chance to talk to him for this book about what his reactions were to the fact that he made a life-saving decision?
Well, I did have a chance to talk to him. He was very gracious, but that's not really something that I think he was really willing to talk about. I've seen him talk about that elsewhere. I don't get the sense that there was, that he feared something was going to happen. I think that this had happened to Jerry before, and at the University of Illinois, he left after a couple of months. So I think that he just felt some uncertainty and decided to quit. And you know what? He had a great coaching career.
I know the university hired Dick Walters, a young coach from the Chicago area. Tell me about his role in trying to bring this team back and to bring the community together and to heal.
Yeah, Dick was 30 years old. He was a very ambitious young coach. He had wanted a Division I head coaching job, since he emerged from the womb, I guess. And so he was willing to pour every ounce of his being into rebuilding this basketball program, and that's what he did. He recruited a team, rebuilt rather quickly, and in 4 years he took Evansville to the NCAA tournament. Along the way, he might have turned off some people in Evansville. That people felt that Dick was arrogant or kind of like a big city guy, even though he grew up in a very small town in Illinois. But you can't argue with the results. And in the 81-82 season, people were chanting his name and writing letters to the editor about how he should get a raise.
Steve Bevan is with us. We're talking about his book called We Will Rise, A True Story of Tragedy and Resurrection in the American Heartland, about the 1977 crash that killed and took the lives of all people on board, the Evansville Purple Aces, and they had been a powerhouse in Division II basketball. Who were the other major factor people as far as bringing the city together, the team together, the university together? Who else played a part in all of this?
Yeah, well, there were a whole bunch of people, I think, involved. And in addition to Dick, Wallace Graves, who was the university president at the time, kind of guided the university through this. And, he spoke, he provided a eulogy at the community memorial service where he said, out of the agony of this hour, we will rise, and that is carved into the stone memorial on campus. I think that really the players themselves, four of whom were recruited in that first season, they really sort of dragged the team and the city along with them. And those players include Brad Leaf, whose son TJ is now a member of the Indiana Pacers. But these guys were, a step too slow, a few inches too short for major programs, but they had a lot of heart, and really Evansville fell in love with them. And that last season, there were, 5,000 people waiting at the airport for them when they would come home from the conference championship game.
One of the things that I know, and I've had a chance to be on the outside edge of, is two similar situations like this, Marshall University and the plane that went down with their football players, and Cal San Luis Obispo, the same thing happened as well. And I know that there have always been key important points in the resurrection and bringing the town or the team back. Tell me a little bit about what it was when it came to Evansville and the Aces.
You mean in rebuilding?
Well, no, just in getting everything back together again. There's always a moment that jumps out at you at some point in that resurrection.
Right. Well, there are several. What's unfortunate is that the Aces never had a real signature win. They came close to beating DePaul a couple of times. But I just think, frankly, the first home game to open the season in '78, Frank DeFord from Sports Illustrated was there. Reporters from, New York to Los Angeles were there. And just the sense that, our team is playing again, that was a huge moment. And they were just completely destroyed by Ray Meyer's DePaul team. But it almost didn't matter, People felt like, okay, we have a team again. And so, that, I think, was a huge moment.
What do you want people to take away from the book, Steve?
A couple of things. I think that, Evansville, it's a story really about a very resilient community and a resilient university. And, this plane crash just was catastrophic and crushed the city. But then, they were able to rebuild. And although nothing can replace the people who were on that plane, I think that the fact that Evansville was able to go to the tournament eventually sort of soothed some of that suffering.
I mentioned about you are a guy from Evansville, Indiana, and I'm just wondering, when you were writing this book, because you were so familiar with it and the circumstances, was there anything you found surprising in writing this book?
Well, gosh, there were a couple of things. I think that the history of the town as a manufacturing center, and how, as the Aces got better, it seemed that, the city was losing more and more jobs. There were a lot of strikes. But one story that is, that I didn't know before I started work on this is that there was a walk-on named David Furr. He was a freshman, and he made the team as a walk-on in the fall of '77. But he wrenched his ankle during practice, and he couldn't couldn't play anymore. So the coach said, while you rehab your ankle, why don't you stick with the program, keep stats for home games, and maybe you can come back and play once you've healed up. So David was not on the flight that night because he didn't go to away games. And so his life was spared.
Steve, I want to thank you for sharing the story. It's a wonderful book, and I hope people will check it out. Thanks for joining us here on Sports Byline.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Again, Steve Bevan is the author of this book. He grew up in Evansville, Indiana. His work has appeared in the New York Times, the Chicago Tribune, and I hope you'll check out this book. It's a very interesting read. We Will Rise, a true story of tragedy and resurrection in the American heartland. We continue with more of you in Sports Byline.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-222-2313 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-222-2313. That's 800-222-2313. 800-222-2313. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family? You never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
That's going to wrap up this hour of Sports Byline. We've talked with the author, Steve Bevan. He has a very interesting book out. I hope you'll check it out. It's called We Will Rise, a true story of tragedy and resurrection in the American heartland. And this is a true story of the loss and triumph when the team was on board that plane that went down. Also, we talked some basketball with Dan Marley. He played 14 years in the NBA, primarily with the Phoenix Suns, also with the Miami Heat, and briefly with the Cleveland Cavaliers. He won a bronze medal with the U.S. national team at the 88 Summer Olympics and a gold medal at the 94 FIBA World Championships. And also he was known as Thunder Dan for his thunderous dunks, and he has been inducted into the Suns' Ring of Honor. Stick around. We've got more coming your way on America's Sports Talk Show. I'm Ron Barr, and for more than 20 years, I've talked with the greatest names in sports. So join me weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific to hear your favorites on Sports Byline USA.
You're listening to the Sports Byline USA Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562. Silver at $18.12. And Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes. In an article titled, "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group, May Have Killed Civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Even on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host, Ron Barr.
Good to have you with us for this hour of America's sports talk show, Sports Byline. Hey, I've got some good news for you. I've always liked getting Sports Byline out on the road to be able to get it out to the fans. And I can tell you that coming up in the future, we're going to be taking Sports Byline to many different places. Certainly, you know about the relationship that we have with the American Forces Network. So we've been talking with the Pentagon and AFN about getting Sports Byline out to some of the worldwide locations, military bases for our servicemen and servicewomen. Our way of saying thank you. And matter of fact, I got an email today from somebody who said they'd been over in Avignano, Italy, and that they were stateside once again at Elgin Air Force Base. And he says, I love to listen to you over there. Where can I listen to you here? So I let him know. So again, we'll be letting you know more about where we're going to be live with Sports Byline USA. Going to be talking baseball and football this hour. Bill Gutman is standing by. He has authored a book. It's called It's Outta Here, The History of the Home Run from Babe Ruth to Barry Bonds. And It's Outta Here chronicles the history of the famous home run from the ballparks to the athletes to the baseball itself, because there was a period of time where people said, well, the baseball is being wound tighter, and that's one of the reasons why there are more home runs being hit. Well, indeed, there was, according to Bill Gutman, a period of time when that was done. Also in this book, he discusses the early years of baseball, and then he takes it to the recent years in which Mark McGwire hit 70 home runs, only to shortly thereafter be outdone, of course, by Barry Bonds with his 73 home runs. And, of course, no book on this subject would be complete without Gutman taking a look at the effects of steroids on home runs as well. So, again, if you think back to 1920, Babe Ruth hit 54 home runs, and then, of course, sometime later in the 2000s, you've got Barry Bonds hitting 73. So we'll talk to Bill Gutman about his book. And then right after that, Carl Eller, the Hall of Fame defensive end, inducted rightfully so in 2004 in Canton, Ohio, along with John Elway, Barry Sanders, and Bob Brown after playing 16 seasons in the NFL, 15 of those seasons with the Minnesota Vikings, 6 Pro Bowls, and a part of what a lot of people say might have been the very best defensive front they've seen in the National Football League, because they called that group the Purple People Eaters. They played in those 4 Super Bowls, of course, did not win a one of them. So Bill Gutman to talk baseball and home runs, Carl Eller football with you as we continue with more of you and Sports Byline.
Come on, let's ride. Hey guys and gals, Scott Turnage here, the old G3 sportsman. You know, we're awfully proud to have G3 Boats as the official boat sponsor for the Outdoor Guys radio show. From time to time, Ken will be talking with some of our G3 Sportsman field staff for the best fishing tips and where they're biting across the country. Be sure and check out our new lineup of G3 Boats at your local dealer or visit us at g3boats.com and come join the G3 Life.
This is an urgent health notice for all residents suffering from back, neck, knee, and wrist pain. You may qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you, but the deadline is fast approaching. Simply call the Health Alert Hotline now.
You heard right. You may qualify for a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace. These items may even be covered by Medicare or your private insurance. The Health Alert Hotline is your brace company. These specialized braces have been tested for pain relief. Call us toll-free right now to determine your eligibility and to learn how to use your private insurance or Medicare to minimize your out-of-pocket cost. Don't wait. If the deadline passes, you may lose your opportunity to get a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace at little or no cost to you.
800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. You could get up to $5,000 as soon as the next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow, the number 100.com.
Welcome back to Sports View. Next topic. Is it really all about power? Makes me think of Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Gives you the power to find options based on your budget. Let's go to Chuck for an irrelevant analogy.
Man, back in the day, people didn't ask how many oranges are in the crate. They just took the oranges. They didn't say, are there 6, 7, 12, 15, whatever. It was just oranges. You get me?
We get you, Chuck. In a word, oranges.
Give it to us straight with the Progressive Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
I think it certainly can be said that the fascination with baseball is with the long ball and the home run. It was that home run race back in the late 90s between Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire that led to the resurgence of baseball after the disastrous 1994 strike. Bill Gutman has written a book called It's Outta Here, The History of the Home Run from Babe Ruth to Barry Bonds. Bill, what is it about the home run that fascinates sports fans?
Well, I think it's something that's really built up since the days of Babe Ruth when the game started out as a small ball kind of game with a lot of sacrifice bunts, hit and run, stolen bases, and suddenly this guy who's a pretty big guy comes along and starts hitting these long, high home runs that nobody ever hit before. And I think it all kind of started there. And in the next couple of decades, the game became a station-to-station game where a team sat on the 3-run home run waiting for a slugger to hit one. And it's just kind of built from there. I think there's always been a fascination with that big guy that can hit the ball a country mile, and it's always been that way, the walk-off home run.
Bill, is it fair to say that the home run has been the savior of baseball, whether it be Babe Ruth or it be Sammy Sosa, Mickey Mantle, Mark McGwire, or even Barry Bonds?
No, I don't think it's been a savior. I think the game is always going to be with us, certainly. Hank Aaron once said that whenever there's a problem with baseball, they look to the home run to fix it. And there is some truth to that. I mean, as you said at the beginning, baseball attendance has set a record in 1993, a record high, and then the strike of 94 that wiped out the series also set attendance back, and it really it took that home run race in 98 between Sosa and McGwire to start to really spark things up again, and then they didn't really break that attendance record until last year, so it did take almost a decade for the crowds to come back after the strike, and the home run played a big part in it.
What did you want to do with this book?
Well, I just wanted to kind of look back because, number one, we've had that home run era tainted a little bit, the recent one, by the performance-enhancing drugs, drug use, and the Senate hearings. So it just said, the home run has made so much noise the last 10 years, and there's been so much controversy. Let's go back and take a look at how this all developed and see what other controversies there were. And then certainly there were some involving the ball, and there was one season in 1930 where baseball admitted doing something to the baseball. That was the only year, the beginning of the Great Depression, and they thought more hitting would help, and they actually wound the ball tighter, but also took the seams. The seams were not raised; they were even with the face of the ball, or even a little recessed. And the hitters went nuts in 1930, especially in the National League. But there's always been a little something to add to the controversy about either the ball, the bat, the ballparks getting smaller, and now performance-enhancing drugs.
And also you have the dilution of pitching talent with the expansion in baseball as well. Has all of that either added to or diminished from the value of the home run?
Well, I think the value of the home run may have been diminished somewhat by the fact that everybody hits them now. When Babe Ruth did it, he was the only one. He hit 54 homers in 1920 and 59 the next year, and nobody dreamed of anybody hitting that many homers. And even when he hit his 60 in 1927, Lou Gehrig had joined him and had 47, but the next best was Tony Lazzeri with 18. So when you have one guy essentially dominating, I think the home run had more meaning then. Of course, now guys know that they're paid to hit home runs, that sluggers make a lot of money, and everybody swings from the heels.
Also, Babe Ruth had an incredible 54 home runs in the 1920 season, and if you think of Barry Bonds with the now standard 73 home runs, that's only 19 more. Does that tell us anything, that disparity between them? Is the 73 a great mark when you think about 1920, which was 80-plus years ago, 54 home runs were being hit by Babe Ruth?
Yeah, well, as I said, Ron, he was the only one hitting it then, and I think the 73 is going to be looked at with suspicion, just like McGuire's 70 and Sosa's 66 and all the home runs that have been hit since that 1998 season. So the fact that it took from 27 to 61 for Maris to hit one more than Ruth, and then, of course, it went from 61 to 98, and all of a sudden everybody's hitting more home runs than Ruth. I think some people are going to look back and say, hey, the record still belongs to Maris, and then comes the Babe, and these guys today had a little help.
I think it's one thing. If you take a look at Babe hitting 54 home runs, what was the essence of his ability to be able to do that? And if you will, compare that in 1920 to somebody like Barry Bonds and the players of today, bigger, stronger, faster, being able to hit the home runs that they're hitting.
Well, Babe Ruth was an incredibly natural, gifted baseball player. He won 90-some-odd games as a pitcher before converting to an outfielder, and was on his way to the Hall of Fame as a pitcher. 1920 is an interesting season because it was the first year that the spitball had been outlawed. Up until then, pitchers were allowed to use foreign substances on the ball legally. It was outlawed in 1920, but another change that I think the average fan may have overlooked is that 1920 was also the first year that baseball decided it's best to keep a clean white baseball in play. Before that, the same ball was used for almost the entire game, and at that time, with the use of the spitball and players chewing tobacco and chewing licorice, the baseball was often softened and darkened by the end of the game, making it much more difficult to see. But Babe Ruth was a natural home run hitter. If you see some of the old films of his swing, he had very good mechanics. He used a very heavy bat, but he also had very small hands for a big man, and I know he had the handles of his bats made a little thinner than the average bat of the day, which had very thick handles, and that might have even helped him to the point where it gave him a little more bat speed. But he did have that long uppercut swing and certainly the natural ability to hit home runs. And I think you have that with the athletes today. Barry Bonds certainly... his hitting mechanics are almost perfect, and he was a Hall of Fame caliber player before his late career home run surge. So you still have players today that have the proper mechanics and strength to hit home runs, and of course now they go for it more. The older players, with the exception of the Babe, who did strike out a lot, you see a lot of players that hit a lot of home runs but didn't strike out as much, and I think the most... perfect example of it is Joe DiMaggio, who hit 361 home runs, yet struck out only 369 times in his entire career. So with 2 strikes on him, he wasn't swinging for the fences. He was just trying to put the bat on the ball.
Bill Gutman is with us on Sports Byline, the author of his book, It's Outta Here, The History of the Home Run from Babe Ruth to Barry Bonds. Is there a particular golden age of home run hitters in your mind as you did the research?
I think there's a couple of them. Certainly the era of the 1950s and 60s when Mantle and Mays and Frank Robinson and Henry Aaron, followed by Harmon Killebrew and guys like that all came into baseball at the same time. That was certainly a golden age of home runs, and baseball at that time was still that station-to-station game. It actually started to revert a bit in the 60s when first Louis Aparicio and then Maury Wills showed the value of the stolen base all over again. But the home run hitters continued to hit home runs, and then it leveled out a little bit, and I think this present era into the 90s and into 2000s, again, is an era of home runs, and now we'll see what happens with more stringent anti-drug legislation coming on and rules.
Bill, you know, it's very interesting. If you think of home run hitters, you look at Babe Ruth, you knew he was a big man. You look at Mark McGwire, big man. Sammy Sosa, big man. Barry Bonds, a bigger man. But yet you take on other people, and I think most notably maybe of Hank Aaron and even Ted Williams, the Splendid Splinter is what he was called, and they were home run hitters as well. Did balk necessarily mean you were going to be a good home run hitter?
No, it's probably more of your muscle structure and your bat speed. Henry Aaron was known as having tremendously quick wrists and used to snap at the ball with his wrists. He certainly wasn't a huge man by any means, and for that matter, neither was Willie Mays. I'm told Willie Mays had such a strong grip, if you shook his hand, you felt you were putting it in a vice. But he was only about 5'10", 5'11" tops. And Ernie Banks, another great home run hitter, had over 500, the shortstop for the Cubs, later first baseman. Again, very thin, very quick wrist, quick hands to the ball. So I don't think it's a prerequisite to be a huge man, but when you get these big sluggers of today who have a lot of strength and bulk, and whether, you know, some of it is a result of just improved training methods and improved nutrition, and you have better bats, lighter bats. They use much lighter bats now. I think Barry Bonds uses about a 30-ounce bat, where Babe Ruth used a bat from anywhere from 44 to 52 ounces. So they use smaller bats, they get more bat speed, and they really can send the ball a long way.
We got about 30 seconds left. What do you want people to take away with this book?
Well, just that baseball is a game that's always endured, and the home run has played a huge part in it since 1920s, not without controversy, but a great home run hitter is a great home run hitter, and certainly many of them have played a big role in the development and the excitement that it's brought to the game.
Anything surprise you in your research for this book?
Just a little bit about that 1930 season when everybody went crazy hitting. That was kind of a surprise, but other than that, just the way baseball's kind of been cyclical, too. I mean, they stole a lot of bases in the early part of the 20th century. The home run stopped it for a while, but it's come back now, and it's more of an all-around game, so you still have guys that'll steal some bases for you, and, of course, you're always going to have the home run hitters.
Bill, congratulations on the book. Fascinating subject. Come back and join us again on Sports Byline.
Okay, Ron, be a pleasure.
Author Bill Gutman, the book, It's Outta Here, The History of the Home Run from Babe Ruth to Barry Bonds. We're going to switch from baseball to football, and when we come back, Carl Eller, Hall of Fame defensive end. He was inducted in 2004 with John Elway, Barry Sanders, Bob Brown, after playing 16 outstanding seasons, 15 of those 16 in a Vikings uniform. We continue with more of you and America's Sports Talk Show.
It has been said that everyone has a book in them. But do you have the time or the ability to write your book? Maybe you picked up some skills or had a life experience that you want to pass on in the form of a book to help others. Maybe you want to leave an autobiography for your family. Or maybe you've built a successful business and you want to share your story. At Dorrance Publishing Company, we have professional writers who can help turn your book idea into a finished manuscript quickly and affordably. A Dorrance ghostwriter can provide as much or as little help as you need to complete your book. You'll work directly with your ghostwriter to finish your book faster than you ever could on your own. It's easy to become a published author. Call Dorrance now to learn more. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. Call right now. That number is 800-485-6003.
If you or a loved one is suffering from a physical or emotional condition that has left you unable to work, then listen carefully. Take this number down. 800-593-7491. That's 800-593-7491. When you call, you'll speak with a Social Security disability expert and get a free evaluation to see if you may qualify for disability insurance benefits from the U.S. government. That's right, a monthly cash payment paid directly to you from the Social Security Administration. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied disability benefits, call now. The disability attorneys at Pinnacle Disability can help you build your case, file an appeal, and represent you at no upfront cost to you. Don't wait another minute to see if you may qualify for your Social Security disability benefits. Call Pinnacle Disability Group at 800-593-7491 for your free case evaluation. That's 800-593-7491. 800-593-7491. Call now.
Are you an active stock market investor? Well, then you know these three key words. Buy, sell, hold. Those three magic words can make or lose you money in the stock market. What if we can show you a time-tested tool that's been helping stock market investors succeed for over 30 years? It's called VectorVest, an amazing system designed to make smart investing easy. The VectorVest system analyzes, sorts, and ranks over 19,000 stocks every day and tells you when to buy, what to buy, and when to sell any stock to maximize your profits in less than 10 minutes a day. And if you call right now, you can test drive our amazing VectorVest system risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95.
800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. 800-584-2519. That's 800-584-2519.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Carl Eller, the Hall of Fame defensive end, joins us on Sports Byline, and I was fortunate enough to be able to witness his entire 16-year NFL career, 15 of those 16 years in a Minnesota Vikings uniform, and of course was part of arguably one of the best defensive units called the Purple People Eaters, and he was inducted into the Hall of Fame along with John Elway, Barry Sanders, Bob Brown, and of course Carl Eller himself. Carl, it doesn't get much better than that induction class, does it?
Well, I don't think so. You know, you've got the kind of the best of the best, all number ones. Of course, Bob and I are from the same era, and then Barry and John Elway are from the modern era. It's not really a modern era, but they're later athletes and got in on the first round. It took Bob and I a while to get in.
Carl, one of the things I always admired about your play was the passion of it and the manner in which you approached it. Can you talk to me about both of those things?
Well, I looked at it as a kind of an art form, or certainly a craftsman, and I really loved the game. One of the things that I wanted to do was I wanted to continue to improve. I wanted to beat the guy across from me, and that was always a challenge. I played against a lot of other Hall of Famers, and so they had me, I had to rise to the occasion. And in doing so, they would set up different techniques, and my challenge was to overcome no matter what they said up in front of me, if it was double blocking, triple blocking, or whatever.
Did you also find that your success was brought about as much on your physical capabilities as it was on your mental capabilities, that you had to approach it mentally, and you liked the breakdown of the game that way?
Well, that is true. I like the breakdown of the game. I like to study the game. I remember, from times past, the guys that played, what they had done, what the situations were, and I would bring all that to the game with me. And so that was part of it. I really just got a big thrill from being able to be right up to the moment and kind of be in the quarterback's head or the offensive line's head and just kind of know what's going on the other side of the line there.
Carl, one of the other things that I appreciated about you and other players when you played was the fact that there was not the specialization we have right now. There wasn't the substitution on a passing situation. Did you take great pride in being able to play whether it was a passing or a running situation? And does it kind of rankle you a little bit to see players being honored when they only maybe do one thing?
Well, yeah, because they're not a complete player. I think that defensive end, especially, you have a real challenge. I mean, I played against some great running backs. You know, take a Gale Sayers, a Jim Brown, or O.J. Simpson, Walter Payton, just so many of those guys are so Larry Zonka, all of those guys are just fantastic runners, and they challenge you, and they offer different challenges to you, just the fact of, being able to tackle them or getting in a position to tackle them. I mean, that was it's a two-dimension game, both run and pass, and if you're just a pass rusher, it's only part of the skills you need, I think.
You went to the University of Minnesota, but how does a black man flourish up in that part of the country? How did you end up there? You're laughing.
Well, as it turns out, I'm still flourishing here. I'm still in Minnesota, and it's really a great place. Ron, my hometown is in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I came here to go to the university, and I've never regretted one moment of it.
But why up there in the great north when you were down from the south?
Well, first of all, it's a great university, and they had a lot of things to offer, and their football program was just on the rise, and I was here at the right time for that, going to the Rose Bowl and being part of the national championship team and all that stuff. And there was a great group of guys here too, like Bobby Bell and Sandy Stevens, Tom Brown, those guys. And this is really a great area. I love it. That's why I'm still here.
As most people know, the Minnesota Vikings did go to 4 Super Bowls. Tell me about these early years when you joined the Minnesota Vikings. What type of team were they? How did they come together to ultimately be Super Bowl teams?
Well, when I joined the team was in '64. Norm Van Brocklin was the coach, and they had just been, into the league for about 2 or 3 years. So they were one of the early expansion teams. And really, how they did the expansion teams, they would get all the misfits or all the leftovers or all the castaways from all the other teams, and that's kind of who we were. But Norm Van Brocklin really had a way of bringing us together because he was a fiery, sort of a person, and so he had all this fire and vinegar, and he just said, "Well, just go out there and make sure they know they're in a game." So we didn't think we had much class or much skill, but we were fighters and we were tough, and I think that set that was kind of the backbone of the team.
But it must have been difficult for you, Carl, because as you alluded to earlier, you played on some University of Minnesota teams that were pretty good. To go from some darn good college teams to all of a sudden being an expansion team in the National Football League and go through the growth pains that obviously an expansion team is going to go through, was that difficult for you to adjust and deal with?
Well, it was. We had a couple of first years, but then like in '68, we went to the playoffs. So it was a matter of 2 or 3 years. And at that time, too, I was developing, too. From at that time, and I think it still is, there's a big jump from the college to the pro. And, even though I came in and started as a rookie, I was still on that, steep learning curve for those first 2 or 3 years.
Who took you underneath their wing?
Well, Jim Marshall did, of course. He was kind of the older statesman, and he was glad to have somebody on that line with him that could, bring some pressure, too. And, he kind of did the same for Alan Page, and in fact, he did the same for the whole team. He was kind of our spirit. He was really the team leader.
When you take a look at the Purple People Eaters and look back upon how they grew together, how they developed together, how they became so dominant, what was the essence? What was the glue about that group as a whole?
Well, I think the glue, I talked about Marshall and the fact that we all just came together. It was a unit, was a one for all and all for one type of situation. And as we began to grow in status, I mean, that was something that grew on us. We had the idea, well, hey, and it was our play. I mean, we knew that we had the ability to go over and, demolish an offensive line. We could put pressure on that quarterback and make him hurl the ball, or he was going to get sacked. And as we continued to improve and get better, our confidence grew, and we continued to challenge ourselves.
Carl, the other thing you talked about was how Norm Van Brocklin was so fiery and everything, and then you go to Bud Grant, which is the antithesis of Norm Van Brocklin. I mean, it must have been kind of culture shock for the whole team.
It was, and it certainly was for me. You know, we had, like I said, a fiery Norm Van Broek, and then you had the quiet, stoic Bud Grant, who, you know, the gray eyes. We used to have, I don't know, we had a name for him. I don't know. I think it was back in the Sputnik days. We used to think he was a man from Mars or something because he was certainly different. But once we adjusted, and it was an adjustment, but once we did, and we realized that Bud had a way that we could win, and the things he was teaching us were really solid kinds of things, and the biggest thing is that Bud was fair, you know, and I think that means a lot.
Well, the other thing, too, is that most coaches, you talk to players and they say, you know, they were great motivators, and yet I suppose he was a motivator, but not in the way you would normally think of coaches with the fiery pregame or halftime speeches. So how did he know how to push the right buttons on you guys?
Yeah, it was very different. He wasn't that way at all with Bud. He wouldn't give you the big speech. Bud was a very calm person, and he would never get too excited about any situation. He's a very practical person, and what Bud would do, he would basically just lay it out for you. I mean, the times that we would come in, for example, if we were behind at half, no matter what the score, you know, I remember times we'd be like maybe 2 or 3 touchdowns behind, and he'd approach in a very practical manner. Well, because he would say things like, well, we know we can score 3 touchdowns in the half or 4 touchdowns in the half. We've done it before. But
you think?
Yeah, right. You think I know. Well, then we go. Of course, we'd be totally pissed off, you know, when you go out there and play and beat the crap out of the other team, you know.
So he kind of challenged you guys in very subtle ways. He went after your pride.
Yeah, he did. He did go after our pride.
Was he more defensive-oriented than offensive-oriented?
Well, I think he was, but because that was kind of his pride. But he really spent the time with the offense. He was kind of he wanted the offense to do well. I think he saw that as kind of, I think that was his talent to really. It wasn't so much to get the talent and get the scores, but to get them to be flawless, like to not really make the silly mistakes that a lot of offenses do.
We only got about 30 seconds left before we have to break here, but win or lose, was he pretty much even-keeled? Could you tell the difference between him?
Very, very rarely. You know, you couldn't tell the difference very much, but there were times when, you know, we saw him really break down, and he took some of those losses very hard, especially those Super Bowls.
Carl Eller has joined us here on Sports Byline, and I had the pleasure, as I indicated, of watching him during his fine career with Minnesota and, of course, at the end with the Seattle Seahawks as well. Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2004, and what a class it was. John Elway, Barry Sanders, and Bob Brown played in 6 Pro Bowl games and played in those 4 Super Bowl games with the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to talk about that, but there's another side also to Carl Eller, the personal side that I think is very important, and we're going to talk about that, and we'll do that as we continue with more of you on Sports Byline.
Come on, let's ride!
Hey guys and gals, Scott Turnage here, the old G3 sportsman. You know, we're awfully proud to have G3 Boats as the official boat sponsor for the Outdoor Guys radio show. From time to time, Ken will be talking with some of our G3 Sportsman field staff for the best fishing tips and where they're biting across the country. Be sure and check out our new lineup of G3 Boats at your local dealer or visit us at g3boats.com and come join the G3 life.
Men, if you want to pee easier, listen to this. A new Nobel Prize discovery was just proven in a clinical trial to help men pee 241% more, ending multiple trips to the bathroom and the constant urge to go. This breakthrough is finally available in a pill called Prostavive LS, developed by famed men's health expert Dr. Al Sears, and for a limited time, you can get a free bottle. Call 800-769-8155. Patients who've taken Prostavive LS are singing its praises.
Hi, my name is Paul, and I'm 73 years old. I used to get up multiple times a night to go to the bathroom, but after taking Prostavive LS, I now sleep through the night.
Prostavive LS does not require a prescription, and there are no side effects. But this free bottle is not available in stores. Call 800-769-8155 to get your free bottle of this Nobel Prize-winning discovery proven in clinical trials to help men pee 241% more. That's 800-769-8155.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
Out with the old and ink with the new.
You can't print without ink.
Yeah, it's very hard. I've tried.
So stock up at Staples, because right now, all HP ink cartridges are buy one, get one 30% off.
Plus, get free overnight delivery on HP ink at staples.com. Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Valid 1/5/20 to 1/11/20. Restrictions apply. Free delivery excludes holidays and weekends. Order by 5 p.m. See store or staples.com/ink savings for details.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
800-720-5971, 800-720-5971, 800-720-5971. That's 800-720-5971.
Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Carl Eller has joined us on Sports Byline USA, the Hall of Fame defensive end. Carl, it has often been said that teams, most notably I think of the Pittsburgh Steelers, tend to take on the personalities of the communities that they play in. I think that's true about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Was it indeed true about the Minnesota Vikings?
Well, I think it's true about the Minnesota Vikings. You know, the thing that I remember is that it was an occasion. I mean, you know, they talk about sports being a religion, and it was. I mean, the people would go to church, but the minister knew, or the pastor knew, or the priest knew that he had to let people out early enough to get back home before the game. So, you know, they'd be there sitting there itching, but, you know, they supported us, and you remember we had the outdoor stadium, and that was not pleasant. So I remember at times that I'd say to Jim, or Jim would say to me, "Is goes like, man, I don't think I'd be up there sitting in the stands if I had a choice."
You're talking about Metropolitan Stadium, of course, and in the dead of winter, it was a brutal place to play. Now, a lot of teams will kind of complain about the environment they have to play in. What type of attitude did the Vikings take about that home field advantage?
Well, again, here comes Bud's practicality. You know, he gave us the mantra. Well, hey, you guys can play in this weather. You know what this weather's like. You know it's not going to hurt you. You know, you may get cold, but you'll be in the locker room and you can get warm. And forget about the cold weather. Just go out and play your best game, and let those other guys worry about the cold weather. But we want to play a football game, and we're here to win. We're not here to worry about the cold weather.
One of the stories that I heard is that if a team came off the West Coast, most notably the San Diego Chargers or the 49ers, and they were coming in to play you guys on just a miserable Sunday afternoon, that some of your players, if not all of them, would go out in the shirt sleeves with the bare arms hanging out and say, "Hey, what's the big deal here? This is just another day in Minnesota." And you could just almost read on the faces of those West Coast warm city teams, they just wanted to get the game over with and get back on that warm airplane.
Well, they wanted to get it back on the airplane before the game was over. Yeah. Well, you know, and it did. You could see these guys. You could see them hunkering down even before the game started on the sidelines. You know, we'd be out there in short sleeves and stuff like that, and you know, and you could see these guys. They were hunting for something warm, the fireplace or something. I don't know, but yeah, I think that they did have their mind on the cold weather, and that distracted them. And of course, that was to our advantage.
I'm sure at some point, Carl, you and your other teammates that were on those 4 Super Bowl teams had to come to grips with what had happened and put it in its proper place in your life. And of all the players that I think I know off of that team, you with the attitude, the positive attitude that you have, probably have done a pretty good job about that. Take me through that thought process, and where have you put that in your life, your professional life?
Well, you know, it's one of those things. It's one of those deep regrets. You know, there's no way to to really rationalize it, except that I know that we played our best. We had guys out there that gave their all. They played, and we played some good teams. I mean, that Pittsburgh team went on to win 4 more Super Bowls or 3 more Super Bowls, and Kansas City, which was a tough one for us, they were a good team. They had the good players, had that big front four, and Lynn Dawson, Otis Taylor, and just had a crew that was just really tough to beat. And the game I think we probably were closest or more matched up was the Oakland Raider game, and psychologically I think we suffered some disappointments early in the game and just didn't play our game there. But the other 3 games we played really strong. Miami was a great team. We really had them going right to the last minute, and those are just some tough games. I have no regrets about the way we played, but it would have been nice if the ball had bounced our way for one of those.
Let me switch gears on you and talk about the personal side of Carl Eller, somebody that I respect. Your son, Regis, when he gave the introduction to you at Canton, Ohio, said something that really I thought about. He said, "My dad always told me, son, you have to give back." The seeds and the roots of that philosophy.
Well, one of the things you talk about my living in Minnesota, I live in the north side, Minnesota, north side of Minneapolis, which is actually a very nice community and doesn't often get the credit for being the community it is. But, it's a community that I love and I participate. There are a lot of young kids here. Some of them, don't necessarily get out the box and the straight and narrow, and they need some little redirecting, and I try and help do that. But yeah, you do have to give back. I'm a fortunate person, and all those years when I was waiting for the Hall of Fame thing, of course, I felt like I deserved to be in there. But once I got in there, and I was just thinking, well, man, I really had no right to be sour or upset about that, because my career's been really good. My life has been good. I've been blessed in many ways, and the Hall of Fame is just another one of those. So any of that I can share, and I actually work with young people now. I started the Carl Eller Foundation, and these guys are just, they're real jewels. They do need somebody to be there to support them and say, hey, that's not okay. You need to be studying. You know right from wrong, those kinds of things. And so when I say that kind of stuff, I think those guys go, hey, wow, I think he really cares about us, and I think that makes a difference.
Carl, I think for anybody who is outside the environment that you happen to be talking about, it's really hard for them to understand. So maybe you can give me and everybody listening around the world a better perspective. How much harder is it for kids today to get on with their life, to do something, and particularly if they happen to be a minority youngster, than what it was when you were growing up and maybe the early days of when you were up in Minnesota playing with the Vikings?
Well, it's a big difference. I mean, in my early days, I used to walk about a mile and a half and go to the playground. We'd pick up, we played football or basketball, whatever the season. Guys hung out at the rec center. If somebody had a difference or gripe between you, you guys would like square off and, slug it out or whatever. And that wasn't very often, because most of the times you did it on the field. So that's just one thing. That doesn't happen today. These young guys are intimidated. Really, they are almost, they're recruited to be in the gangs if they live in certain neighborhoods and things like that. And if they're not, they really don't have the safety or the protection. And so there are a lot of those things that go on like that. But that's something different from what goes on in their own families. I mean, some of these guys, they may come from a family where their dad may be an alcoholic, may be abusing their mom, and this guy's the protector, you know what I mean? And these are just all confidential situations that these guys can talk about with us, but, that's just one of many. I mean, guy might be from a family where he may have, 4 and 5 half brothers and sisters. He may not know them all and want to know who his brothers and sisters are. And when you put all these things together, and the kid is, trying to do well in school and get back and forth to school and going home every night, it's quite a bit of pressure on a young man. So, it is a lot tougher.
Having said that, you once said, I believe that all professional athletes and college athletes are role models, or at least they should be. I want to use this platform to help young African American males participate fully in society. And the thing I would ask you is that if you come from that type of background, if you don't have role models when you're growing up, how then is the African American athlete going to assimilate into that role when it's not been something that they've been able to view?
Well, I'll tell you, they really have an opportunity, and these teams, especially in the National Football League, they really offer a lot. They offer a lot in terms of tutoring and mentoring and on the team. I know here at the Vikings, they try to get these guys and being involved in the community, and a lot of them are role models. You're right. They may not have had it, but somewhere along the way, somebody helped them. They had a role model, maybe a coach, maybe a teacher, maybe even their parents or a friend in the neighborhood. Somebody said, hey, kid, because no kid really goes through that portion of their life without having some distractions or some kind of attraction that says, hey, let's go and get into trouble, or let's go and, why listen to those guys? It's fun. You're not going to get caught. We'll get away with it. And so, there's something that needs to pull that kid out of there. And just briefly, I'll share with you because, Bobby Bell and Larry Little and I, we were at a school together. This was up in New Jersey, and it was very similar for all of us. I mean, we were different parts of the country. Bobby's from North Carolina, but, the same kinds of things. So these kids will go through these barriers, and they'll have these roadblocks. It's how you overcome them and what you do after that.
Well, the thing I also find interesting about all of this is that you're up in Minnesota. You had a player up there by the name of Randy Moss, and a lot of people came down hard on him because of his individualism. And I think that sports today tends to create the I attitude, which the cliche is there is no I in the word team. How does that correlate then to the way someone conducts themselves in their personal life as compared to if they do something like that in their professional life?
Well, Randy, I just think missed the boat. He just had a tremendous opportunity, and he's a great player. He's going to be a great athlete. He is a great athlete. I don't know what he's going to do, and I hope he does well there. But the community loved him, and they really respected him. But he lost it. He just did not have the wherewithal to he just kept going over the edge. He just kept going over the edge. And it really was too much for this community to take. So he has a lot of fans here. There's still a lot of people think, well, the Vikings, maybe shouldn't have traded him. But a lot of people think that they made the right decision. And a lot of the teammates think they made the right decision, too.
And there's another aspect of this as well, Carl, and that is that I think a player, and I don't know that they do this, has to take into consideration where they're playing and what the standards of that community are. Am I correct in that observation?
Yeah, that's true. And Minnesota is a very liberal state, but they're very socially conscious, and they care about the kids and what's going on, and those kinds of things are very important here.
What did your son mean during the introduction to you at the Hall of Fame when he said, "My dad taught me it's okay to take risks"?
Well, I think what he referred to was my movie career, which was brief, but maybe I can reinvigorate it here someday soon.
I love what he said, and I'm quoting from his comments. He said, "In such films as Throw Yo Mama from the Train, Meet Joe Black. It was originally Meet Black Joe, starring Carl Eller. And then, of course, the one I liked, of course, The Black English Patient." Now, what were you thinking when you decided to go off into that area of acting? Were you seriously thinking about an acting career, or was it just another part you wanted to add to your resume of life?
Well, no. At that time, I was kind of serious about it, and I thought I wanted to kind of see, what could happen, but it just wasn't the thing for me at the time. I guess I was too impatient. That acting bit, it's a hard bit. You got to it's a lot of rejection there, and when you're at the top of your game, that's kind of hard to take.
You also said, "My father died when I was young, and of course I was angry and full of negative behavior." How long did it take you to turn that around into a positive?
A long, long time. I mean, I think that was something I carried with me to way into, I don't know, probably even after I was done playing with the bikes. You know, it was just, even though I was playing, it was that kind of thing. I was really fighting ghosts. I was kind of beating them off and stuff like that. I don't really think it was probably until I was able to come to grips that my playing days was over and I had to really look at life in a different way.
We only have a minute left. What do you think your dad might have said to you if he had been able to see you and be with you during your enshrinement?
Well, I always have great feelings for my dad, and I think he was a great person, and that would just be something it's something obviously can't happen, but I think he'd be very proud and very pleased and very happy, for me and happy that, he would have been happy to be there.
And Carl, when people say Carl Eller, Hall of Famer, do you just kind of smile? What kind of satisfaction does it bring you?
A lot of satisfaction. Yes, I do smile and tell them a story about my Hall of Fame ring and all that stuff. So I'm a happy guy.
Carl, I want to thank you not only for your playing career, but for the person that you are. Your message is strong in a personal sense, and I hope there's a lot of young people that hear that and other professionals as well. Please come back and visit with me again here on Sports Byline.
I am really happy. Thanks for inviting me.
Carl Eller, the Hall of Fame defensive end, inducted in 2004 along with John Elway, Barry Sanders, and Bob Brown after a fine 16-year career in the National Football League. 15 of those with the Minnesota Vikings, 6 Pro Bowls, and, of course, a part of a great defensive unit called the Purple People Eaters. We'll take a break, continue with more of you and Sports Byline.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-222-2313 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-222-2313. That's 800-222-2313. 800-222-2313. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer or dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. 800-957-6063. That's 800-957-6063.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Clapper, Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at Cedars-Sinai Medical Group in Los Angeles, California. Dedicated to your health, your life, and your sports. As a weekend warrior, you know about sports injuries and pain. Exercise is an important element in keeping your body's core in good shape to minimize sports injuries. But when you are in pain, there is one product that I recommend to my patients, and that is Blue Goo Gel. Blue Goo consists of a proprietary formula developed specifically for the treatment of inflammation and general muscle aches and strains. I recommend Blue Goo for my patients coping with hip and knee pain before surgery, especially bursitis and tendinitis. Give Blue Goo a try. Call 1-888-330-0123 and you'll receive a 1-week supply of Blue Goo absolutely free. The makers of Blue Goo are even paying the shipping. The number again is 1-888-330-0123. If you want more information on Blue Goo, visit online at www.dothegoo.com.
Now available at select Big 5 stores near you.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Hall of Famer Carl Eller, the defensive end for the Minnesota Vikings for 15 of his 16-year career with us and you on Sports Byline, and the author Bill Gutman. And again, the name of his book, It's Outta Here, The History of the Home Run from Babe Ruth to Barry Bonds. You may want to check that out. Guests on Sports Byline receive Tiger Woods' PGA Tour from EA Sports. With Tiger Proofing, you can increase the difficulty of every hole by narrowing fairways, deepening bunkers, speeding up greens, and much more. Be a legend with Tiger Woods' PGA Tour. EA Sports, it's in the game. And check out the Sports Byline USA award-winning website and our fan poll question. I want you to vote on it and also leave your comments on the comment page. I'm Ron Barr. Nice to have you with us on America's Sports Talk Show.
Guests and staff of Sports Byline USA dine at the North Beach Restaurant. Enjoy unique Italian dishes, homemade pasta, fresh fish, and one of America's top wine lists. Celebrating over 30 years in the heart of San Francisco, the North Beach Restaurant.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,562. Silver at $18.12. And Bitcoin is trading around $8,132. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, while corporate media in the United States has been fixated on events in Iran, specifically the recent admission from Iran that Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was accidentally shot down by its military, other equally, if not more important news, has largely been ignored or glossed over during the growing tit-for-tat conflict between the two countries. According to Tolo News, a drone strike targeting a top commander in the Taliban killed him along with around 60 civilians in Afghanistan. Locals have called the attack that involved 4 armed drones a mistake, despite officials from Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense reporting that the strike was coordinated between U.S. forces and the Defense Ministry. The Pentagon's confirmation of the attack was published in the U.S. military publication Stars and Stripes, in an article titled "Airstrike in Western Afghanistan Kills Leader of Taliban Splinter Group, May Have Killed Civilians." Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. A Walmart supercenter in Salem, New Hampshire has been the first store to test a new kind of technology that will use robots to collect grocery items for online order fulfillment. Activist Post reports that Walmart is one of the largest companies in the world by revenue, with at least 2.3 million employees in the U.S., and has seen rapid increases in labor costs that are forcing unwanted margin compression. The solution offered by C-suite executives has been a pilot program of automating a warehouse in Salem with the goal of deploying robots to eliminate employees and save costs. The new robot is called AlphaBot, and it's 10 times faster than a human worker. That would increase productivity in the warehouse, driving down the need for new hires during peak holiday periods when orders increase. AlphaBot operates inside a 20,000 square foot warehouse that retrieves refrigerated and frozen items ordered for online grocery. A court in Guatemala City released indigenous journalist and activist Francisco Lucas Pedro on January 3rd, after he spent 13 days in detention since his arrest. According to the police, he is accused of terrorism and arson, but human rights groups say the arrest was illegal. Activist Post reports that back in 2012, a criminal court had issued an arrest warrant against Lucas, based on a complaint made by World Bank founder Esoner Hydraulia Energia. This is the Spanish firm behind Hidro Santa Cruz, the company that wanted to build a controversial water dam on the Quambalam River, considered sacred. Lucas was an active participant in the civic movement against the dam, whose construction the company eventually canceled following 8 years of protests, court battles, and international pressure. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Computer, even on your smartphone for one low price. With National Programming Service, you can. That's right, for one low price, so low we can't publish it, you can take your favorite sports anywhere, anytime with you. And we even give you free installation and free premium movie channels. Don't wait. Call National Programming Service right now. You could be up and running and watching your favorite sports and shows in just a few hours. Remember, call in the next 10 minutes and ask about our special radio offer and learn about free installation. Call right now.
800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. 800-470-7113. That's 800-470-7113.
Live, worldwide, Sports Byline USA. And here's host, Ron Barr.
And wherever you might be across this great country of ours and around the world, I'm Ron Barr. I've been saying that for a very long time, since 1988, because that's when we started Sports Byline USA as the very first national sports talk radio network. We only had 12 radio stations, and we were only on 2 hours a night, Monday through Friday. And, of course, many, many years later, I can proudly say that we're heard around the world on the American Forces Network, Sirius XM, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, TuneIn, up on all of United Airlines flights on the in-flight audio, so you can find us just about anywhere, 24 hours a day. And if you'd like a list of our radio stations or other places that you can hear us, all you have to do is go to sportsbyline.com and check out the website. We're going to be talking basketball in just a second. I've known this man for a long time, but I have not talked to him in a very long time. They called him the Glove. You know who I'm talking about, Gary Payton, Hall of Fame point guard. He played 13 of his 18 NBA seasons with Seattle, who drafted him second overall out of Oregon State. He also has played for Milwaukee. He played for the Lakers, Boston, and Miami, where he won an NBA championship with the Heat. And he really is considered one of the best point guards of all time, and is the only point guard that has won the NBA Defensive Player of the Year. I didn't know that. I thought maybe somebody else had won it. But he was selected to the NBA All-Defensive Team 9 times, and I want to talk to him about the attitude somebody who is outstanding like Gary Payton was. What do you have to have? What type of attitude do you have to be picked to the All-Defensive Team 9 times? He also was a member of the gold medal-winning 96 and 2000 U.S. men's Olympic basketball teams, and when he played in the NBA, he was considered the NBA's reigning high scorer among point guards. So we're really happy to have Gary Payton on with us this hour on Sports Byline. And then Rafi Cohen will join us. Rafi is a freelance writer and editor and an amateur ivy groomer. You heard me right, an ivy groomer. I got to find out what that's about. He has written for GQ, Men's Journal, and Wall Street Journal, as well as ESPN.com. And he has a book out. It's called The Arena. Listen to this title, The Arena, Inside the Tailgating, Ticket Scalping, Mascot Racing, Dubiously Funded, and Possibly Haunted Monuments of American Sports. That is the title of the book. So we're ready to crank it up, and when we come back, the glove, Gary Payton, joins us on Sports Byline.
Come on, let's ride!
Hey guys and gals, Scott Turnage here, the old G3 sportsman. You know, we're awfully proud to have G3 Boats as the official boat sponsor for the Outdoor Guys radio show. From time to time, Ken will be talking with some of our G3 Sportsman field staff for the best fishing tips and where they're biting across the country. Be sure and check out our new lineup of G3 boats at your local dealer or visit us at g3boats.com and come join the G3 Life.
This is an urgent health notice for all residents suffering from back, neck, knee, and wrist pain. You may qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you, but the deadline is fast approaching. Simply call the Health Alert Hotline now.
You heard right. You may qualify for a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace. These items may even be covered by Medicare or your private insurance. The Health Alert Hotline is your brace company. These specialized braces have been tested for pain relief. Call us toll-free right now to determine your eligibility and to learn how to use your private insurance or Medicare to minimize your out-of-pocket cost. Don't wait. If the deadline passes, you may lose your opportunity to get a pain-relieving back, neck, knee, or wrist brace at little or no cost to you.
800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Money Now 100 is not a lender, broker, or agent of any lender or financial advisor. We do not make loans or credit decisions. You must be 18 years or older and a U.S. resident to qualify. This is not an offer or solicitation to lend. I went to MoneyNow100.com and got the $5,000 I needed deposited in my account the next business day. If you need money for any reason, help is here. Go to MoneyNow100.com and get the money you need. Need to pay off credit card debt? Go to MoneyNow100.com. Need your car repaired? Need home improvement money? Visit MoneyNow100.com. If you need fast cash for any reason, go to MoneyNow100.com. Good, bad, or no credit at all. Go to MoneyNow100.com. Next business day. Go to MoneyNow100.com on your phone, tablet, or computer. Type in the address bar MoneyNow100.com. That's MoneyNow, the number 100.com.
Welcome back to Sports View. Next topic. Is it really all about power? Makes me think of Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Gives you the power to find options based on your budget. Let's go to Chuck for an irrelevant analogy.
Back in the day, people didn't ask how many oranges are in the crate. They just took the oranges. They didn't say, are there 6, 7, 12, 15, whatever. It was just oranges. You get me?
We get you, Chuck. In a word, oranges.
Give it to us straight with the
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Gary Payton joins us on Sports Byline, Hall of Fame point guard who played 13 of his 18 NBA seasons with Seattle, who drafted him second overall out of Oregon State, and he also played for Milwaukee, the Lakers, Boston, and Miami, where he won an NBA championship with the Heat. He's widely considered one of the best point guards of all time and is the only point guard that has won the NBA Defensive Player of the Year award, and he was selected to the NBA All-Defensive Team 9 different times. He was a member of the gold medal winning 96 and 2000 U.S. men's Olympic basketball teams. And when he played in the NBA, he was considered the NBA's reigning high scorer among point guards. And the last time I interviewed Gary, he was in a dorm room at Oregon State. It has been a long, wonderful ride, hasn't it, Gary?
It sure has. You know, ever since the little kid days when I was 16 going on 17 going on 21, and you interviewed me in the dorm room. It's been a ride, but it's been a great ride.
You grew up in Oakland, California, and the city has a rich history of outstanding athletes in a lot of different sports. Tell me a little bit about those growing up years, Gary.
Well, coming out of Oakland, California, you know, it was a rough thing for me, but I had a great father that took me under his wing and kept me out of trouble. But the good thing I like about growing up in Oakland, California,
players to make sure they did not go down the wrong path. Was it that way for you on the playgrounds and others who played the playground game?
Yes, it was. You know, it was a lot of things going on in Oakland in the 80s, and a lot of corrupt dope dealing things and stuff. But a lot of them guys looked out for me. They respected me, and when they see me come around anything or wanted to be hanging out, they'll tell me, "You gotta go. You got to leave up out of here, and we don't want you around this type of situation." And that's what I learned, a lot of respect for a lot of the guys that did that for me in Oakland, California, and I had a lot of respect for them. And it happens in every city. If they respect you enough that they respect your game, then they'll tell you and watch out for you to get away from things that you ain't supposed to be a part of.
You mentioned about that mental toughness. I have a quote here from you that I thought was very insightful about you. You learned that you can be friends before the game and after the game, but once that game starts, it's all about business, no jive. And that's not something that somebody learns at a very young age. What was it that you learned about that and being able to put that into practice during the course of your life and your career?
Well, like I said, once again, it was about my father. He was the one who really did all of that for me. He told me any time that I go against anybody, they wanted to get the things that I wanted. And you couldn't be friends with a lot of people because these guys are going to do the same thing. They're not going to be looking out for you when they're trying to get a spot on the basketball team or make this type of money or do this type of thing or get a scholarship. And he always told me, he don't care what it is, that you have to go out there. They're not your friends on the basketball court because they're trying to take what you got and they want what you want. And I just put that in our matched up. He said if your mother went out there and played against you, you treat her the same way. She ain't your mother at that time. She'll be your mother before, she'll be your mother after. And I just got that stuck in my head, and that's the way I went at things when I went on the basketball floor.
You had an All-American career at Oregon State. You were a 3-time All-Pac-10 selection, a Pac-10 Defensive Player of the Year. How in the heck did you end up in Corvallis?
That's a good question. Everybody has heard this story, but they haven't really knew what went down. I was going to go to St. John's University, and then Louis Conaseca pulled the scholarship back at the last second. He wanted to go with a local kid. All the assistants wanted to go with me because I had the guy he wanted to go with. I had beat him a lot. I did very well against him in the summer, and I was beating him all the time. But he wanted to go there, and he said it was going to hurt his recruiting. It hurt me a lot because we were in our gym at Skyline High School. We were about to make an announcement on TV, and he called me in. My coach called me in, and Conaseca was on the phone, and he told me. It hurt me a little bit, and it made me think about, am I making the right decision to go to play this situation? So I went home, and my mom was like, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. We'll be okay. And then I just told her, I said, you know what? I don't think I'm doing the right thing with this. I think that I'm not making the right decisions. I think that you should make the decision for me if I go anywhere. And a lot of scholarships start coming back during the week, and Oregon State was my second choice anyway. And she just said, you know, I want to go. I'm going to let you go here. And when I opened up the envelope, it was the Oregon State. That's the one she handed me, and I signed with Oregon State.
Gary Payton is with us. We're talking about his life and his career. Gary, I did games up in Corvallis, of course. I know that stadium, or I should say that arena up there. I knew Ralph Miller as well. And I'm thinking about that town. You come from Oakland, you go to Corvallis. I think about Ralph Miller and his kind of gruff exterior and everything. Did that kind of set you back a little bit? How did you adapt to that?
You know what? It really didn't, because I played for my father. My father was the same way. So that's why it was so good for me to go in there, and everything he did was like my father. So it went through one ear and out the other. But I learned from him because I listened. They always told me that I didn't pay attention. But my coach who recruited me, and Jimmy Anderson, said, you guys don't worry about Gary, because he knows everything that you're saying, and I guarantee he's going to go out there and run the play and do a lot more things. And that's the way it was. When Coach Miller saw what I could give to him, and I went out there and I worked hard like I did for my father, he always told me, just go out and do what I tell you to, and you can do anything you want. And when I went out there and I rewarded him with my play and my hard work, he didn't never say anything to me. So I became his golden child. So I just did what I had to do, and me and him clicked right away.
You were the Defensive Player of the Year in the NBA. You were the same way in college. You were the same way in high school. And I'm just wondering where those roots came from as far as a defensive attitude. I remember a conversation I had with Dennis Johnson, and I asked him about playing defense because he was oriented that way as well. As you know, a lot of young players, they want to see the numbers put up there on the boards and everything else. But where did that come from in you?
Oregon State. It came from Ralph Miller. When I went to Oregon State, I was an offensive-minded player coming out of high school from Oakland. And when I went there, it was an eye-opener for me, because we didn't play with the basketball for a week in practice. He made us do defensive stands. He made us slide. He put the clock on at 20 minutes, and we had to sit in defensive slide stand. Whoever raised up, we would have to start over. And we did that. We played defense. We moved our feet. We put our hands behind our back and slide, cut off people. And we did that because he was about playing defense. In basketball games, you have to stop people. You can't go tap-a-tap with points.